नमस्कार और आप सभी का स्वागत है। आप देख रहे हैं पबजी मोबाइल प्रो लीग द अरेबियन रीजन ऑफ कोर्स ब्रॉट टू यू बाय ओप्पो रेनो 5। मेरा नाम है फिक्सिस और मेरे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं हर दिन की तरह ऑफ कोर्स ओशन शर्मा। सो कैसे हैं आप?
मैं बहुत बढ़िया हूँ। और अगर हम बात करें अभी तक जो कि हमारी हमारी टीम है एक तरीके से उनके गेम से देख करके तो और ज्यादा बेहतरीन यहाँ पर बहुत बन जाता है अल्टीमेट तो काफी ज्यादा कहीं ना कहीं देखना चाहूँ।
वेल अगर यहाँ पे काफी अच्छी बात आपने बोली। ऑफ कोर्स हमारी सारी टीम्स बहुत ही बहुत ही बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन दिखा रही हैं। बट वही बात आती है, अभी आप दर्शकों को एक चीज के बारे में जरूर बताना चाहूंगा कि अगर इस सुपर वीकेंड के सिर्फ पॉइंट्स को हम काउंट करें तो ऑफ कोर्स आई कैन सी गैलेक्सी रेसेस ऑन द सेकंड स्पॉट। आई थिंक दैट्स अ रियली
जी
गुड फीट कंसिडरिंग जिस तरीके से खेल रहे हैं। ऑफ कोर्स पहले पायदान पे टीम zombies है। वेल डिफरेंस ज्यादा नहीं
जी
है, ऑलमोस्ट अराउंड 20 पॉइंट्स का है। एक गेम में आराम से अगर चाहें तो कवर अप कर सकते हैं, बट इट्स अ रियली गुड थिंग। हम देख रहे हैं हमारे तीनों टीम्स काफी बेहतरीन खेलते हुए आ रही हैं। आज फिर से वही सेम 5 मैप्स पे हम लोग को खेलते हुए नजर आएंगे। बट आज अगर आप
जी
कुछ अलग एक्सपेक्ट करना चाहें तो क्या करेंगे ओशन?
मैं अलग अगर एक्सपेक्ट करना चाहूँ, मैं ये करना चाहूंगा, हैव द टीम्स क्रैक द कोड के zombies के अगेंस्ट कैसे खेलना है, क्योंकि आपको पता रहेगा बेहतरीन तरीके से उनका परफॉर्मेंस रहता है। 321 टोटल पॉइंट्स उनके बन चुके हैं और उनके कंपटीशन में अगर गन्स की बात करें 292 पॉइंट्स गन्स के पास है। गन्स का स्क्वाड बेहतरीन है। जो अगर हम बात करें पीएमपीएल अरेबिया में सबसे पहली हैट्रिक जो इस टीम ने निकाली है, जो चिकन डिनर्स की, वो इस टीम की तरफ से हमें देखने को मिली थी। उनके बाद लेट्स टॉक अबाउट द डिफरेंसेस। 321, 292, 211, 211,
राइट।
दैट्स वेयर द थर्ड टीम। सो ये जो डिफरेंस है ये कब कम होगा और किस तरीके से कम होगा, क्योंकि आज के दिन में अगर टीम से ये डिफरेंस कम करती हैं तो अगले हफ्ते में आकर के और ज्यादा अच्छी अपने लिए यहाँ पर चढ़ाई करते हुए टीमें दिख सकती हैं। ये एग्जैक्टली लुक दिस। और फैल्कन एक समय पर पहले पायदान पर थी ये टीम, और अब वहां से काफी नीचे अभी के लिए आ चुके हैं। काफी नीचे नहीं बोलूंगा, लेकिन बात वही है कि आज के दिन आरटीजी ऊपर जाने की कोशिश करेगी। आरटीजी को देखिए, टॉप 8 में अकेली इकलौती ऐसी टीम जिसके पास कोई चिकन डिनर नहीं है, लेकिन 194 पॉइंट्स हैं इनके पास।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। और इनफैक्ट अगर बात करें एनएसआर की, तो कल भी हम लोग को देखने को मिला थोड़े बहुत प्रॉमिसिंग मैचेस, बट अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट दे हैव बीन साइलेंट। राइट। अगर आज हम गैलेक्सी रेसेस की बात करें तो 13 पोजीशन पे मौजूद है। जरूर चांस रखते हैं कि 11 तक भी अपना रास्ता बना सके, और वो हो सकता है सिर्फ एक मैच के बुनाम पर। एंड अगर चिकन डिनर ले ही लेते हैं पहले गेम में तो शायद मे बी साइट्स को भी पछाड़ पाए। बट टीम साइट्स भी अपने आप को बहुत अच्छे तरीके से रिकवर कर रही है, कंसिडरिंग उनके तरफ से एक टिप देखने को मिला था इन द फर्स्ट वीक। तो काफी अच्छा वो भी खेल रही है। अल्फा लेजेंड्स ऑफ कोर्स थर्ड पोजीशन पे मौजूद है अभी तक। काफी स्टेबल उनका सफर रहा है। बट अगर दूसरे टीम्स की बात करें, आज एक्चुअली मैं चाहूंगा कि टीम YaLLa एक बेहतरीन परफॉर्मेंस दिखाए।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, लेकिन यहाँ पे ये जो टीम है आप देखिए, अब अरब जैसे को एक टाइम पर हम कहते हैं वो 16 से भी कितना नीचे जाएंगे, वो भी 18 पर आ चुके हैं। तो अगला जो लीग डेज रहेंगे वहां पर उनको खेलना पड़ेगा। और ऑब्वियसली उसके थ्रू जो पॉइंट्स निकलेंगे उससे मे बी हमें सुपर वीकेंड में टीम वापस देखने को मिले जरूर। फेनाटिक जॉम्बीज और स्नाइपर्स, अब इन टीमों की बात करें, आप देखिए एक टीम प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स पर ज्यादा खेल रही है एज कम्पेयर टू द किल पॉइंट्स, और दूसरी टीम उसके उल्टा। क्योंकि एक टीम के पास हमने देखा कि ज्यादा है उनके पास वो वाले पॉइंट्स है जो दूसरी टीम को चाहिए, और अब वाइस वर्सा ये चीज यहाँ पे चलती नजर आ रही है। सो कहीं ना कहीं दोनों टीमें अगर इस चीज को आज अपने हिसाब से एक परफेक्ट बैलेंस दे देती हैं, ज्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं है, दोनों सेम पॉइंट्स पर ही हैं, तो अगर एक एक परफेक्ट बैलेंस देते तो आज के दिन ये टीमें मे बी, क्योंकि इनको अरब जीएसजी को ही पीछे करना पड़ेगा अपने लिए एक एक तरीके से ये वीकेंड सफल बनाने के लिए, और वो आज के दिन के जितने गेम्स उसमें कर भी सकते हैं।
जी हाँ, कर सकते हैं। बट चलिए अभी घूम फिर के आते हैं अभी टेबल टॉपर्स की तरफ, zombies। तो ये एक स्क्वाड हम देख रहे हैं बहुत ही ज्यादा अग्रेसिव है इन टर्म्स ऑफ एंटिसिपेशन, इन टर्म्स ऑफ उनके प्री फायर्स काफी सटीक जा रहे हैं, उनके ग्रेनेड्स भी अभी तक हमेशा ऑन पॉइंट रहे हैं। तो ऐसे इतनी ज्यादा डोमिनेटिंग टीम को आप किस प्रकार रोकने वाले हो? व्हाट वुड बी योर चॉइस इफ यू आर एन एनालिस्ट फॉर अ सर्टेन टीम? तो आप उनको क्या सलाह देते? सली को कैसे रोकने के लिए?
प्लान, एग्जीक्यूट, बट डोंट मेक इट प्रिडिक्टेबल। जस्ट बिकॉज आप सोचिए, अब zombies मान लीजिए कि एक घर में होती है, उनके ऊपर रश हमने अगर दिखाया, वो किसी घर पे रश करते हैं, क्या रहता है? प्लेयर आगे जाते हैं, घर के पास रुकते हैं, पहले थ्रोएबल्स करते हैं, सीधा गन फाइट से, और गन फाइट्स इनका काफी ज्यादा बेहतरीन जा रहा है। बट इफ यू हैव टू जस्ट नो स्टॉप देम, यू काइंड ऑफ, आई वुड से, अगर आपको उनको रोकना है, बहुत सारी चीजें उसके अंदर आती हैं। वो ये रहेगा, उनको 4v4 या फिर 1v1 या फिर 2v2 3v3 ऐसी फाइट्स में मत पकड़िए। उनको तब पकड़िए जब वो शायद किसी और टीम से फाइट ले रहे हैं, एक गेम, दो गेम। अगर आपको पता चलता है, पहली चीज तो उसके लिए आपको पूरी टीम को स्टडी करना पड़ेगा, कहां उतर रहे हैं, वहां से रोटेट कैसे करते हैं, कब रोटेट करते हैं। तो आपको ये पता चलेगा। मे बी अगर आप उस टाइम पर रोटेट कर रहे हैं, तो शायद आप जब देखेंगे कि हमारे सामने फाइट हो रही है, तो आपको कहीं ना कहीं माइंड में आएगा, अगर हमने रीड किया था ये शायद zombies का स्क्वाड है, जो शायद किसी और स्क्वाड से लड़ रहा है। आपको जरूरी नहीं है कि zombies के सारे किल्स मिले, बट वो बाकी जो आपस में फाइट्स हो रहे हैं उसके बीच में आप जाकर के वहां पर chaos जरूर कर सकते हैं। सो ट्राई इंडल्जिंग इन सम काइंड ऑफ फाइट जो दैट गिव्स देम अ टेस्ट ऑफ देयर ओन मेडिसिन। बिकॉज zombies क्या करती है, जब कोई फाइट होती है, बीच में जाकर के वो भी फायदा वहां से उठाते हैं, किल्स उठाते हैं। कल हमने देखा, आपको याद रहेगा, कल के दिन का जो एक मैच था जिसके अंदर गैलेक्सी रेसर पहले फाइट लेकर के zombies के प्लेयर्स आए थे, उन्होंने सीधा फाइट का अपने अपने हिस्से में लिया, और किल्स वहां से बटोरे, और पॉइंट्स वहां से बटोरे। सो इफ यू हैव टू, देन यू हैव टू लुक फॉरवर्ड टू वन थिंग, एंड दैट इज, उनको तब आप पिक करें जब उनके प्लेयर्स ऑलरेडी किसी और फाइट का हिस्सा बन रखे हैं। देन यू काइंड ऑफ हैव गुड पॉइंट्स फॉर योरसेल्फ। बट देखिए, मे बी शायद आज ऐसा हो।
शायद ऐसा हो, शायद ऐसा ना भी हो, बट कुछ भी हो सकता है टू बी ऑनेस्ट, इस तरीके से हालात जा रहे हैं। इनफैक्ट आपने काफी सही पकड़ा। इनफैक्ट अगर आप एक टीम जैसे zombies को डाउन करना चाहेंगे, तो ऑफ कोर्स जाहिर सी बात है उनको थर्ड पार्टी में ही पकड़ना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि 4v4 हम देख रहे हैं वो टीम टूट सी हो चुकी है। एंड जो भी ट्राई करे 4v4 फाइट्स उनके अगेंस्ट जीतना मुश्किल ही नहीं, कभी कभार नामुमकिन भी हो जाता है। जिस तरीके से ये टीम अपना प्रदर्शन दिखा रही है, स्पेशली सली जिस तरीके से खेल रहे हैं, तो देखना पड़ेगा। ये इन्होंने जो अपने लिए स्टोरी लाइन बनाई है, बेहतर, मतलब बेस्ट बेस्ट स्क्वाड्स को भी पछाड़ते जा रहे हैं। अब तक रनर्स अप रहे थे, एंड जिस तरीके से खेलते जा रहे हैं, अगर ऐसे ही खेलते गए तो आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि जो ये सुपर वीकेंड्स का जो सिलसिला है, उसमें तो टॉप करेंगे ही करेंगे, और फाइनल्स में भी एक अच्छा प्रदर्शन निकाल के दिखा सकते हैं। बट चलिए बात करते हैं यहाँ पे दूसरे टीम्स के बारे में। एनएसआर, एनएसआर में ऐसी क्या शॉर्टकमिंग आपको लगी है कि और बेहतरीन, आई मीन ऑफ कोर्स जब आए थे हम लोग को लगा कि यस दिस टीम इज कैरिंग अ लॉट ऑफ प्रोमिसेस, जिस तरीके से चिकन डिनर्स निकाल रहे थे, जिस तरीके से पोजिशनिंग निकाल रहे थे, बट उसके बाद से एक डिप देखने को मिला है। तो अगर एनएसआर के बारे में हम स्पेसिफिकली बात करें, तो व्हाट आर द चेंजेस जो आप सजेस्ट करोगे दैट कैन बी रियली बेनिफिशियल फॉर द स्क्वाड?
सर की एक बात आती है, जैसे आपने बोला कि जब आए थे तो काफी ज्यादा अच्छा खेल रहे थे, उसके बाद कहीं ना कहीं चेंजेस हुए। सो लेट्स जस्ट डिस्कस अ फ्यू थिंग्स फॉर एनएसआर। पहले हफ्ते में 117 पॉइंट्स थे इनके, और दूसरे हफ्ते में अभी तक इनके पास 62 पॉइंट्स इज व्हाट दे हैव एक्यूमुलेटेड, लाइक 62 पॉइंट्स इनके पास आए हैं। सो एक चीज पता चलती है कि ये अब अब लाइक पहले हफ्ते में इन्होंने कहीं ना कहीं डर बिठाया, पहले हफ्ते में काफी अच्छा खेले, और अब ये अपने आप को हल्का सा थोड़ा सा रोकना चाह रहे हैं। आई वोंट से कि कुछ गलत चल रहा है एक्चुअली, ये जस्ट ये अब खुद को ज्यादा ऐसे नहीं दिखाना चाहिए। क्योंकि आप सोचिए, लेट्स टेक एन एग्जांपल ऑफ, अगर हम बाकी एरियाज की बात करें, हमने ज्यूस वर्सेस डीआरएस वगैरह भी देखा। अगर हम बाकी पीएमपीएल्स की बात करें, तो उसमें क्या होता था, सब टीमें जो बाकी नीचे रहती थी, वो इनको ही स्टडी कर रहे होते हैं कि ये टीमें टॉप पर है, कैसे खेल रही, कैसे नहीं, कैसे खेल रही, कैसे नहीं। साउथ से एनएसआर पहले हफ्ते में इनका काफी अच्छा प्रदर्शन था, सो वो यही दिखाता है कि अब अगर ये थोड़ा सा स्लो खेल रहे हैं, जस्ट बिकॉज टीम्स इनको उतना रीड ना करें, जस्ट बिकॉज ये बाकी टीम्स के लिए एक अच्छा स्पेस देते कि जो टॉप टीम्स बाकी खेल रही हैं उनको रीड करता रहा, किया जाता रहे, और ये आराम से, दे आर नॉट हैविंग बैड गेम्स, they are not trying to go for very good games, they are just playing right now just to get the taste of the entire competition, कि क्या चल रहा है, कैसे चल रहा है, just normal। एंड उनका मेन मोटिव हो सकता है कि फाइनल्स में देख लेंगे।
वेल फाइनल्स में देखेंगे, बट देन अगेन वही बात आती है कि यहाँ पे लीग स्टेजेस का भी एक सेट प्राइस पूल है। तो ऑफ कोर्स एनएसआर उससे मिस आउट तो बिल्कुल नहीं करना चाहेगी। मे बी सुपर वीकेंड 3 पे काफी अग्रेसिव जाए, मे बी सुपर वीकेंड 3 पे काफी अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस दिखाए। वो तो आई मीन एक फ्यूचर प्रिडिक्शन की बात होगी, वो कुछ भी हो सकता है। बट अगर इंस्टेंट उनके प्रॉब्लम्स की हम बात करें, तो आई थिंक कहीं ना कहीं अनवांटेड फाइट्स एक वजह बनी है। मैंने देखा है कि एनएसआर के प्लेयर्स काफी सारे अनवांटेड फाइट्स में कभी कभार एंगेज कर जाते हैं, जिसके चलते नॉट जस्ट इन वन फाइट बट साइमल्टेनियसली दो तीन फाइट्स ले बैठते हैं, और प्लेयर्स उनके पास नहीं रहते, कैजुअलिटीज हो जाती है अर्ली ऑन, तो उसके चलते डाउन हो जाते हैं। तो लेट्स सी इफ दे कैन एक्चुअली फिगर टू काइंड ऑफ स्टेप अप ऑन दैट। अगर अच्छे परफॉर्मेंसेस की बात करें तो आजकल हम देख रहे हैं हॉटलाइंस के प्लेयर्स ये काफी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं। इनफैक्ट हॉटलाइंस के अगर हम लोग आंकड़ों की बात करें, इस बार एक अच्छा खासा इंप्रूवमेंट देखने को मिला है। ओवरऑल
या
अगर सिर्फ इस सुपर वीकेंड को हम कंसीडर करें तो 7वें पायदान पे चल रहे हैं, तो वेरी कंसिस्टेंट आउटिंग फ्रॉम देयर साइड। तो व्हाट डू यू हैव टू से कि ये टीम और क्या अच्छा कर सकती है, या फिर यू नो व्हाट हैज बीन देयर मंत्रा ऑफ सक्सेस?
हॉटलाइन के साथ साथ मैं एक और टीम जोड़ूंगा, फेट। सेम पॉइंट्स है दोनों टीम्स के
ऑलराइट।
पास, वो 7th 8th पोजीशन इस हफ्ते के हिसाब से। बट ओवरऑल में अगर आप बात करें, ओवरऑल में लेट्स जस्ट गेट दिस इनटू कंसीडरेशन। ओवरऑल में भी हॉटलाइन 11th पर चल रही है, लेकिन पहले हफ्ते में उनके 77 पॉइंट्स आए थे 15 गेम्स में। इस हफ्ते में अभी तक 10 गेम्स में 67 पॉइंट्स आ चुके हैं। 10 पॉइंट्स का फासला है उनका उनके कंपटीशन से। सो आई से वन ऑफ द बेस्ट थिंग्स जो मुझे लगता है कि हम लीग के अंदर देखते होते हैं, आपका हर हफ्ता आता है। यू हैव द फर्स्ट सुपर वीकेंड, द सेकंड सुपर वीकेंड, द थर्ड सुपर वीकेंड। बट द बेस्ट पार्ट इज every super weekend showcases you one thing, and that is your competition is not just with your opponents but with your own personal best that you did in the previous super weekend. That's where hotline comes. पहला हफ्ता 77 पॉइंट्स, दूसरा हफ्ता 67 पॉइंट्स। अभी तक तो 5 गेम्स और बचे और अच्छा कर सकते हैं। ये जो पुश रहता है, ये जो पुश करने की मेंटालिटी होती है, अपने आपको लिमिट से आगे लेकर जाने की मेंटालिटी होती है, ये हॉटलाइंस के अंदर दिख रही है। सो द बेस्ट पार्ट इज जो वो उन्होंने ओवरकम किया है वो है, ये होता था बिना बात की फाइट्स में इंडल्ज होना, अब नहीं हो रहे हैं ज्यादा। जब हमने देखा अभी भी, अगर हम उमर वगैरह की बात करें, कल के दिन का पहला गेम बहुत डिसेंट था इन प्लेयर्स के लिए, तो ज्यादा उन फाइट्स में इंडल्ज नहीं हो रहे जो इनको पता है कहीं ना कहीं दिक्कत की हो सकती है। सर्कल के पीछे से खेल रहे थे, वहां से 2-3 फाइट्स ली, एक दो प्लेयर्स को डाउन किया, उसके बाद पता चला फाइट नहीं हो सकती है, तो रिच के साइड से सीधा मूव करके आगे अगले जोन में चले गए। सो ज्यादा कमिट ना करना बहुत अच्छी चीज हो रही है इस टीम के लिए।
जी, आई थिंक फाइट से थोड़ा सा डिस्टेंस मेंटेन करके रख रहे हैं, जोन प्रायोरिटी काफी ज्यादा अच्छे तरीके से दे रहे हैं, जिसके चलते वी आर गेटिंग टू सी कि उनकी तरफ से एक अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस देखने को मिल रहा है। इनफैक्ट हॉटलाइन से एक नॉच ऊपर मैं कहीं ना कहीं कहूंगा टीम फेट, मुझे लगती है इन टर्म्स ऑफ देयर गन स्किल, जिस तरीके से फाइट्स में वो हिस्सा लेते हैं, जिस तरीके से फाइट्स में वो चीजों को संभालते हैं, आई थिंक काफी प्रॉमिसिंग रहा है। एक और टीम जो हमेशा से कहीं ना कहीं ऑन अंडर द शैडोज रही है, हैज टू बी टीम सुदोर, राइट? सुदोर की जब बात करते हैं तो वन ऑफ द अग्रेसिव टीम्स आप जरूर बोल सकते हो, जिस हिसाब से उनकी सर्वाइवल इंस्टिंक्ट भी रहती है, और साथ ही साथ किल्स के मामले में भी काफी बेहतरीन खेलते हुए इनफैक्ट नजर आए हैं। इन टर्म्स ऑफ पोजिशनिंग बहुत ज्यादा कंसिस्टेंट टीम रही है। बट आपके मुताबिक क्या इनको और अच्छा करना चाहिए, जिसके बुनाम पे दे कैन गेट दोस चिकन डिनर्स?
सुदूर से आई वुड से, आई नो, ये शायद फिर यहाँ पर हमारे थोड़े से डिफरेंसेस हो सकते हैं आपके और मेरे
चलेगा, चलेगा।
थिंकिंग में। बिकॉज आई वुड से मुझे इनसे कोई शिकायत है ही नहीं है सच। ये टीम और
ओके।
बेहतर ना भी करे तो भी बेहतरीन खेल ही रहे हैं। अभी के लिए 4th पर हैं ये। जिस हिसाब से अगर हम पॉइंट्स की बात करें, दिस इज द 4th टीम जो 200 प्लस पॉइंट्स अपने लिए निकाल चुके हैं। 4th पोजीशन पर है। इनके नीचे फैल्कन आती है जो नहीं खेल रही है ऑब्वियसली, उनके बाद आरटीजी का स्क्वाड आता है 194 पॉइंट्स के साथ। सो ये टीम अगर आज खराब भी खेलती है, ज्यादा से ज्यादा इनका डिप क्या हो सकता है, 5th पोजीशन, 6th पोजीशन, स्टिल इट्स गुड। अगले हफ्ते फिर से आ सकते हैं और फिर से अच्छा खेल सकते हैं। सो सुतोर से आई वुड से, ये जैसा खेल रहे हैं बस वैसा ही खेले, और कुछ इनको चेंज करने की जरूरत नहीं है। इनकी टीम में अगर आप बात करें सैफ की, फिदान की, एसके टन की, ये 3 प्लेयर्स हर बार शाइन आउट कर रहे हैं जब भी फाइट्स होती हैं। और ऐसा नहीं है कि इनकी फाइट्स चाहे इनके ऊपर है चाहे किसी फाइट पे जाए, कभी भी आज तक ऐसा लगा ही नहीं कि हड़बड़ी में फाइट ली है, कभी भी नहीं लग रहा। सो आई वुड से जो खेल रहे हैं बहुत परफेक्ट तरीके से खेलते नजर आ रहे हैं।
आई थिंक एक चीज जरूर कर सकते हैं इज मेक श्योर कि फाइनल सर्कल में और थोड़े बहुत नंबर्स रखे अपने लिए। आई थिंक वो मैंने एक शॉर्ट कमिंग नोटिस करी है कि इनके कुछ ही प्लेयर सर्वाइव करते हैं, आखिरी तक जाते हैं, और आई थिंक दैट हैज बीन द डिफरेंशिएटिंग फैक्टर कि अब तक इन्होंने चिकन डिनर ज्यादा क्यों कलेक्ट नहीं कर पाया। क्योंकि अगर ओवरऑल देखोगे बहुत ही अग्रेसिव टीम है, जैसे आपने बोला, और
जी।
फाइट्स काफी पेशेंटली भी लेते हैं, मौका ढूंढ के लेते हैं, बट कैजुअलिटीज थोड़ा अगर कम ले अगर फाइनल सर्कल में दो तीन प्लेयर्स के साथ जाते हैं, रादर देन जस्ट हैविंग वन प्लेयर एंड हिम सर्वाइविंग टिल द एंड, तो आई थिंक शायद जो चिकन डिनर की जो कमी है वो शायद उनकी पूरी हो जाए। बट नेवरदलेस ये काफी अच्छा खेल रही है ये स्क्वाड। अगर यहाँ पे बात करें टीम गन्स की, वेल गन्स से हमने देखा एक बैक टू बैक इनफैक्ट एक हैट्रिक,
जी।
पहला हैट्रिक। बट कहीं ना कहीं कल उनके परफॉर्मेंस पे एक डिप देखने को मिला था। उसके पीछे क्या लगता है, क्या
या
वजह हो सकती है?
सो आप ये बात काफी बेहतरीन तरीके से कह रहे हैं, क्योंकि जैसे हमने गंज का जो हैट्रिक देखा था, उन हैट्रिक मैचेस में उनके किल नंबर्स देखिए। 11 किल चिकन डिनर, 15 किल चिकन डिनर, 14 किल चिकन डिनर। और उससे पिछला गेम अगर आप बात करें, थर्ड पोजीशन विद 4 किल्स। लेकिन कल के दिन का पहला गेम सेकंड पोजीशन, स्टिल गुड बट 2 किल्स। उसके
स्टिल
बाद
गुड।
11th पोजीशन जीरो, 11th पोजीशन जीरो, 16th पोजीशन जीरो। सो कल के दिन में मैं यही बात बोलूंगा कि टीम अब ये पबजी मोबाइल ई स्पोर्ट्स की एक बहुत अच्छी चीज है कि टीम्स आपको जल्दी समझती हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि टीम्स भी उसी जगह खेल रही हैं। टीम्स उसके बाद भी लाइक गेम खत्म होता है तो कोई भी टीम रेस्ट नहीं करती, चाहे अच्छा दिन है चाहे बुरा दिन है, टीम्स वापस से समझने पे आती हैं। तो टीम्स आपको समझ रही हैं। कल के दिन का पहला गेम यही था कि मोमेंटम बनाने के लिए था। गन्स ने बनाया, बाकी टीम्स ने बनाया, लेकिन उसके बाद टीम जान चुकी है क्या कर रहे हैं, कैसे कर रहे हैं फाइट। अगर अब गन्स के लिए ये हो रहा था, गन्स अगर कोई फाइट अवॉइड करती थी तो भी उनके ऊपर टीम्स जा रही थी फाइट लेने के लिए। दैट जस्ट शोकेसेस कि हर बार आपको अगर फाइट चाहिए या नहीं चाहिए तो भी आपको रेडी रहना पड़ेगा फॉर द द एडवर्स टू कम। तो ये चीज आई गेस गन्स आज तैयार करके आएगी, क्योंकि अगर कोई टीम, आप सोचिए, कोई टीम ऐसी हो सकती है जो बैक टू बैक 3 चिकन डिनर्स निकाल दे, वो टीम और बेहतरीन कर सकती है। और जो टीम यहां पर इस तरीके से अपने आप को टॉप 2 के अंदर लेकर के बैठी है ओवरऑल के अंदर, 292 पॉइंट्स, zombies के अगेंस्ट एक अच्छी टक्कर दे रही है जो टीम, वो टीम और बेहतरीन जरूर आराम से यहां पर अपने गेम प्लेस बना सकती है।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल कर तो सकती है एंड हमने देखा है उनमें वो काबिलियत है। बट जैसे कि आपने बोला, प्रिडिक्टेबिलिटी रह जाती है, टीम्स फिगर आउट कर गए उनके गेम आइडियाज, उनके गेम प्लान्स, तो कहीं ना कहीं उनका खामियाजा उनको भुगतना पड़ रहा है। बट देन अगेन ओशन, देयर इज वन मोर टीम जो सुपर वीकेंड 1 में काफी अच्छा खेल रही थी, बट सडनली सुपर वीकेंड 2 में कहीं ना कहीं फिजल आउट कर गए। यस देवियो सज्जनों, आप समझ गए मैं कौन सी टीम की बात कर रहा हूं। ऑफ कोर्स हैज टू बी रिको इन्फिनिटी। चलिए उसके बारे में हम थोड़ी देर में बात करेंगे। फिलहाल नजर डालते हैं हमारे स्केड्यूल के तरफ, जहां पे हम लोग ऑफ कोर्स देख सकते हैं इरांगल मिरामार, सैनहॉक मिरामार इरांगल के ही फॉर्मेट में सारे मैचेस खेले जाने वाले हैं। यूजुअल फॉर्मेट है, आप सब इससे ऑलरेडी वाकिफ हो, तो आपको कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी। बट देन अगेन यू नो ओशन, मैच स्टार्ट होने वाला है, इरैंगल का मैप है।
जी
तो ऑफ कोर्स आपसे और
बिल्कुल।
दर्शकों से जरूर पूछना चाहूंगा प्रिडिक्शन, कौन सी टीम लगता है ये पहले मैप पे चिकन लेगी?
बिल्कुल उस चीज के ऊपर मैं आऊंगा, लेकिन मैं एक चीज जरूर बताना चाहूंगा, कोई भी टीम जीते वो अपना वो गेमर मोड ऑन करके तो यहां पर खेल ही रहे हैं। ऑब्वियसली ये साफ यहां पर पता चलता है।
राइट।
उनका वो बॉर्न टू विन एटीट्यूड उनको बाकी सब टीमों से अलग रखता है। जितने मर्जी चिकन डिनर्स हुए हो, हर बार ये शो किया जाता है, ये हमें देखने को मिलता है कि कोई ना कोई एक ऐसी टीम होती है जो कुछ एक्स्ट्रॉर्डिनरी करती है चिकन डिनर के लिए। चाहे कम किल्स है तो उनका सर्वाइवल मैटर करता है, चाहे ज्यादा किल्स है तो उनका एग्रेशन मैटर करता है। वो सब उस गेमर मोड के साथ, उस बॉर्न टू विन एटीट्यूड के साथ आज आता है, जो ऑब्वियसली यहाँ पर ओपर रेनो 5 सीरीज के थ्रू हमें कहीं ना कहीं देखने को मिलता है। बट इसके बाद लेट्स जस्ट कम टू द डिस्कशन, जो आपने काफी अच्छे तरीके से पॉइंट किया था। एक हफ्ता 140 पॉइंट्स, दूसरा हफ्ता सिर्फ 28 पॉइंट्स, रिको इन्फिनिटी जिसकी की हम बात कर रहे थे। आई वुड से इनका एज सच कुछ गलत नहीं हुआ है, बट द थिंग इज इट्स जस्ट द एलिमेंट जो आपको पता होगा। जैसे कभी कभी हमने देखा है कोई टीम एक टाइम पर बहुत बेहतरीन खेलती है, अगले टाइम पर नहीं खेल पाती। इट्स जस्ट द एलिमेंट। फाइट से अभी भी ले रहे हैं, ऐसा नहीं कि फाइट से दूर भाग रहे हैं, फाइट से अभी भी ले रहे हैं, बट दे आर नॉट फाइंडिंग आउट द करेक्ट, दे आर नॉट फाइंडिंग द करेक्ट फाइट, द राइट फाइट उनके लिए जो होती है। क्योंकि अगर आपको पता है कि आप बैठे भी हो, आप सर्कल के अंदर भी हो, देयर हैव बीन मेनी मोमेंट्स एज वेल जब ये जोन के बाहर थे और बहुत बाहर पकड़े गए थे। सो आई वुड से अभी तो नहीं, बट शायद ये हफ्ता खेल रहे हैं जैसे भी खेल रहे हैं, लीग डे में शायद पहले दिन के 2-3 गेम्स, मेरे ख्याल से ये शायद थोड़े बहुत एक्सपेरिमेंट्स कर सकते हैं जो इनके काम आ सकते हैं।
यस ऑफ कोर्स, क्योंकि अगर आप वो सेम स्ट्रैट्स यूज करते हो, देन जाहिर सी बात है टीम्स आपको फिगर आउट कर देती है। तो ऑफ कोर्स रिको इन्फिनिटी के लिए ये एक दिक्कत तो बड़ा वजह बन चुका है। और काफी टाइम हम देख रहे हैं उनके प्लेयर्स भी बहुत टाइम जैसे मैं एनएसआर के बारे में बोल रहा था, सेम चीज मैंने देखी है, बहुत बार अनवांटेड फाइट्स ले रहे हैं। सेकेंड चीज है, ड्रॉप के तरफ जाते हुए अर्ली कोलिशंस भी इनके साथ काफी बार हुए हैं। तो डेफिनेटली नॉट द काइंड ऑफ आउटिंग जो अपने लिए चाहेंगे, बट अभी भी एक आखिरी दिन है टू काइंड ऑफ रिपेयर और मिटिगेट द डैमेजेस जो कि अभी तक उनके ऊपर हुए हैं। तो आई थिंक इस टीम के पास वो तजुर्बा भी है, उनके पास वो प्लेयर्स भी है जो एक स्टैंडर्ड रखते हैं टू बी इन द टॉप 3, राइट। उन्होंने दिखाया है, इसको प्रूव भी किया है। आपने ऐसे बोला कि हर ई स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट के लाइफ में कुछ कुछ डिप्स आते हैं, जहाँ पे आप चाह के भी, आप जितनी भी कोशिश कर लो, आप अगर ओवर थिंक कर रहे हो, एक बर्नआउट सी आ जाती है जहाँ पे परफॉर्मेंसेस आपकी खराब होती हैं। तो ऑफ कोर्स चाहेंगे कि एक रीसेट हो जाए प्लेयर के दिमाग में, थोड़ा सा कुछ अलग एक्टिविटीज करे जिसके चलते यू कैन फोकस मोर ऑन द गेम। लाइक दिन भर आप गेम खेलते रहते हो, ये करते रहते हो, इट काइंड ऑफ टेक्स अ टॉल ऑन योर ब्रेन, एंड उसके बाद कहीं ना कहीं
जी।
आप डिप्रेस हो जाते हो कि यस आई एम नॉट एबल टू डिलीवर, एंड इट इज अ फैक्ट। ये बहुत सारे स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर्स के साथ होता है कि वो जो स्लंप के टाइम में दे स्टार्ट क्वेश्चनिंग देमसेल्व्स कि मैं इतना खराब क्यों खेल रहा हूँ, मेरे से क्यों नहीं हो पा रहा, हाउ एम आई डाइंग, पहले तो ऐसे नहीं होता था। इट्स
आई
जस्ट
मीन
दैट मेंटल थिंग कि माइंड आल्सो नीड्स सम रेस्ट, राइट।
मेरे को दो अच्छे एग्जांपल्स, अभी मैं ऑब्वियसली स्टैट्स देख रहा था साइड वाली स्क्रीन पे, तो मेरे को दो अच्छे एग्जांपल्स दिखे जिसके बारे में डिस्कस करना चाहूंगा इसके अंदर। गैलेक्सी रेसर, पहला हफ्ता कोई पॉइंट्स नहीं थे, क्वालिफाई नहीं हुए थे, इस हफ्ता 134 पॉइंट्स अभी तक ले चुके हैं ये। सो लेट्स जस्ट गेट दिस वन आउट। नेक्स्ट, साइट्स, पहला हफ्ता 58 पॉइंट्स, ये हफ्ता अभी तक 93 पॉइंट्स है इस टीम के पास भी। सो कोशिश इस टीम की तरफ से भी जारी है। ये दो टीमें बहुत बेहतरीन रिजल्ट्स दिखा रही हैं। ऑब्वियसली अगर हम अपनी तीसरी टीम की बात करें जो अल्फा लेजेंड्स है, 151 पॉइंट्स पहले हफ्ते में और दूसरे हफ्ते में अभी तक 60 पॉइंट्स हैं, वो तो है ही टॉप 3 के अंदर अभी के लिए। बट आज का दिन इन तीनों टीमों के लिए किस तरीके से पैन आउट करेगा, एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल है, क्योंकि आज के दिन में जितने आपने पॉइंट्स निकाल लिए वो आपके अभी के लिए दो सुपर वीकेंड्स के पॉइंट्स ऐड अप करके आपको एक हल्का सा रिफ्लेक्शन दिखा देंगे कि आपको अगले हफ्ते में क्या करना है।
जी हाँ, और बात इसी के साथ देवी और सज्जनों, हो चुका है हमारा पहला गेम स्टार्ट। फ्लाइट पाथ ट्रैजेक्टरी आपके बिल्कुल सामने, यहाँ पे नॉर्दर्न साइड से जाता हुआ सदर्न साइड की तरफ ऑल द वे ऑन टुवर्ड्स दैट वेस्टर्न ट्रैक। तो यहाँ पे अगर हम बात करें हमारी टीमों की, तो आई थिंक अल्फा लेजेंड्स को थोड़ी हल्की फुल्की दिक्कत होने वाली है। स्नाई की तरफ जाने के लिए व्हीकल्स की तलाश में निकलेंगे। जॉम्बीज के प्लेयर्स को आप देख सकते हैं सिवर्नी की तरफ जाते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। अगर हम बात करें टीम साइट्स की, आई थिंक सुसनोफ का मिलिट्री बेस आराम से जा सकते हैं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं होने वाला है। बट एट द सेम टाइम लेट्स टॉक अबाउट गैलेक्सी रेसेस, आई थिंक वो भी आराम से जा पाएंगे। बट आपसे और हमारे दर्शकों से फिर से वही सवाल, जितने भी ज्ञानी हैं यहाँ पे चैट के अंदर, प्लीज जोन प्रेडिक्शन जल्दी से जल्दी कर दीजिए।
ओके, तो अगर आप जोन प्रिडिक्शन की बात करें, फ्लाइट पाथ के ऑपोजिट साइड पर बनना चाहिए जोन इस बार। तो ऐसा कुछ अगर हमें देखने को मिल जाए, सोचिए वो हमें मैंशन शेल्टर, आपको याद है एक टाइम पर ऐसा होता ही था कि हर बार सर्कल उधर की साइड बनते थे, जो हम पहले टूर्नामेंट्स वगैरह कास्ट कर रहे थे, बहुत ज्यादा बेहतरीन होता था। एंड ये
I feel like I just cast a curse to it. It's actually going to go on ahead and hard shift all the way over to that eastern side, so it looks like we're in for a little bit of a ride here.
Well, we were definitely expecting things not to be easy coming into this final day, and of course, in true PUBG fashion, Erangel gives us exactly that. Puts quite a bit of a challenge up for these teams. Puts the flight path over towards the west, chucks the zone all the way to that eastern side. So definitely some tricky rotations bound to come in from these teams. But so far the spread is looking fairly satisfactory. I mean, we've got a nice spread of teams on that far western side. As we move a little bit closer towards the east, you can see a lot of teams already mobilizing themselves, rushing in to get up into their loot positions, get their loot ready and prepped for these coming phases. You can see these teams are serious. They know what's at stake here today.
They definitely do. These are the last 5 games of the Super Weekend. Obviously, want to go ahead and get as many as you can because there's potential that they don't join us in our last Super Weekend. At this point, I feel like the only way to go ahead and qualify in that top 16 places that these teams want is to really get into at least 2 of the Super Weekends. So some of these teams, you know, this is their first Super Weekend for at least 4 of them. It's a dangerous game. You know, they have to go ahead and play really well coming into this last league play because they have to make it into the 3rd Super Weekend. Meanwhile, everybody else, obviously, just in case, want to gain as many points as possible to kind of give themselves padding just in case they don't make it into the last Super Weekend. And I feel like Falcons, since they did so well on the first Super Weekend and they're still in 5th, they could potentially... Wait, I have to do the math. I was like, they could potentially not even come to the 3rd Super Weekend and still barely make it inside of the top 16, but I'd have to actually look at the numbers and do the math on that one to boldly make that claim.
Well, I can tell you we're in for quite a bit of a ride, but you know, one of the other teams that we've been speaking about in previous days as well was, of course, also the players there from Real Tiger 9. You know, one of the teams we've been also waiting to see that performance come in. See them step up to the plate, bring that A-class play. And hopefully, again, you know, we'll see that coming in from them as in today's games. And we're now watching the players here from Fate going about their looting phase, moving through Hospital. But I mean, Fate also, they've got a little bit of a challenge up ahead. You know, they've got a little bit of work to do. They've missed out on that first Super Weekend. Currently, we're seeing them sitting over in that is, of course, they're currently sitting in 17th place overall. So definitely hoping that Flare starts stepping it up. But of course, the same goes for the players from YaLLa. Currently finding themselves over in 12th place. It's not a bad position to be in, but you know, we're expecting a stronger performance from their side as well.
I feel like I'm a little bit surprised that they're in 12th overall because I feel like yesterday and even the day before, YaLLa kept finding themselves towards the top of the leaderboard for some of the games, but they're still only in 12th place. Meanwhile, I think 2 of the teams that we were keeping an eye on as well came in as HOTLINE. And what was the other team that ended up going on ahead and jumping up to the top of the leaderboard a lot? But a few of these teams, as we already know, are kind of exceeding expectations at this point, trying to get to the top. And I mean, YaLLa was one of them. So them being in 12th place, I'm sure that they want to go ahead and go a little bit higher for today.
Yeah, definitely agree. So yeah, here is the Real Tiger 9s. Just going through their looting phase, making sure they've got everything prepped and ready to roll. But I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing some interesting plays coming in from the teams. You know, they've had 2 days in the Super Weekend where they've now had opportunity to analyze their gameplay, analyze the map, the play styles of the opponents, and from that come up with a plan that could be really beneficial for them. Of course, NASR was a team we also saw a really strong performance coming from, especially in the league plays. On the first Super Weekend, they finished up in 6th place overall, so definitely hoping that we see that increase as well. I mean, pretty much all the teams we're going to be looking at, I'm going to be saying, you know, I'm hoping for that increase, but that is honestly what I'm hoping to see. Because I want to see them all just playing this game at the level that we know they can compete at.
Oh, exactly. I mean, our whole thing really is we want to watch these teams, see the amazing things that they're able to perform to do, and we know that all these teams are capable. They've gone on ahead and shown us either definitely or given us a little bit of a hint, so we know it's there, and we want all these teams to go on ahead and do their absolute best because we obviously know that the stakes are really high, and we love to see it. We love to see the challenge coming in from all these guys taking fights with each other.
Yes, what we love to see, and of course now, as you've mentioned, you know, we know we've seen quite a few of the abilities that these teams have in store. You know, what they've got in their bag, what they've got up their sleeves, and I'm so excited to see exactly how much of that we'll be seeing in this first particular match. But now as we jump over towards the players here from SUDOR, you can see them all the way over towards the Nova crates. So a fairly interesting drop all the way down.
रियली कॉन्फिडेंट ऑन दैट सेकंड ड्रॉप तभी आपको जाना पड़ेगा बिकॉज अकेले एक एरिया पर जाकर के या फिर कोई अपना एकदम से लोकेशन बदल करके इट माइट नॉट गिव यू रिजल्ट्स। मे बी आप उतरो, मे बी आपको पता है, मे बी मेरा ड्रॉप लोकेशन, मान लीजिए मेरा ड्रॉप लोकेशन में भी पोचिंग की रहता है, बट मेरे को दिक्कत होती है और मैं जॉर्जपोल चले जाता हूँ, बट वहां पर भी ऑलरेडी कोई और टीम आ रही है, या फिर जॉर्जपोल के पीछे कोई टीम आ रही है, मैं तो कंटेनर्स लूट रहा हूँ मेरी टीम के साथ, बट जैसी जो पीछे वाली टीम आएगी वो उनको वो एरिया के आसपास का ज्यादा अच्छे से पता है, तो दिक्कत मुझे ही होगी एट दी एंड।
ऑलराइट, आई थिंक मैं एक टाइम के लिए घबरा गया था कि मैं सोचने लग गया था कि यूएस में मॉडिफिकेशंस कब से होने लग गए, ये 4x4 ड्राइव कब से हो गई, बट थैंक गॉड इट वाज जस्ट कॉस्मेटिक्स। बट फिलहाल यहाँ पे अगर बात करें ओवरऑल, अभी तक हलचल कुछ भी नहीं हुआ है, नथिंग, नो एक्शन।
For them to take up. So definitely going to be looking to see exactly where these teams are going, what they're going to be doing, and what that will then result into. Will we have a little bit of a snowball effect coming in as the teams keep on pushing further and further in towards the zone? Of course, we're hoping to see that momentum build up come in. Of course, not expecting too much momentum in the early phases of this game, as it is pretty much still those looting phases, but it gives the teams the opportunities to move into angles where they think they'll be safe for the next few phases, or even potentially setting them up for those rotations. And as you can see exactly now, the players here from HOTLINEs and GUNZ just come flying right past the Fanatic Zombies. So definitely things are starting to heat up as HOTLINE and GUNZ are keeping a very watchful eye on each other.
Yeah, it looks like everybody's making a rotation through here. We were actually observing Galaxy races for a little bit, and I was going to say I'm quite nervous because that road up there is a really nice place to be playing, but honestly, it's a place where a lot of teams do rotate through, and then if they're to get into a fight, it's quite out in the open. But as of right now, they're actually fine. The majority of these teams driving by Fanatic Zombies inside of that new compound, and now it just looks like HOTLINE Esports are trying to protect themselves from the Fanatic Zombies as they try to pull up onto their little dip here. But it does look like Boyka, he's getting punished a little bit down to half HP, but he should be able to disengage off of that.
But I'm really liking the confidence that we see coming in from these players. You know, they've come in, they look so comfortable. Yes, they are in engagements, but of course they're playing a very calculated game. They're not doing anything that could maybe bite them in the foot. You know, you can see those positions. I mean, look, even the Fanatic Zombies, they've taken up that position, they're holding it, they're just tapping away those shots if they have the opportunity. GUNZ also rotating into a compound, keeping a very watchful eye over towards the shelter there, but again, not overexposing themselves yet. The same can be said here for Galaxy Racer. Really strong group work that we see, especially from the Galaxy Racers here.
I am so glad that they went on ahead and moved away from that top road area that they were holding into a little bit of a safer spot. And honestly, them pulling right on into prison, that wizard tower is a very, very strong location to be. So from there, they'll be able to make any sort of rotation vehicle or not. So nice spot for them to be able to grab already. Meanwhile, all these other teams are slowly still trying to figure out their own way inside this zone, as we can see from multiple people coming in on the northern side. But so far, almost everything in the center is taken, except actually Trophy Compound is completely open. I'm kind of curious to see who's going to be able to spot that and grab that first. Potentially HOTLINE, as you could see, all of them are kind of driving around looking.
Oh, a lot of rotations coming in. And I mean, YaLLa still venturing back and forth, trying to see if they can find any of those angles. But of course, now just leapfrogging in between the vehicles as they now move up towards this compound that we can see just up on the hill. We've seen a few fights break out in past games, but of course now looking to see exactly how these teams are going to try and position themselves. The players here from Zombies, of course, not taking that angle up in towards prison, just holding there for the time being. It is an eastern zone, so it's a fairly strong position if they can fortify it, but it also depends on where that zone goes. If the zone stays in and around this prison region, could be a really beneficial compound to be occupying.
Oh yeah, this compound just on the other side of prison. It's a really nice one to go on ahead and grab as well. Noble. It's really hard to actually push onto this, so really they're just able to go on ahead, sit back, and shoot at anybody else that potentially gets near them. On the other hand, though, since nobody can really get near them, there could be the potential for nobody to really take shots at if they're able to go and LOS that compound, because it's really well known that compound is unpushable but has sightlines on a lot of stuff. So Zombies, we know that they're fraggers. They get the majority of their points from kills. That position might not be the best for them in their play style, so I won't be surprised maybe if we see some of them start to expand out from there.
I'm definitely expecting this to start building, but I mean, I mentioned this before. You know, we're seeing these calculated maneuvers coming from the teams. Of course, you can see already the players here from Real Tiger 9 looking really calculated in their positioning, just, you know, moving up bit by bit, the slightest bit. But of course, we see a few engagements now coming into that center part of the zone as we wait to see where the next phase is going to be taking us, and it heads further in towards the east, centering up over on towards Lipovka. So wow, this is going to be an absolutely insane zone. We got so many players still in this game, but now everyone needs to try and squeeze into that region in and around Lipovka. I mean, if you want to talk about a challenge, this is definitely a super challenging zone.
Wow, that hardship over. Yeah, you can see even the people all the way on the outskirts.
I think recent update एक हुआ था कि hardcore पानी circle नहीं देखने को मिलेगा, but अगर आज हो जाता है then फिर से काया पलट जाएगी यहाँ पे चीजों की। और well, Galaxy Race is responding very quickly to the new shift, और shorelines पे जरूर मौजूद है, but Real Tigers के players उनके ऊपर shots लेते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। अल्ट्रॉन मैक्सकाश को काफी डैमेज जरूर हुआ है, बट अभी के लिए वो फिलहाल सही सलामत है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, अभी अल्ट्रॉन आगे जा सक रहे हैं, लेकिन मैं वापस से उसे कॉन्वर्सेशन पे आना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि मैंने काफी बार उस चीज को देखा भी। एक बार मैंने उसके ऊपर एनालिसिस भी किया था, तो मेरे को पता चला था कि जो पानी का एरिया रहता है उसका एक अलग टेक्सचर रहता है, राइट। वो टेक्सचर ऑब्वियसली जो लैंड साइड का टेक्सचर है उससे डिफरेंट होता है, तो एक टाइम पर पानी के एरिया से ऑब्वियसली सर्कल को जाना पड़ता है। खैर, उसके बारे में बाद में बात करेंगे, लेकिन यहाँ पर ज़ॉम्बीज़ के प्लस आरटीजी के अगेंस्ट फाइट ले रहे हैं। आप इस टाइम पर सोचिए, इस टाइम पर कोई और टीम आसपास होती है तो वो शायद यहाँ पर फाइट ले तो जरूर कारगर हो सकती है, बट आरटीजी के प्लस को पता चल चुका है कि यहाँ पर फाइट लेना शायद उतना खास ना हो, तो सन के शायद पीछे से मूव करके कहीं और जा रहे हैं। मीन बंदे का साइड से एक प्लेयर जरूर अपनी गाड़ी से वहां पर डाउन हो चुके हैं। अब देखते हैं उनको किस तरीके से यहाँ पर बचाया जाए, लेकिन सेन के लिए भी मुश्किलें हो चुकी है। स्पॉटेड है, ऑब्वियसली बाहर की तरफ को गए थे, फिर वापस अंदर आ गए। आई डोंट नो वो किस तरीके से यहाँ पर काम में आया उनके, बट बात ये कि उन्होंने अपने व्हीकल को भी यहाँ पर कहीं ना कहीं काफी डिफरेंट स्थिति के अंदर अब वो अपने व्हीकल को लेकर के जा चुके हैं। मीनवाइल अल्पलेंस के प्लेयर्स यहाँ पर हमें रिको इन्फिनिटी के साथ फाइट लेते नजर आ रहे हैं। एंड अगेन यही चीज की हम रिको इन्फिनिटी के अगेंस्ट बात कर रहे थे, राइट। ये जो ओवर कमिटमेंट रहता है, ये दिक्कत में इस टीम को लेकर के आ सकता है।
जी हाँ, आप देखिए नासिर के पोजीशन कितने दूर है। फिलहाल जोडी ऑलरेडी चार्ज इन करते हुए, खालिद यहाँ पे नॉकडाउन हो चुके हैं। 3 प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे टेक डाउन कर दिए गए। रिको इन्फिनिटी फिर से शुरुआती क्षणों में ही काफी बड़े दिक्कतों में फंसती हुई। आखिरी प्लेयर नासिर, वो भी कितने देर सर्वाइव करेंगे ये देखना पड़ेगा। स्नाइपर के जरूर मार्को को उन्होंने नॉक किया तो था, बट काइतो से वो बच नहीं पाए। बट ज़ैद, आई थिंक उनका किल यहाँ पे चोरी होने वाला है और उनको फिनिश भी कर दिया गया। मार्को जरूर जीवित है, उनके ऊपर स्मोक जरूर डाल दिए गए, बट ऑलरेडी आप देख सकते हैं कि औश और शत्तूर काफी करीब। टीम स्नाइपर्स क्या यहाँ से सही सलामत बच के निकल पाएंगी?
सवाल तो है, पर जवाब शायद हमें थोड़ी देर में देखने को मिले, या फिर जो उनकी कंपटीशन उनके सामने है, राइट, वो जस्ट आगे मूव करेंगे। बाय द लुक्स ऑफ इट ऐसा नहीं लग रहा है कि सब प्लेयर्स मूव करने के लिए तैयार है। 2 प्लेयर्स गाड़ी में हैं, 2 प्लेयर्स ऑब्वियसली जस्ट ऑन फुट है। मीनवाइल गन्स का स्क्वाड भी हम यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं। और सर्कल, अब देखते हैं अगला सर्कल किस तरफ जाएगा। ओके ओके ओके, ऑलमोस्ट इस समय पानी ज्यादा है सर्कल में।
ये क्या चल रहा है? आई मीन What are the chances कि हम लोग को एक कंप्लीट वाटर सर्कल देखने को मिले? अगर देखने को मिलता भी है तो आपको क्या लगता है, टीम्स क्या वही सेम स्ट्रैटेजी, गाड़ी पानी के अंदर लेके जाओ, पायलट सीट पे अपने दूसरे टीममेट को बिठाओ एंड वो सारे शॉट्स लेगा? आई थिंक वही एक इकलौती स्ट्रैटेजी जो काम करेगी। उसके अलावा और क्या ही है? आई मीन
एक चीज देखिए, साइड्स के प्लेयर देखिए आप, साइड्स के प्लेयर वो काफी बेहतरीन जगह पर है। इस समय जो जोन का सेंट्रल एरिया वो उनके पास है, तो अगर बाद में सर्कल लैंड साइड पर जाता भी है तो भी वो ले सकते हैं, और अगर सर्कल नीचे जाता है तो भी वो डिफेंड कर सकते हैं। ये बहुत बेहतरीन जगह इनके लिए बन चुकी है। एंड आई थिंक जो आपने क्वेश्चन पूछना, व्हाट आर द चांसेस, आई से अ लॉट।
वाह, चलो ओशन ने तो बोल दिया यहाँ पे आज वाटर सर्कल देखने को मिलेगा। देखते हैं यहाँ पे एक्चुअली देखने को मिलता है या नहीं। अगर देखने को मिलता भी है तो कौन सी टीम एक्चुअली यहाँ पे चिकन डिनर लेके जाएगी? बट फिलहाल यहाँ पे अगर फ्रीक की तरफ नजर डाले, फ्रीक ऑलरेडी डाउन हो चुके हैं। गन्स के प्लेयर्स फिर से दिक्कतों में फंसते हुए। यहाँ पे हमूदी के कुछ गोल्डन ग्रेनेड्स मैं जरूर देखना चाहूंगा। हमने देखा है कि इनकी एक्यूरेसी कितनी बेहतरीन होती है, और ये रैंगल 2.0 के कुछ पिट्स देखने को मिल रहे हैं, कुछ टेरेन में बदलाव देखने को मिल रहे हैं। ये सारी चीजें काफी सारी छोटी मोटी चेंजेस हुई हैं जो कि कॉम्पिटिटिव में एक बहुत बड़ा डिफरेंस क्रिएट करती है। वेल हमने देखा था टीम साइड्स के प्लेयर्स ऑन द एजेस ऑन द शोर लाइंस मौजूद थे, बट फिलहाल वो एक दिक्कतों में फंस सके क्योंकि ऑलरेडी वहां पे डाउन हो रहे उनके प्लेयर्स।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ एक और बात आती है यहाँ पर। अगर आप देख सकें, प्लेयर्स अपने एरियाज को कहीं ना कहीं डिफेंड करने की कोशिश करें, जहां पर हैं जहां पर नहीं है, उन सब चीजों के हिसाब से। खैर, आगे की बात यहाँ पर ये आती है कि ज़ॉम्बीज के प्लेयर्स यहाँ पर स्पॉटेड हैं। ज़ॉम्बीज का आज का प्रदर्शन मैं जरूर देखना चाहूंगा, किस हिसाब से उनका प्रदर्शन यहाँ पर रहता है। मीनवाइल गुएंस के प्लेयर्स भी टेक डाउन हो रहे हैं एक एक करके, लेकिन ब्रेक को वहां पर डाउन किया जा चुका है अल्फा लेजेंड्स के प्लेयर्स के द्वारा। देखते हैं कि क्या वो यहाँ पर अग्रसर होना चाहिए, क्या यहाँ पर एग्रेशन हमें देखने को मिलता है इस टीम के द्वारा या फिर नहीं। मीनवाइल ब्रेक को वो जो रिवाइव चाहिए वो जरूर उसके लिए प्लेयर्स यहां पर आ रहे हैं। उमामा में आते हुए नजर जरूर आ चुके हैं, या आगे की तरफ को स्मोक कर रहे हैं। मे बी, जस्ट मे बी, उस घर में जाना चाहती है अल्फा लेजेंड्स की स्क्वाड बाय द लुक्स ऑफ इट। यस, बट विल दे बी एबल टू और नॉट?
देखते हैं यहाँ पे एक्चुअली क्या कर पाएंगे या फिर नहीं, ये एक सवाल बन जाता है। फिलहाल सर्किल आप देख सकते हैं बहुत ही प्यारा।
Firstly to secure, but secondly to move into. As I mean, you can see a lot of these compounds already being occupied by so many of these teams. I mean, the zombies just looking absolutely phenomenal in their spread there. But Alpha, as you can see, SUDOR now going for a bit of a swim, just trying to sneak up in towards that zone. So it's definitely going to be an interesting approach to get into the zone. But now we can see the teams still fighting it out in the north. Slow rotations starting to come in from the south. But NASR starting to venture a little bit further in towards the land, moving away from the coast, as they probably expecting so many teams to be positioned on the beaches and trying to push a little bit further inwards. But what I'm curious to see now is where this next zone shift is going to be taking us. Will it move onto the land, or will it move onto the water? Either way, it's going to be tough, and it moves onto the shoreline. Oh my goodness, man, what is happening?
You know, I don't know. I was gonna say I would want to be real Tiger 9 in this position because they have those warehouses smack dab in the center of that previous zone. Nobody can really push those warehouses without them knowing about it. But now this next shift, maybe I'd want to be some of the teams on the coast. The only issue is the teams on the coast, they're already actively fighting, so they could go on ahead and potentially take each other out, and all these other teams that are just on the outskirts of it could take their time and come in third party and take them down as they're already damaged. So they're definitely going to be waiting until the last moment before they start pushing in. Meanwhile, everybody further away, they're going to start making a hard push sooner rather than later. We can already see that kind of happening with this push happening between SUDOR and Fate, and SCYTES even as well over here.
Oh man, Fate now, they were trying to push on in, but SCYTES just putting up those defensive angles, and of course Ghost quickly trying to recover a little bit of health. As you can see, Fate down to potentially one, hopeful that of course being Isawi. But now the zombies still just capitalizing on this chaos element, setting out so many shots, sending out those utilities, trying to find all those angles. But they also need to think of getting into the zone. As you can see, the team there from Galaxy Racer mobilizing themselves, starting to push on in. Alpha also now trying to increase their position in the zone. They've got quite a bit of ground to cover, but here we go now. Oh, absolute chaos erupting all across this map. So you can see NASR now feeling the pressure of the team starting to push on in. They're trying to hold the fort for as long as they possibly can. RTG also running into a bit of trouble there, but NASR now just peeking these windows, waiting for that opportunity, waiting for the players up ahead. But of course the snipers have a nade coming straight up in towards them. Oh, this is going to be such an insane 13 teams in this game, but I wonder for how long.
I don't know, at this point everybody's just sending it on in to the coast. Some of these teams actually sending it straight into the water. We can see that happening between Galaxy Racer and RTG, just in the water, just waiting it out and healing underwater. And meanwhile, everybody else on the edge are still fighting. Fate actually goes down, as you can see SUDOR pushing up on top of them. And the snipers even trying to take down Alpha Legends. It looks like it's only Chad's left, Chaos left.
Wow, this is an absolutely brutal zone, and it is not stopping anytime soon as the snipers finds the hits in towards Alpha Legends. Off they go back to warm the line. Of course, an absolutely brutal play, but Real Tiger 9 now coming in and moving up on towards these cliffs. This could be a really beneficial angle for them. And of course, we're going to be looking to see how they could try and capitalize on that. As you can see, the northern section of this beach, what is going on? The northern beach is so
Wow.
insane, so many teams, but that zone now once again shifting up in and towards the water. I mean, we were expecting a challenging day, but this is just absolutely...
हाँ, actually this pun makes sense. एंड देखना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे टीम्स एक्चुअली इनकी स्ट्रैटेजी क्या रहने वाली, यू नो, जोक्स अपार्ट, लेट्स जस्ट क्रंच थिंग्स डाउन. अगर यहाँ पे एक टीम एजेस पे रहेगी, लैंडलाइन शोर्स पे रहेगी, अगर दूसरे टीम्स को डिनाई कर सकती है उनकी वाटर एंट्री, तो आई थिंक काफी सारे किल्स ले सकती है. उसके लिए एक प्लेयर को जरूर सैक्रिफिशियल खेलना पड़ेगा. आई थिंक रियल टाइगर्स एक बहुत ही अच्छी काम कर रही है यहाँ पे, ऊपर की तरफ लेके बहुत सारा विजन ले रही है अपने लिए, एंड टीमों को पानी की तरफ कूदने से पहले ही अगर फिनिश करने लग जाए तो काफी सारी टीम्स यहाँ पे संभावनाएं बढ़ जाती है कि यहीं पे एलिमिनेट हो जाएंगी.
आपको याद होगा एक बार ऐसा अगर हमें गेम देखा था, वहां पर तो काफी मुक्के बरसाए गए थे आखिर में, लेकिन वहां पर भी एक पत्थर तो था बीच में. इस बार ना कोई पत्थर है ना कुछ, आपको सर्वाइवल इसी तरीके से करना पड़ेगा, और इसमें कोई ना कोई ऐसा होगा जो सर्वाइव करके बहुत सारे प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स निकाल सके. यहां से देखते हैं कौन किस तरीके से कैसे यहां पर कहीं ना कहीं सर्वाइव कर पाता है. मीनवाइल सब लोगों को अब पानी के अंदर जाना ही पड़ेगा, क्योंकि सर्कल आपसे दूर जा चुका है. तैर कर यहां पर जाना कहीं ना कहीं बन जाता है. पर एक बोट दिख रही है, क्या उस बोट में कोई बैठेगा? और अगर उस बोट में बैठेगा तो उस बोट को किस तरीके से अपने कवर्स के लिए इस्तेमाल करें, क्योंकि अगर आप उस बोट में बैठे हैं, आप किसी के ऊपर बोट को रैम नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन अगर कोई आपकी बोट के नीचे है, वो गेट इन करके आपको मार सकता है. ये बहुत सारी चीजें बन जाती है. बट आई डोंट थिंक सो उस बोट को ज्यादा देर तक यहां पर बचाया जाएगा, क्योंकि यहां पर ग्रेनेड थ्रो किए जा रहे हैं. हल्का सा पीछे है जरूर. फैनेटिक ज़ॉम्बीज़ के एलिमिनेशन हो चुका है. 8 टीमें बची है, 14 लोग जीवित है, एंड नो वन्स ऑन द लैंड एक्सेप्ट RT9, क्योंकि सबको यहां पर पानी पर रहना है. थोड़ी देर में ये टीम भी आगे मूव करेगी. ओह माय गॉड.
बट आई थिंक मूव करने से पहले आई थिंक उनका एक ही प्रायोरिटी होगा कि वो बोट को फोड़ दे. हम अगर नहीं जीतेंगे तो किसी और को जीतने नहीं देंगे. आई थिंक ये उनका मोटो रहा है अभी तक के लिए, इनफैक्ट इस मैच के लिए स्पेशली. तो ऑलरेडी यहाँ पे जो इकलौती बोट थी उसको डाउन कर दिया गया. यहाँ पे आ रहे तरीके से एक ड्रॉप, एंड इमेजिन अगर एक एम्फीबियस व्हीकल आपको मिल जाता है ना पबजी पीसी में, हमने ये चीज देखा हुआ है. बट फिलहाल ईगल देखते हैं यहाँ पे स्पॉट तो कर चुके हैं एनएसआर के प्लेस की तरफ. शॉट्स भी काफी ले रहे हैं. मिरेकल जस्ट सर्वाइविंग barely by the whiskers. और यहाँ पे आई थिंक एक वाटर पार्टी चलेगी. अभी तो प्लेयर्स कुछ कर नहीं सकते, गाड़ियां भी उतनी दूर ले नहीं सकते, तो एक दूसरे से बात करना पड़ेगा. बतीका मीनवाइल प्लेइंग दैट सैक्रिफिशियल लैम्प, barely सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं. मैनेज किया एक बेहतरीन नॉक निकालने का, बट क्या तो स्पॉट आउट करके डाउन कर सकते हैं, ये एक सवाल बन जाता है. वेल दिशा में तो सही थे, बट बतीका का यहाँ पे कहीं ना कहीं बाहर निकलना उनके डाउन होने के पीछे वजह बन गई.
बिल्कुल, लेकिन अब यहां पर रियल टाइगर के लिए एक अच्छी खबर यह है कि उनके सारे प्लेयर्स भी जिंदा हैं, प्लस उनके पास यहां पर किल्स भी अच्छे खासे आ चुके हैं. मैं अगर यहां पर रियल टाइगर का कोई प्लेयर होता है, एक काम करता और वो है कि अपने 3 प्लेयर्स को आगे भेज देता. आप लोग जाओ, तैरो, लोकेशंस बताओ, और मैं यहां से गोलियां चलाऊंगा, क्योंकि मेरे पास 20 सेकंड थे उस समय. लाइक उससे पहले भी अगर टाइम रहता, वो काफी एक अच्छी चीज हो सकती थी. मीनवाइल अभी भी यहां पर आप देख सकते हैं क्रेट्स पे क्रेट्स बनाई जा रही हैं. हमारे पास बचे तो हुए प्लेयर्स, लेकिन कितनी देर तक, और उस एयर ड्रॉप का क्या करेंगे आप? अगर वहां से लेवल 3 हेलमेट वेस्ट लेकर के ना तो उसको आप डाउन कर सकते हैं, ना ही वहां से कोई चीज लेकर के आप यूज कर सकते हैं. 7वां जोन आ चुका है. ये सर्कल्स अपनी ही एक अलग गेम खेल रहे हैं. हम बात करें तीसरा दिन बहुत अलग होगा, इतना अलग होगा ये हमने नहीं सोचा था.
इमेजिन इन तीनों के बीच में क्या कॉन्वर्सेशन, क्या वार्तालाप चल रही होगी, किस बारे में डिस्कशन चल रही होगी. एक साथ है, एकजुट, जरूर अलग अलग टीमों से खेल रहे होंगे, बट हम साथ साथ है वाली वाइब्स आ रही है यहाँ पे इन सारी टीम से. तो व्हाट इज द डिस्कशन, क्या लगता है?
ओके, एक 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 चीज आती है इन सब में. अभी एमजे की एचपी सबसे कम है, बट दैट डजंट मैटर, बिकॉज़ कोई किसी पे गोली चला ही नहीं सकता अभी के लिए कोई किसी पे गोली चला नहीं सकता. ये सर्कल जाएगा, अगला सर्कल जाएगा, और अब एक चीज आती है यहां पर. एक सबसे अच्छी चीज आएगी, जिस डायरेक्शन में सर्कल मूव करेगा, सब प्लेयर्स तैरते हुए उस डायरेक्शन में जाते हुए नजर आएंगे. और 9th सर्कल उस चीज के ऊपर डिपेंड करेगा कि जोन आना शुरू होता है तो कौन सर्कल के कंपैरेटिवली ज्यादा बाहर है. प्लस सब प्लेयर्स इकट्ठे ही हमें दिखने वाले हैं. ऑब्वियसली सब प्लेयर्स इकट्ठे होंगे, तो जब जोन एक तरीके से टेक डाउन करेगा, देयर वोंट बी एनी नॉक्स. सीधा क्रेट्स ही बन रहे होंगे, आपके साइड में क्रेट्स होंगे, लेकिन आप वहां से लूट करके कोई फर्स्ट एड इस्तेमाल ही नहीं कर सकते हो.
देखिए दिस इज नॉट गोइंग टू हैपन, ये कभी पॉसिबल हो नहीं सकता। इमेजिन करिए, यहाँ पे जैसे सारे प्लेयर्स ने लाइंड अप हो रखे हैं, कोई एक प्लेयर बहुत ही चतुर, बहुत ही चालाक इन प्लेयर्स के ऊपर चढ़ के एयर ड्रॉप के ऊपर अगर बैठ के यहाँ पे सबको डाउन कर दे तो could be a game changer, right? Could be an absolute game changer.
इतना चतुर चालाक यहाँ पर देखिए, अगर ये चीज हो
लेज
रही होती तो
ग्रैबिंग
अभी तक
अगर
हो
हो
चुकी
जाती,
होती। अगर अगर हो रहा
एक्चुअली
होता तो अभी तक हो चुका, लेकिन वही है ना कि ये फीचर नहीं है अभी के लिए। खैर, आई थिंक अगर ऐसे जोन्स रहे तो हमें शायद देखने वाले, लेकिन अगला सर्कल भी आने वाला है, फिक्सेस अगला सर्कल भी आने वाला है। 11 लोग हैं, ये 8वां जोन है। कहीं पर अब लेजेंड आप बोल सकते हैं पैरों के नीचे जमीन खिसक चुकी है।
वो तो लाइक रियलिस्टिकली हो गया, बट एमजे बहुत परेशान लग रहे हैं। ही इज लाइक, आई डोंट वांट टू बी अ पार्ट ऑफ द हर्ड, मैं अपना अलग ही रहने वाला हूँ, आप सब साथ में रहिए, आप बातचीत करिए। इट्स लाइक एवरी अदर टीम इज प्लॉटिंग। चलिए, गैलेक्सी रेसेस काफी अच्छा खेल रही है, इनको तो डाउन करना पड़ेगा। एमजे अकेला देखो तैर रहा है, इसको और
बट
कैसे
बात
डुबा
ये
सकते हैं? ऊपर आएगा तो ऑक्सीजन डिप्लीट
बट
करवा
बात
देगा।
बट बात ये, इनको पता भी नहीं है कि इनके साइड वाला जो प्लेयर है उसका नाम क्या है, कुछ भी। तो सीधा पहले यही हो रहा है, आप कौन है, आप कौन सी टीम से हैं,
हाँ,
अच्छा आपके कितने लोग यहाँ पर हैं, यहाँ पर कितने लोग, लाइक ये हो रहा होगा, पक्की बात है, ये यहाँ पर चल ही रहा होगा। लेकिन देविया सेशनों में आपसे पूछा जाएगा, कौन सी टीम आपको लगता है यहाँ पर चिकन लेकर के जाएगी, कौन सी ऐसी टीम है? क्योंकि RT9 के प्लेयर्स ज्यादा दिख रहे हैं, लेकिन कोई भी टीम अगर अच्छे एरिया पर रहती है, वो अपने दिमाग लगा करके काफी अच्छा यहाँ पर एक प्लेसमेंट लेकर के जा सकते हैं। अभी भी 8 to 12 गेट्स यू 1 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट, और अभी भी एक प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट रहेगा। उसके बाद से प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट के नंबर्स भी बढ़ना शुरू होंगे। एवरीथिंग मैटर्स, एवरीथिंग काउंट्स राइट नाउ। और थोड़ी ही देर में फिक्सर्स, थोड़ी ही देर में हमें 10 सेकंड का एक टाइमर दिखेगा, और उस 10 सेकंड के टाइमर के बाद सर्कल आना शुरू। एंड आई गेस देयर इट इज, Where is it there? Is it there? Yes, there it is. 10 सेकंड का टाइमर हमारा शुरू हो चुका है। इसके साथ ही हमारा 9वां सर्कल आना शुरू हो चुका है। अगर टीम्स की बात करें, रियल टाइगर 9 स्नाइपर्स, यहाँ पर आरटीजी, सुडोर, साइट्स, गैलेक्सी रेसर, एनएसआर, गन्स, ये सब स्क्वाड यहाँ पर दिख रहे हैं। गन्स के पास कोई किल नहीं है, लेकिन उनका एक आखिरी प्लेयर बचा है जो उनके लिए प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट यहाँ पर निकाल सकता है। देखते कौन सा प्लेयर वो रहता है, क्योंकि लॉर्ड वहां पर नजर जरूर आ रहे हैं। उनके पीछे एमजे, उनके पीछे अमरसोकर हमें नजर आ रहे हैं। खैर, हम यहाँ पर इस तरीके से देख पा रहे हैं प्लेयर्स को, लेकिन डजंट इवन मैटर, क्योंकि सब लोग पानी की तरफ, पानी के अंदर
For themselves. This is just absolute insanity.
I still think Real Tiger 9 got this. They were able to heal on up. I still think it might be them unless they get bullied out of that center position. The blue zone getting closer and closer to closing. At this point, everybody's just chilling and staring at each other. I mean, what else is there to do? A little bit of a pool party or something on game one. You know, just a little bit chill ending here. All of them hopefully will be rested up going into game 2 at this point.
I mean, like in my 2 years plus of PUBG, this is only the second time ever I've seen a zone that ends in the water. The only other time was on Vikendi, but I mean, this is a first on Erangel. I've never in my life, in my PUBG history, seen a zone like this. This is just, this is insane.
I definitely have it in competitive. Maybe I have in like a normals match or something, but in competitive, definitely not. I mean, that 3 to 4 zone shift is supposed to, take out as much water as possible, but this time the game was all like, no. It just went on ahead and defied the logic of that setup, pulling out even further into the water. I already said I'm surprised.
Yeah, I mean, we've got an Atlantis finish. I mean, so this is definitely one of those, one of those oddball situations, something that we don't really see. So I believe, like, I mean, even if I was just a viewer, so if any of the viewers are watching this, you've never seen this before, please take a screenshot, post it. This would be so entertaining to see, because this is, I mean, what do you make of this? I mean, we got 8 teams still holding on into this. It is insane. We got Galaxy Racer, we got the snipers, we've got the players from SUDOR. That zone, of course, now starting to close. And I don't think I've ever seen these players being this close together.
No, at this point, it's just a big penguin huddle, Like, don't get closer for warmth, though. Get closer to try and grab that center spot. And so far, it looks like Ramp, actually, the one with the most HP, is actually doing a pretty good job being in the center there. Oh, no. Did he just swim out? No. Wait. Was that bullets?
Oh, down goes the first player. Yeah, that did sound like bullets. All right, here we go.
Eagle.
It is now all down to health.
He got it, Eagle. He was the one in that center. Yep. The last two members from Real Tiger 9 being able to stay up on that beach, take shots at those little fishes swimming around and healing on up. That went on ahead and was able to secure them that win. That was insane.
That was some really big brain plays coming in there from Real Tiger 9. I really have to say I am really impressed with how they played the zone. I mean, just hanging around as long as they could on that coastline, as you mentioned there. Just taking those kills, taking those picks, and of course, taking the chicken dinner. But of course, we'll be right back with the standings and the breakdown of this match after a quick short break. So see you guys right after. Hello and welcome back. We just saw an absolutely insane match. As I said to you, Span, during the break, that was a typical Dory game. You know, because all they had to do was just keep swimming. That was it. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. That was it. I mean, that is how you can explain that final zone. But of course, before we continue, we need to give a shout out to Nimo TV, the official media partner of PUBG Mobile Pro League, National Cup, and Campus Championship in 2021. But Span, I mean, let's look at the match stats for this past game. I mean, that's all I can talk about for the time being, as we see the players there from Real Tiger 9 coming in on 25 points, being able to pick up 10 kills in this past game, and of course a big brain play by them, staying on that coastline as long as they possibly could. Of course, RTG in second place on 16 points. The Sites there in third place on 15 points. Alpha Legends finishing in fourth on 10 points. SUDOR in fifth on 9. And then, of course, we got GUNZ, NASR Esports, as well as the players from the Snipers finishing up in 6th, 7th, and 8th place. All three of those teams finishing then, of course, on 8 points apiece. Oh, sorry, Snipers finishing on 6 points. My bad.
You're good. Yeah, Real Tiger 9 being able to stay on that coast. I mean, obviously, we already know it's huge. Being able to get those last few kills shooting into the water and healing on up. I mean, nobody else really could go on ahead and do that because it was them that had that position by those rocks. And I mean, even these other teams, Fanatic Zombies in 9th with 4 points. Same with Zombies Esports 4. Galaxy Racer, they went out in 8th place, only able to pick up 2 kill points, so 3 total points. And iKURD Esports in 12th with 2. YaLLa and Fate going out in 13th, 14th with 1 each. And then HOTLINE Esports and RICO Infinity team coming in 15th and 16th place. Some of those teams didn't even make it to the water gameplay at the very end because so much fighting ended up happening on that beach. That beach was deadly. And then, as we already know, only Real Tiger 9 was able to stay on there for the longest possible time because they ended up having that big rock section for themselves. And let's go take a look at those highlights. I hope it goes and shows that water.
Well, of course, this is where it all went south. I mean, this zone shifting so far over towards the eastern side. I haven't really seen such an aggressive zone shifting. Of course, I mean, Alpha just capitalizing on their own positioning, picking up that squad wipe onto the side there of RICO Infinity. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Now, I mean, we were sitting on 16 teams, 15 teams, all the way up in towards this endport. That's crazy. And then the zone just keeps on shifting the way it did. Oh, but I mean, I really gotta say, the best positioning for me on this one was definitely the teams that came in with those much later rotations. And of course, Alpha getting squad wiped. We saw Fanatics also stepping up. NASA also trying to find a little bit of a delayed rotation there. But Real Tiger 9 just hitting this one right out of the park. I mean, Ramp, as we'll see in the next in one of the next highlights, he just next leveled that strat right there.
Yeah, it was also big of the team to get Hanaka to surprise there. He almost got on ahead and secured a point for his team, but surprise was in fact Rez, so he was able to join the rest of his team in this water. And then, yeah, a little bit of a fast forward game here. Eagle grabbing that center position. Those heals definitely helped out a lot. Take a look at Real Tiger's 9 stats as well, coming to that surprise actually with the most damage, 514, and the most kills. And it looks like the rest of his teammates and him were also able to grab a tie, coming in with that 2 assists. And Eagle, he was the one in the center, 2940 survive time.
Yeah, I mean, Eagle, he was just clutching it out for his team, you know. Found himself right there, spreading out in that zone, lying there waiting. It's like, I got this, I got this. Everybody else can just go back into the blue. And, I mean, he made it. He got that chicken dinner at the end of the day. But I'm really impressed with the strat that came out from Ramp, where he jumped into the water, swam up to the opposing players, pointed them out to his teammates, and that, of course, is what resulted in Real Tiger 9 picking up absolutely phenomenal big brain play coming in there.
I don't not disagree whatsoever. I mean, really, there's nothing else to really analyze at the end there. I mean, Real Tiger 9 was the only team that was able to play on the edge for the longest time with the positioning that they were able to go on ahead and actually take from some teams that ended up pulling up there. I was interested to see all the fighting happening on the beach as well, and it really was the people that ended up coming in on the edge that were able to survive the most. Even the teammate I already went on ahead and pointed out first that made it in first was actually Galaxy Racer. They went on ahead sent in one member immediately. They're the first people in the water, but they were able to only pick up 8th place because of just how low of HP he had. He was in the water the longest, so he got shot at the longest. So he only had about 5 HP by the time that zone ended up closing. So unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to gain any higher of placement points in that situation. But I mean, he had the right idea in that end.
But I mean, so aside from the zone being as brutal as it was, you know, this first game really changes up the stats. Really changes up the standings that we've been seeing coming in from these players. So I don't know in my mind really if I want to count that last map, because it was such a weird kind of one, you know, ended up in such a unexpected way. But of course, that is the beauty of PUBG. You know, you never know what to expect coming in from these zones. So always just keeping the players and us, the casters, on our toes, keeping us guessing with what exactly is going to come from this game. So yeah, that last one really changing up the stats. So I'm quite curious to see what Miramar will bring. I'm not expecting the zone to be as brutal as we saw in this first match here, but definitely expecting to see those plays, you know, leveling out a little bit more as we head on over in towards Miramar, back into normality.
Yeah, I guess we were expecting something big happening on Erangel. I mean, I guess we got it, honestly. At that point, it's kind of a feels bad moment as well, though, because all those teams, it's like, how do you go on ahead and play that? How often does that happen? They can really prepare for stuff like that to happen. I mean, I guess that is what PUBG is about, is keep on your toes and figuring out how exactly to play that no matter where the zone.
देवियर सज्जन, आप सभी का स्वागत है। आप फिर से देख रहे हैं पबजी मोबाइल प्रो लीग अरेबिया रीजन, ऑफ कोर्स ब्रॉट टू यू बाय ओप्पो रेनो 5। हम आ चुके हैं, अपने आप को फाइनली हमने रिकलेक्ट कर लिया है, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से पहला गेम गया था, जिस तरीके से शुरुआत हुई है, आई थिंक आज के दिन के स्पेक्यूलेशंस करना आई डोंट थिंक और सही रहेगा। हमने एंटिसिपेट किया था विच स्टार्टेड आउट फ्रॉम, कभी मैंने जिंदगी में नहीं सोचा था कि ऐसा सर्कल वैसा हो जाएगा, राइट। मैंशन सर्कल था, ईस्टर्न शिफ्ट जा रही है। व्हाट आर द चांसेस, आई मीन व्हाट
देखिए,
आर द प्रोबेबिलिटी कि इतना ईस्टर्न शिफ्ट हो सकता था।
एक समय में इन्होंने वक्त बदल दिया, जज्बात बदल दिए। एक कदम से ना, एक मोहब्बत दो तरफा होती है। अगर आप जोन से मोहब्बत करोगे तो भी जोन आपको अपनी शरण में रखेगा। उसी हिसाब से यहाँ पे प्लेयर्स को देखना था। पर खैर, ये हो चुका है। अब अगर हम आगे जाएं यहाँ पर और बात करें कि ये वाला हमारा क्या लगता है इस बार जोन किधर बनेगा पिक्चर्स। मैं सवाल अब मैं क्यों पूछ रहा हूँ, मुझे नहीं पता, बट क्या लगता है?
भाई अब हो गया यहाँ पे अर्ली
ना हो पाए।
गेम, यू नो ये शॉक सदमा लग चुका है प्लेयर्स को, बट अब आई थिंक ये एक डिसेंट सर्कल है, ये एक डिसेंट सर्कल है। और क्या चांसेस है, आई मीन वैलेडिमार के नीचे की तरफ जाएंगे। आई मीन आई डोंट थिंक दैट इज गोइंग टू हैपन। अगर ये हो जाता है तो हमको भी डुबकी लगा लेनी चाहिए।
क्या?
Everyone
बिल्कुल।
swimming, why are we
देखिए,
being left out?
ये बात तो है। एंड एक्चुअली अगर आपको बताएं गाइस, जब हम जब भी कभी मिलते हैं, ये बात होती है कि पिक्चर्स और मुझ में से एक्चुअली बेस्ट स्विमर कौन है। ये बात हम लोग काफ़ी देर से कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि मैं भी बहुत पहले से स्विमिंग करता आ रहा हूँ, एंड पिक्चर्स भी काफ़ी टाइम इन्होंने भी स्विमिंग करी है। तो या बट देखते हैं कि क्या होता है आज के इस गेम में, जहां पर ऑलराइट, नाउ लेट्स गेट इनसाइड द गेम एज सच। आप देखिए, गन्स का स्क्वाड एल्पोजो पर है, और ये स्क्वाड अब तो फाइट लेगा। इनको पता है पिछले गेम के अंदर इनकी दिक्कत एक ही हो रही थी कि इनके पास किल पॉइंट्स नहीं आए थे, तो इस बार जरूर वो चीज ये अपने लिए रखना चाहेंगे। बट रिको इन्फिनिटी जो हम बात कर रहे थे कि ये कहीं ना कहीं अच्छे गेम्स दिखा सकते हैं, दिखाना चाहेंगे, दिखाएंगे या नहीं, तो अब इनको करना ही पड़ेगा, क्योंकि ये जोन के अभी के लिए सेंटर लाइंस में।
जी हाँ, आई थिंक ये उनके पास एक सुनहरा अवसर है, जहाँ पे एक चिकन डिनर अपने लिए जरूर निकाल सकते हैं। टीम अल्फा लेजेंड्स अगेन बिल्कुल परेशानियों से बहुत ही परे होके यहाँ पे आराम से लूट कर रही है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, आराम से अपना पूरा टाइम लेके यहाँ पे रोटेट कर सकती है। बट एट द सेम टाइम यहाँ पे एक नॉर्दर्न रोटेशन उनको एग्जीक्यूट करना पड़ेगा। अगर बात करें गैलेक्सी रेसेस की, तो ऑफ कोर्स उनके लिए भी एक बहुत ही बेहतरीन गेम है। मैं देखना चाहूंगा कि एक्शन किस तरीके से निकल के आता है। टू बी ऑनेस्ट, यहाँ पे अभी तक हम लोग को
those standings overall, or will they maybe get stopped on their way in towards that? Because, I mean, there's a lot that can come from this, and of course, the players here from SUDOR also sitting in a fairly interesting position. They're currently up in 4th board, so definitely a strong play so far from them.
Definitely a strong play, as you mentioned, and I mean, it's just at least a waiting game at this point. You can even take a look at other people inside the zone that aren't quite close to zone just yet. They'll have to make a big rotation as well. And I mean, HOTLINE Esports, they're also somebody we want to keep an eye on, because they were doing really, really well on day one of this super weekend. So I'm interested to see how they're going to be able to perform on this map as well. First, starting off with a really rough rotation coming in through them, but I have a feeling that they're going to be able to kind of persevere coming through that. And even Fate, this is their first super weekend inside. We already went on ahead and took a look at them. They're the team that's in 17th place overall, I believe, right now. The second best team that haven't gotten to play Super Weekend just yet. Galaxy Racer just above them. They definitely have something to prove, and I believe yesterday they went on ahead and kind of proved that they belonged here, getting at least one win. So they have a few more chances today to go on ahead and solidify that even further.
Yeah, definitely they've got those opportunities to bring in those points and try and solidify that. But now, of course, the teams are just going through the looting phase. We're waiting to see where the next phase is going to be taking us, as we have that blue zone starting to close on in with the zone all the way over towards that western side. So definitely looking forward to those rotations, seeing if we'll have any teams potentially trying to challenge any positions for the time being, or potentially as we move into the next phase. A lot can still happen as we are in this early game. So really looking forward to seeing how that is going to unfold and unravel as we progress further in through these phases. And I mean, Miramar in general is a fairly interesting map to look at, to see how the teams play it, how they approach it, and just how they position themselves. It is a slight bit of a change up, of course, coming in from Erangel and then, of course, leading into Sanhok. So, yeah, again, looking to see who will be the team to step up today to claim that chicken dinner and give us that just top-class performance.
Yeah, looking forward to it. And it's now around the time, it seems, where everybody might be starting to make their initial rotations. YaLLa Esports moving their vehicles a little bit, getting in their last few looting buildings, and even necessarily their... Oh no, they got their vehicle stuck. It looked like they were trying to go ready to go, but their bus finding themselves perfectly balanced in between two ridges. I mean, this is the danger of Miramar, honestly. I've seen buses and Murados especially just getting stuck in a lot of these ridges, really hard locations for them to be able to drive through. And it looks like it went on ahead and struck NASR again, losing out their bus. Now they have to go ahead and run towards a road to try and find the next vehicle, because on phase one, especially all the way in Bandito with this phase super far to the western side, a vehicle is important. It's vital to get to survive, basically.
So would it be fair if I called that a bust? I'll take the sigh as a yes. A very unfortunate yes, but it is a yes indeed. So definitely looking to see whether or not we'll have any other teams coming up with a bit of a bust as they all now just start moving in. And it's not crazy rotation distances that we see coming in from that eastern side, but definitely a few interesting rotations within the zone already, as we can see the players there from Zombies pretty close to the team there from iKURD, and of course Galaxy Racer as well, as we can see those shots now flying up. Mum falling off of the side of the mountain there. That is not an easy place like that.
Definitely not. Galaxy Racer actually almost got that knock on him, but it looks like he went on ahead and jumped out of a vehicle or jumping down that hill, and he finds himself knocked. Galaxy Racer almost got that, but oh! Soleil going to spot out with one back, gets a knock onto him. So it looks like both of these guys have at least one member down. It looks like Galaxy Racer wants to be aggressive. Break here, getting a knock into one, and it looks like Nox just trading back and forth right now as Reses are attempting to come through.
Oh, yep, there we go. Come on, come on. Will we see the players here from Zombies get a clean swipe in on the side here of Galaxy Racers? They've already put in quite a bit of damage. NJ now quickly trying to some distance in the meantime. But of course, now you can see Oasis now in hot pursuit there, following suit, rotating up as well, trying to get ahead of Zombies. So really strong start here for Zombies so far, picking up the 2 kills. But now, will they be able to get the follow-up on that? Will they be able to get the squad wipe in on the players from Galaxy Racer?
That is potential. I mean, they know exactly where he is. It looks like they're all kind of running over, at least to grab their vehicles. It's just a question is, will they continue their aggressive place down, crash onto that to finish it off, or are they going to make a rotation? Meanwhile, it looks like Fanatic Zombies and Alpha Legends both trying to make their own rotations, end up catching each other right beside Hacienda. So they're just trading bullets back and forth at this point. It looks like Fanatic Zombies will at least be able to secure one as Bood secures that kill.
Yeah, they definitely don't seem too bothered where they are just yet, seeing that the blue zone has caught up with them. Of course, now it is that first phase, and oh, Kaito just gets picked up there by the blue zone. Bood really trying so hard to find those shots, but chills. He just chills there on the side, you know. He's just like, don't worry, I've got mates, I'll heal up, you know, I'm all good, I'm sorted. You know, see if you can find the rest of the heads in on the side here of Alpha, and that is exactly what Fnatic is now doing. They're starting to push in. They're looking for those confirmed. They're looking for those points. And of course, if you can pick up a few easy points out in the blue zone, I mean, why not? It is, you know, like there's the easy knock thanks to the zone. But of course, now Jody is not backing out of this fight just yet, waiting for the players there from Fnatic to dare move in to the compound. But Mexico coming up there from the rear, cooks the nade up, sends it in. Oh, beautiful bounce inside, not finding the damage on towards Jody though. You can see Chaos also just off in the distance there. Their health not looking too great, but Jody trying to hold up as long as possible. Oh, now finding their way on over. Will Jody be able to survive this one as Boyka comes rushing in? Oh, knows exactly where to find Jody, but Chaos now on the opposite end finds a beautiful hit in towards Shills. Man, a nice play there by Chaos, but of course, will that be enough? Still the full squad of Fnatic up ahead. Will Chaos be able to pick up any more points?
No, that's a good question. I mean, Chaos, the last one up, and this situation's really rough for him. I don't even see a vehicle around him. Maybe there's one a little bit further away, but I mean, you mentioned going blue zone, taking fight.
हुए जा रहे हैं, आखिरी प्लेयर बचे हुए हैं, he'll have to commit here, और अगला जो जोन है, जोन और दूर जा रहा है।
जी हाँ, जोन तो दूर जाते ही जा रहा है, बट देखते हैं यहाँ पे टीम्स किस तरीके से खेलेंगे। फिलहाल फनाटिक ज़ॉम्बीज की शुरुआत काफी बेहतरीन हुई है। रियल टाइगर्स के ईगल यहाँ पे स्पॉट आउट कर देंगे गन्स के प्लेयर्स को। ऊजी के एक ही स्प्रे के सहारे यहाँ पे 2 प्लेयर्स को इन्होंने डाउन कर दिया। बेहतरीन उम्दा परफॉर्मेंस, यहाँ पे पेशेंस इज द की जिसे बोलते हैं। अब यहाँ पे गन्स के बाकी 2 प्लेयर भी आ चुके हैं, बट ईगल कितने देर तक यहाँ पे ये फाइट को होल्ड करके रख पाएंगे, ये एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल बन जाता है। कि जितना स्टॉलिंग कर सके तब एटलीस्ट मेक श्योर कर पाएंगे कि 2 किल्स तो ले ही ले, बट ये नेट बेरली उनके बगल में फटता हुआ। डैमेज काफी ज्यादा हुई है, और इसी के साथ राउफ भी क्लोजिंग करना चाह रहे हैं। उससे पहले ही अपना फर्स्ट एड जरूर लगा लेना चाहेंगे, हाथ पे ऊजी जरूर रखेंगे, क्योंकि 1v1 स्कर्मिशेस पे आपको भी पता है कितनी ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है इनफैक्ट ऊजी का आपके पास रखना। फिलहाल अभी हम लोग देख सकते हैं गन्स के प्लेयर्स एक एक करके रिवाइव भी हो रहे हैं। ब्रेक ऑलरेडी आ चुके हैं। हमोदी यहाँ पे अपने दूसरे टीममेट को रिवाइव दे रहे हैं। ऑलरेडी ईगल को काफी ज्यादा डैमेज पड़ता हुआ, जो कि एक बहुत अच्छी शुरुआत हुई थी ईगल के लिए, बट उन्हीं के साथ साथ रियल टाइगर 9 भी इस गेम से हो चुके हैं बाहर।
अगेन एक और हिस्ट्री अपने आप को रिपीट करते हैं। यहाँ पर एक टीम पिछले गेम में चिकन डिनर, अगले गेम में जल्दी एलिमिनेशन। ये हमने इस टूर्नामेंट में काफी बार देखा, काफी बार होते हुए देखा, और ये वापस यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है। मीनवाइल अभी हमारे पास यहाँ पर सर्कल की अभी एक अलग सी छवि आने वाली। मोंटेनेग्रो को ऊपर के साइड ये सर्कल प्रॉब्ली जा सकता है। एल्पोजो मोंटेनेग्रो के एरियाज ये जोन रख सकता है, क्योंकि ऐसे में ना हमें नीचे का सर्कल बहुत रेयरली देखने को मिलता है कि अगर नीचे को शिफ्ट मारेगा, बट ऊपर की तरफ को जाना इस सर्कल के लिए फ्रूटफुल है, और प्लेयर्स के लिए भी। अगर आप YaLLa के प्लेयर्स को देखिए, वो मोंटेनेग्रो के एरिया के जस्ट एकदम एज पर है। मूव करना हुआ आराम से मूव कर सकते हैं, बट इस सर्कल में दिक्कत किस टीम को होगी? NASR को। आप NASR को देखिए, अभी इकर्ड के प्लेस के काफी करीब है, तो अभी ज्यादा ओवर कमिटमेंट अगर यहां पर कर दिया तो जोन इनको दिक्कत देगा। मीनवाइल फनाटिक ज़ॉम्बीज को देखिए, उनके प्लेयर्स स्प्लिटेड स्प्लिट अप भी हैं, और उनके प्लेयर्स को सीधा जोन में एक एंट्री लेनी पड़ेगी। तो इकट्ठे आए, अलग अलग आए, वो भी कहीं ना कहीं दिक्कत हो जाती है। रैगनार, आई नीड टू सी सम गुड M24 शॉट्स, और वहां पर आप देख ही सकते हो वहां की एचपी कितनी कम हो चुकी थी।
जी, आई थिंक रिको इन्फिनिटी को एक हार्ड रीसेट चाहिए। जिस तरीके से उनके परफॉर्मेंसेस अभी जा रहे हैं, बिल्कुल नहीं चाहेंगे उस तरीके से हो। फिलहाल NASR की बात करें, यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं हसन, बतीका, नाबो और मिरेकल एक हाई ग्राउंड होल्ड करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। अभी इनको सर्कल के अंदर भी जाना पड़ेगा। आई थिंक बहुत जल्दी अपना जो कॉम्पाउंड को इनको छोड़ना पड़ेगा। जो यहाँ पे पतीखा रोटेशन लेते हुए नजर तो आ रहे हैं, बट साथ ही साथ उनके ऊपर काफी सारे शॉट्स बरसाए जा रहे हैं। पतीखा barely surviving, can he make it alive? I think yes is the answer, but at the same time इकरत के अजहर वहां पे नॉकडाउन हो रखे, तो उनको बचाना आई थिंक काफी मुश्किल होने वाला है। आई थिंक बतीका चाहेंगे कि अजहर का जो नॉक था वो किसी तरीके से कंफर्म कर दे, बट फिलहाल अभी के लिए अजहर यहाँ पे सेफ्टी में आ चुके हैं। तो आई थिंक एसरॉड जरूर चाहेंगे कि अजहर तक किसी तरीके से ट्रैवल करके उनको एक रिवाइव दे दें।
ऑलराइट, वहां पर एक और व्हीकल उनको आते हुए दिखा जरूर, बट वो ऐसे जस्ट आगे की तरफ को मूव कर गया था। बट आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पर जो रिवाइवल है उसका भी प्रोसेस यहाँ पर शुरू हो चुका है। बतिका आगे तो नहीं मूव करते थे, लेकिन वो अपनी लोकेशन यहाँ पर कॉम्प्रोमाइज प्रॉपर्ली करवा ही चुके हैं, तो कलागा कोशिश कर सकते हैं। मीनवाइल सुदोर के एसके टन भी अपनी फाइट लेते हुए हमें नजर आ रहे हैं। बहुत सारी यहाँ पर फाइट्स एज सच हो रही हैं। देखते हैं आगे क्या ऑल टुगेदर हमें फाइट्स में देखने को मिलता है। बट बात वही आती है, जितनी ये सब फाइट्स हैं, जितनी ये सारी चीजें हैं, कहीं ना कहीं बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कतें यहाँ पर प्लेयर्स को हो सकती हैं आफ्टर दिस सर्कल।
जी हाँ, काफी सारी दिक्कतें होने वाली है। अभी भी देखिए 13 टीमें जिंदा है, 52 प्लेयर्स अभी भी जीवित है। अभी असली फाइट तो अभी भी बाकी है। फिलहाल फनाटिक ज़ॉम्बीज काफी अग्रेसिव नजर आती हुई। आई थिंक इनकी दिन की शुरुआत काफी बेहतरीन रही है, जिस तरीके से फाइट्स ले रहे हैं। सुदूर के प्लेयर्स काफी करीब आ चुके हैं आरटीजी के, और आरटीजी के मार्शल को ऑलरेडी डाउन कर दिया है। फिदान फिलहाल स्पॉट आउट कर लेंगे। लेसी भी यहाँ पे डाउन हो चुके हैं। आरटीजी बहुत बड़ी दिक्कतों में फंसती हुई ऑलरेडी। स्कीटन देखिए दूसरे एंगल से ऑलरेडी पुशिंग करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। नेड अपना कुक कर रहे हैं, किसी भी मोमेंट यहाँ पे सेंकियो के ऊपर जरूर डाल देंगे।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, लेकिन अब इसके साथ साथ यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं प्लेयर्स आगे मूव करने की शुरुआत कर सेनके, ऑलराइट, दैट वाज अ गुड नॉक, दैट वाज अ गुड नॉक, ब्रिलियंट नॉक इनकी तरफ से देखने को मिलता है। अब सुदोर के प्लेयर्स की बात करें तो फिदान को कहीं ना कहीं प्रेशर बना करके रखना पड़ेगा ताकि उनके जो ट्रैक है यहाँ पर आप देखिए वो जो थ्रोएबल का इस्तेमाल करे कर हो पाए, बट चापो की तरफ से मौली आता है और ट्रैक तो उसी मौली में बैठ चुके, ट्रैक उसी मौली के अंदर बैठ चुके थे, उनको और ज्यादा दिक्कतें हो सकती है, उनकी एचपी धीरे धीरे कम हो रही है, बट यहाँ पर आप देखिए तो सेंके की तरफ से एक थ्रोएबल और फिदान की तरफ से एक थ्रोएबल दोनों की साइड से जा जरूर है, लेकिन सेंके को डैमेज पड़ेगा बेहतरीन तरीके से, बट ट्रैक यहाँ पर डाउन हो चुका और फिनिश उनको किया जाएगा। एल चापो 6 गोलियां बची हैं, रीलोड पर जाएंगे और फिदान के साथ ये 1v1 स्कर्मिशन की देखने मिली। ओ दैट कवर barely saved him, ये कवर इनको बचा गया अभी के लिए, लेकिन इनका लोकेशन पता है फिदान को, उनको पता है किन उन बॉक्सेस के पीछे वो है और वो जाकर के फिनिश करना चाहेंगे। एल चापो मीनवाइल यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं हील करते नजर आ रहे हैं, 75% एचपी कर लेंगे, लेकिन अब दोबारी आती है फाइट की और वो फिदान अपने हिस्से में लेकर के जाएंगे और अपने प्लेयर को रिवाइव भी दे देंगे।
जी हाँ, आरटीजी बहुत ही अच्छी कोशिश, बट इट्स सुदोर वॉकिंग अप ऑन टॉप विद दैट फाइट। फिलहाल टीम स्नाइपर्स के प्लेयर्स क्लब्स यहाँ पे फेट के रीफ को डाउन कर देंगे। अब देखते हैं यहाँ पे रैग्नारॉक लेथ ये क्या कमाल दिखाने वाले। फिलहाल इस सिचुएशन से दूर भागने की कोशिश, बट लेथ आप देख सकते हैं उनकी व्हीकल ऑलरेडी वहां पे एक्सप्लोड हो चुकी है। तो अभी लेथ यहाँ पे इनको सिर्फ एक ही चीज करना पड़ेगा, प्रार्थना। यहाँ पे ऑफ कोर्स आफ्टर द हील चाहेंगे कि जितनी देर तक यहाँ पे जिंदा रह पाए।
They're trying to just disengage off of this because the zone, as you can see, pulled even further to the western side. Ragnarok actually finding himself a compound, but Lath being stuck in the middle of this field, definitely not ideal. They might just be down to one person left, honestly, inside that zone, especially as Reef is slowly bleeding out. Ragnarok, Lath, the last two up. Lath doesn't have long, honestly. He needs to just hope that they're going to go ahead and finish off that rotation so he can continue to run on in. And SUDOR Esports, they ended up taking a huge hit with that crash. The last two of them now trying to run inside this new zone, but NASR Esports seem to be pulling ahead of them. And it looks like they might stop soon because Naboo actually had to go ahead and stop too.
Oh man, that was a beautiful spray coming in there. You see Hidan now moving in, trying to get the confirm and picks it up. The 5th kill for the side there of SUDOR. So SUDOR really stepping up their play here in this Miramar game. But of course, they're also looking fantastic on that leaderboard. But NASR now, on the other hand, finding themselves in a little bit of a vulnerable position as we got YaLLa right there on the edge, but Ida gets knocked out as well. Now Bandar trying to move on up, trying to get that raise back in towards Ida, but this is where things get interesting because these hills can be a very advantageous angle to play off of.
It definitely is. I mean, I already mentioned it. High ground, so much better than being down below. They could potentially get stuck down below as well, unable to get up on top. So everybody that found themselves a nice position up here early on is going to be quite happy coming into this next zone, especially because this next zone actually went ahead and shifted even further up on top. So looks like we might have a little bit of a mountain ending. So everybody else on the edge here, they have to find their way on in by taking these fights. And starting all the way on this eastern side, there's quite a few teams that are having to make their way in over here. So we're going to see a lot of action on the eastern side soon.
But I'm really liking this confidence coming in here from SUDOR. I mean, they're looking so comfortable. We've got Saif and Hidan both now just holding this eastern angle, finding hit after hit into the side there of Snipers. And of course, Snipers now trying to rotate up, trying to get that res back up into Zaid. But now the rest of the teams, the rest of the lobby rather, we see the teams just spread out throughout this entire region. Of course, curious to see where the next phase is going to be taking us, because I think the teams already positioned in that phase. Yep, there we go. If they are able to fortify their angles, they are going to just absolutely reap the benefits off of that, as we can see Lath now just succumbing to the blue zone. But NASR and the players here from RICO Infinity, of course, holding up on this eastern side of the zone. They still need to find a way in. They're not that far away from zone, but NASR picking up that shot in towards Patika. A really interesting play here from RICO Infinity, but now, of course, we're looking to see that momentum, that continuation of that aggression.
Yeah, they need to go ahead and start clearing that edge, because as you can see, I mean, at this point inside this zone, it's really difficult to find a place to be able to play. RICO Infinity team need to be playing underneath this mountain the entire time, have to be wary of YaLLa as well. So inside this zone is really only SCYTES, YaLLa, Zombies, and iKURD. Everybody else now pushing on in. They need to start taking shots of them, and oh, look at that, getting a knockout to one of the YaLLa members. I mean, that's going to be huge for everybody else starting to make their own rotation in. That's really the only thing they could do here is just hold off the people from trying to shoot down on top of them.
Yeah, I mean, YaLLa in a strong angle up on the top of that hill, but of course that also makes them a target. But now we see the players here from HOTLINE trying to roll on in, but Freak blows up. Bales now tries to put a few more hits into the rest of the HOTLINE team. As you can see, Mana and Molto just up ahead. Molto just scraping through, so low on health. Managing to quickly heal up, but of course Umar getting taken right on out. Aman and Molto now the two remaining players there for HOTLINE, but GUNZ quickly mobilize themselves ready to push further on up in towards that zone as they now try to find their entry point up in the north. But they have the zombies and the players there from YaLLa up ahead, so it is going to be quite the battle if they want to stay in this region.
I'm interested in this fight, actually. I mean, GUNZ and Zombies, they're our top two teams right now, according to the leaderboard. So seeing number 1 and 2 start getting in a fight, I'm interested to see how this is going to turn out. And so far, starting off strong, GUNZ Esports tossing in a ton of util in the direction of Zombies. But so far, neither of the teams have gotten a knock. And the only thing that could really go on ahead and influence this further, as you mentioned, YaLLa, and potentially the team over to the eastern side as well, could hear this fighting and try to peek on over. And I definitely don't think that that'd be good for GUNZ in this situation. Zombies a little bit more protected in the tiny bowl that they have on these ridges.
Yeah, and of course the players from Zombies, they're trying to hold on. They're trying to, enforce their position that they've got in this northern angle of the zone. But of course, we wait now to see where the next phase is going to be taking us. But things already starting to look a little bit tough between the players here from Zombies and GUNZ, as GUNZ are trying to find their way in that zone, just being brutal AF as it moves down into the south. All the teams up on these hills now need to find a way back down, and it is going to be super challenging. But of course, the teams already down in the south now have the opportunity to fortify the angle, set it up beautifully in anticipation of the teams yet to rotate in towards that southern zone. But of course, now YaLLa and Zombies, they need to make a play. As you can see, Ida now sending up util after util. Snipers trying to push forward as well, not wanting to rotate around. But of course, those util bombardments finding their way on through in the direction of the Zombies. None of it really doing too much damage just yet. But of course, the GUNZ, they are not going to back off just yet. They're sitting on 5 kills. They want more. They want that, cherry on the top. But here we go, pushing up onto the side of Zombies. Humam holding on. The utils getting sent in towards Saleh. Amco and Humam now just hiding in the smoke. But a brutal push coming in here from Hamodi. Finds it. Picks up 1, picks up 2. But gets caught in the molly as well now. Zombies break, still holding on. He's not out of it just yet. But he comes in with those third parties as we see the players there from Snipers getting obliterated by the side there of YaLLa. But Zombies break is just going absolutely ham on the side of this mountain.
I mean, Break, he was able to go on ahead and disengage from the rest of his team, getting a little bit of a different angle. The rest of his team, all 3 of them were kind of stuck in a bad position, so he was able to stand up and shoot them in the back. I mean, but it's not over for him. As we saw, YaLLa started getting involved in that fight as well, and here comes Snipers rotating on the north too. They heard the fighting over here, thinking that this is their entry point, but really it's just going to be Snipers taking a fight with a YaLLa now. And it'll be interesting to see if Break will be able to make a rotation away from the rest of these teams that are now fighting, just, slowly sneak away quietly. And Yamaz, a beautiful knock into one of the Snipers members as he was actually falling there.
I mean, that is some next level spray that we see coming in here from YaLLa. Absolutely phenomenal reactions here from Yamaz, but of course now still a few more players remain that they need now to try and turn their attention to, as we can see, Zombies getting sent back as Break gets picked on up. But of course, now we still have a few more up on the top there, as the Snipers are not out of it just yet, I believe. But of course, now we see the players here from SUDOR turning their attention elsewhere, trying to see those shots. Snipers get picked up. SUDOR now trying to find their own foothold in the taking over towards the players there from RICO Infinity. But that was YaLLa. Well, in fact, everyone is just focusing their attention throughout the zone, and the east is looking especially challenging. But YaLLa still up on the mountain. We're looking to see where the next phase is going to take us, and it moves west. This is going to be such a tough one, but a very ideal shift in the hands there of iKURD if they're able to set up those in front of the compounds. Again, coming in with a very similar kind of beach play that we saw in the previous game from the players there from a Real Tiger 9. It could be really something they could benefit off of. But of course, now we wait to see exactly how this is going to unfold, how these teams are going to try and push on in. And SUDOR just feeling those heads flying in towards them as we now sit on 6 teams remaining. So many casualties, so many hits, but of course, so much more still to come.
Yeah, iKURD, they've been able to stay in that compound this entire time so far. The zone kept shifting towards them, so this is the first time where their compounds are not inside of zone. And of course, they'd have to wait at this point. They need YaLLa Esports to get down off of the mountain before they can really start making a move, because if they go a little bit too early, the people up on top could spot them out and take a lot of shots towards them, and it looks like they're already making the move. YaLLa Esports might be able to spot them out here. It's definitely not looking good for iKURD. They had such a strong position, but it looks like they're ready for it. Already taking a look up there at this point, probably be able to hold them out as well. RICO Infinity team helping out too, as they're actually trading some util towards the position of iKURD.
Oh man, it looks like that zone has actually now favors RICO Infinity, as iKURD rotated up a little bit too early, as you said there, of course, just putting themselves in quite the vulnerable angle. It is so exposed. If they just hung on to that zone a little while longer, it could have benefited them, but now look at the sprays coming on in. iKURD just feeding us hits, an absolutely phenomenal shooting up onto YaLLa, but of course not being able to pick that up just yet. RICO Infinity still looking very strong as they move on in the sides, feeling the pressure. YaLLa now also starting to feel the pressure as they try to jump off of the hill. They get picked on up and off they go. Ida, just falling off there alongside Bandar. A really unfortunate end for them, but now RICO Infinity pushing up onto the side of SUDOR, sending up those utils in true fashion, but of course, will they be able to close it up? There we go, Ragnar, here's the footsteps, ducks in and out of the smoke, trying to evade the shots and picks it up. Down goes the sights, a really easy few points there for RICO Infinity. Now, they need to try and turn their attention over to the side there of iKURD. As you can see, iKURD sneaking on that western side of the zone, but of course now they are not out of the woods just yet. Here we go, RICO Infinity pushing on in. HOTLINE also still on it, holding on. RICO Infinity sitting on 9 kills so far, an absolutely strong showing coming in from RICO, but will they be able to pick up more? Yes, they do. They go up to 10 and a few more kills just lying there waiting for them to be picked up. iKURD down to only 1. HOTLINE also only sitting on 1, so 2 solos up against RICO Infinity. iKURD gets eliminated, and now it is up to Mana, and of course, no surprise, RICO picks it up and steals the chicken dinner. What a play, finishing off on 12 kills.
That was really nicely done, and honestly, the solo from HOTLINE, I was expecting him maybe to go on ahead and peek up at the end of that fight there and get involved, and maybe that would have swayed it a different way, but they were able to find him out really quickly at the end there anyway, so really nicely played coming out from RICO Infinity team. We're keeping an eye on them, and we'll be able to show you guys how the leaderboard has now moved after a short break.
Hello and welcome back. We just came back from an absolutely insane showing on Miramar. Absolutely phenomenal performances and a great finish, strong finish for the players from RICO Infinity. And of course, we've been waiting for that to happen right here on the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Super Weekend. And this is, of course, the last day of the second Super Weekend. So it is a highly expected performance that we got there from RICO Infinity, and boy did they deliver on their performance.
Yeah, we were kind of waiting for it. You know, we had mentioned in the pre-show, like, they've only been averaging 2 points per game so far, and we know that in the first day of Super Weekend 1 Day 2, they were in second place overall. So now coming into the second Super Weekend, they had honestly a lot to prove because they ended up dropping all the way down to 15th place. So it looks like they're able to go ahead and bring it back a little bit. Currently in 8th place, around there, I believe. So it looks like they're potentially gaining their momentum back.
Yeah, so really hoping to see them finishing strong again. You know, like, because we've seen RICO Infinity play a good game before. You know, we've seen those matches come in, and of course, I'm looking to see whether or not we'll have a continuation throughout the remainder of our games today. Because next up, we're heading into Sanhok, which of course lends itself a little bit more onto that aggression. But before we get into that, let's have a quick look at the match stats of the previous game. And of course, as you can see there, we've got the players from RICO Infinity finishing up on 27 points, coming in with a really strong 12 kill game in the previous one. HOTLINE sneaking into that second place on 13 points. YaLLa Esports finishing up in third place with 11 points, coming in with 5 kills. SUDOR finishing in fourth with also 11 kills, 7 kills to them. Now, of course, the players there from iKURD Esports finished up in 5th place on 10 points. SCYTES in 6th with 9 points. GUNZ in 7th with 8 points. And, of course, Zombies finishing in 8th place with 7 points. And then as we move into the second one, it is also once again looking pretty tough though. The Snipers finishing off in 9th on 5. The Fanatic Zombies in 10th on 5 points as well. RTG in 11th there on 4 points. The NASR team finishing up in 12th place with 1. Of course, the players from Fate finishing in 13th with 1. And then Real Tiger 9, Alpha Legends, and of course, the players from GUNZ looking a little bit worse for wear. Or rather, sorry, not GUNZ, that was the players from Fate.
And taking a look at our total damage as well for that match, we can see that RICO Infinity team were able to get both the most damage and kills. 2488 damage going into 12 kills. And then the next team that got the most amount of kills were actually SUDOR and GUNZ with 7 kills each and obviously less damage. So they were able to go ahead and pick up a lot more kills compared to the other teams inside of that match. Taking a look at some highlights as well. I mean, from the start, there was a huge fight happening between Galaxy Racers and Zombies, and honestly, that's not where it ended. There's so many more fights around this edge because the zone kept shifting over to the north.
today. And then, of course, we've got RTG and Real Tiger 9 both sitting on 10 kills apiece. But now, we just spoke about the players from SUDOR. So let's quickly jump into some stats comparisons between the players from SUDOR and, of course, YaLLa. As you can see, the damage distribution coming in between them. YaLLa sitting on 2200. We got SUDOR sitting on 1700. But, of course, SUDOR leading the pack there with a few more kills, picking up 7 in the previous one, where YaLLa only picked up 5. They got 8 knocks versus the 13 knocks from YaLLa. That higher ground positioning really working out in their favor. And, of course, the headshot also favoring YaLLa there, of course, on the 4. But the SUDORs, they were on the position where they also had to try and recover a lot more health. As you can see, they went over 1,000 health that they recovered in comparison to the 885 that YaLLa was able to bring in that last match. So definitely curious to see exactly how the teams are going to play in this next one. You know, YaLLa they were pretty strong with regards to the kills, finishing up in 5th place and also then bringing in those 5 kills. But as I've mentioned, we've seen a really strong performance so far coming in from RICO Infinity, the players from SUDOR, RTG, as well as Real Tiger 9. So I definitely think Sanhok is going to be a very, very interesting map to get onto.
I mean, we went on ahead and already talked about some teams that are usually stronger on Sanhok, but also Sanhok is in fact more of a team fighting game. So all the teams that we have been keeping an eye on in terms of that, I'm sure that they're going to go on ahead and potentially shine here as well. I mean, one of them definitely being Zombies, GUNZ also being able to pull it out, but even some of those other teams that were able to make it into those last few games from a lot of fighting could find themselves a nice spot inside. But let's take a look at our overall stats as well. Now that we've finished up 2 games so far, still in first place is Zombies Esports with a total of 332 total points. GUNZ Esports right behind them with 308. SUDOR Esports now launching themselves into 3rd. I mean, continue to hold that spot, jumping up from 4th to 3rd with a total of 223. Alpha Legends taking 4th now at 221. RTG Esports 5th, 214. FalconsEsport still holding on after that first super weekend performance in 6th place with 196. RICO Infinity team now 7th place, 195, and NASR Esports in 8th with a total of 188 total points so far.
I mean, GUNZ and Zombies, they've got a definite beast mode switch they flicked. I mean, those 5 chickens and already in the 300 plus region. I mean, that is absolutely insane. And of course, we got a few teams sitting right there on their heels. But now, as we move into that second page, we can see the players there from SCYTES currently sitting in 75. We got the players from iKURD in 10th place on 166. HOTLINE in 11th on 157. YaLLa in 12th place on 149. Galaxy Racer still in 13th place on 137. Real Tiger 9 now in 14th place on 132. But of course, we got Raad then still sitting in 15th place on 104. And Flare Loyal holding on to 16th with 89 points.
And soon we're going to go on ahead and see our last 4 teams. In 17th place is Fate Esports with a total of 69. Then GSG with 53. Snipers 51. And the Fanatic Zombies in 20th place with 49. I mean, 3 of these teams were the ones that this is their first super weekend, so they still have a few more points to go, hopefully pulling into that top 16 spot. But also, I mean, we know that Zombies and GUNZ are both leading in terms of chicken dinners with 5 each. But also then in 3rd place actually is RICO Infinity team. They have the next most now with 3 chickens under their belt.
Yeah, and I mean that is where, if you've got a really strong performance coming in, that is where you start getting into those additional points. I mean, because already so far RICO Infinity has been able to acquire 27 points. Right, so that puts them 2 points ahead of the players there from Real Tiger just in the spread for today. So definitely that is no surprise to see them being able to move on up, move into a much stronger position. But of course, now we're going to be waiting to see exactly how these things are going to translate as we progress through the games here today, because we are still to get into that 3rd game to see what Sanhok will deliver. And I'm definitely just looking at the general stats that we've got so far. I'm, again, expecting a strong play to come in from RICO. I'm expecting a strong play to come in from SUDOR, RTG, and even Real Tiger 9.
I'm expecting the same thing. I'm excited to see what happens on Sanhok. I mean, we know that's a lot of more close quarters fighting. It's really where, I mean, you have to go on ahead and continue to have a lot of big macro gameplay coming in. You have to know exactly where to make those rotations on Sanhok, especially because everybody could be directly beside each other. And because of that, you also have to have really strong gunplay, team fighting, chain fighting, all of the above, and it's going to be a really exciting game. I love being able to watch just the basics really come down on Sanhok, because the other maps, obviously, a little bit more emphasis on the macro play. Sanhok, a little bit more on the micro.
But one thing that is pretty peculiar for me today is that Galaxy Racers are having a little bit more of a challenging day. I mean, yesterday, they went absolutely ham, you know, absolutely ham. But now today, they're not really performing as strong as they were yesterday. So I'm hoping to see that bounce back come in. But of course, let's jump into Sanhok to see exactly what these teams are going to be doing and where that flight path is going to be taking us. But as we know, born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 5 series. And again, that is exactly what we're going to be looking at how high up these players can dial that gamer mode. And of course, where the action is going to be coming from first.
A really nice plane path coming in through here. I mean, you've already mentioned it the last few times we were able to watch Sanhok. I mean, everybody should be able to go on ahead and make a nice spread to their usual drop locations because this map is so much smaller, but really it comes down to where that first phase is going to go and how happy you're going to be. As you can see, the phase is going to go on ahead and reveal itself down to the southwestern side, centering around ruins in this situation. Everybody that went ahead and dropped on the mainland are going to have a little bit of a difficult time crossing those bridges into the two smaller islands.
But I mean, we don't even have to worry about smaller islands. Look over to boot camp. We got two teams in boot camp. We don't see that very often, so things are going to go absolutely spicy right out of the gate. As you can see, YaLLa and the players from Galaxy Racer kicking the match off for us. Those hits already starting to fly up, as you can see. Ida already taking a little bit of damage, but up comes the players now from Galaxy Racers. We see Oasis and Ultron right there in the main building, trying to apply a little bit of pressure onto the side of YaLLa, but YaLLa now managing to spread themselves out from the center of bootcamp and a little bit further down towards the south there. But Galaxy Racer holding up in the north and the east, so nice 2-2 split coming in. But do you think that is going to give them the upper hand on the team from YaLLa, as we see YaLLa being fairly grouped close together?
In a hot drop, I would say you want to be grouped together. I mean, it's really, if you don't know where the other teams are, you have to be together to start getting those trades. So I'm a little bit actually scared for the member on the bottom floor because everybody else is further upstairs. There you go. Looks like one of his team members is going to be beside him. And now if they travel together, they should hopefully be able to go on ahead and find out where the rest of Galaxy Racer are. But as you can even see on the northern side, Galaxy Racer are starting to condense as well. So they're patiently waiting for some more support. So it looks like this is going to be a full-out 4v4. No easy 4v1s just yet coming into any of these guys because they're so patient on that initial push.
I'm going to be rooting for Galaxy Racer. They are huddled closer together, and just because they're up in the north and their color is red, so let's go with that. But of course now YaLLa a little bit more spread out down in towards the south. So now we wait to see just exactly what fate will have in store for YaLLa. Will Galaxy Racer be able to find the hits in towards them, or will YaLLa be able to find the shots in towards Galaxy Racer? You can see, of course, right at the top of the screen there, Galaxy Racer currently sitting in 13th place on 137 points. So a fairly decent position to be in. But of course, now will they be able to sneak in a few more of those points as they now wait for this engagement between YaLLa? They're trying to find those angles just to figure out exactly where YaLLa is and how to best strike on to those movements coming in. But of course, powerful, just holding up on the top of the roof, just moving back and forth, also just trying to find a little bit more of positional information. But YaLLa, or rather just one position ahead of the players here from Galaxy Racer. This is essentially a neck-and-neck fight for both these teams.
Yeah, both of them are able to get really close to each other. It looks like Yamas is actually going to go ahead and pull off into that 3-story in the distance. Maybe from there he might be able to see a little bit more of an overview onto the other team, but right now it just looks like they're just not going to be super aggressive. So pushing on over to watch some of these other teams. I mean, Zombies now making a move. They're coming out of Painan. They're already on the correct island that all these teams want to be on, already making that first initial move. So hopefully they'll be able to find themselves a good spot to be playing out of initially. Because as we know, all the players want to go on ahead and find their way over there. So Zombies already grabbing that position could get them a good spot for them to just hold defensively. But it does look like Galaxy Racer now finally on the move. YaLLa Esports kind of holding their staircase as of right now. Who's going to get the first knock?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, Galaxy Racer picks up the knock there. As you can see, Bandar getting down. But of course, now who gets thirsted as well? Yamas and the rest of the crew from YaLLa now trying to push on up. But Max, whoa, coming out of nowhere. Wrapping it up and sending YaLLa backing. Beautiful play coming in there from Galaxy Racer. Wow.
You know, Galaxy Racer, they all pushed together, and meanwhile, the other team, YaLLa, was a little bit spread out, so definitely a little bit of a death ball situation there, helping out and being able to catch a little bit of a 2v3 situation at the beginning, and then it was just a clear at that point. So definitely really well done by Galaxy Racer. That was some really nice patience coming through, and they were inside zone already. I mean, a little bit far on the outskirts, but now that that went on ahead and was cleaned up, they can start focusing on finishing their looting and moving, and hopefully they do so before Alpha Legends catches up to them, but I think Alpha Legends might get there first.
Well, we're going to be finding out very, very soon as the players here from Alpha Legends, of course, now just take up that position. But meanwhile, we see the players here from RICO, Infinity, Prestige, trying to dodge bullets on the shipyard here. As you can see, the snipers now starting to move in, finding that bit of aggression. Ragnar now trying to move up as well. Zahid and Marco coming in from that eastern side. But we, of course, now see Klabj coming in from the west. Just regrouping back into the rest of the team here. But it's going to be interesting exchange between the snipers and RICO Infinity. As we've seen RICO Infinity being really strong so far today. So they might be able to get the upper hand on towards the snipers there. As you can see that shot now finding its way up in towards Marco. So Zaid now also just huddled up in between those crates. Oh, as both these teams are now trying to find a decent angle to fight from. But of course, it is so spread out. Oh, nice spray coming in from Ragnar. Drop shot gets the head in on Zaid. Well done, well played. But now Klabj comes in as well, pushing up on towards NASR. Picks up the hit. Well done, there we go. But of course, a nice spray coming in from Khalid. This is quite the exchange, quite the back and forth between RICO Infinity and the players from the snipers.
And based off of the positioning of the snipers, it seems like they knew that RICO Infinity went on ahead, dropped in docks, and they put themselves in a position to potentially be holding them out. I mean, Kalabish up on top of the hill trying to shoot down on them. The rest of his team tried to go for a little bit more of an aggressive push. And as you can see, not entirely working out, but now Ragnar, grabbing his own scooter, is trying to wrap around behind Sniper. So it looks like Sniper's idea is so far not entirely working out, but we'll end up seeing it is pretty close as you went on ahead and mentioned a 2v2 situation, so we'll see who comes out on top shortly.
Well, at the moment, the snipers are sitting at the top. You know, not at the top, but they're at the top of this mountain, definitely. As you can see, Klabj sending those utils down over towards Khalid, trying to find those hits, but of course, picking up a little bit of those hit markers. But snipers, they do have the man advantage against RICO Infinity, but it's definitely going to be quite the challenge here for Ragnar and Khalid to find a decent rotation and get that jump. But Ragnar, he's lying in wait, waiting for Klabj to open himself up so he can just find those shots into the side there and just start evening out those numbers. But now Khalid trying to move on up, also just looking. He's pretty sure that there's someone nearby. Doesn't know exactly where just yet. But of course, Marco calls Polo and puts the shot straight up into the side there. Now it is a 1v3 to the side of the RICO Infinity players.
Yeah, they're finally able to go on ahead and get a really good game last time, but this push from snipers, honestly, is huge for them, because as we already know, I mean, RICO Infinity team, they ended up dropping a little bit down the leaderboard, and meanwhile, the snipers, they need to get points. So making this aggressive push, capitalizing off of who they knew were stuck down on a little bit of a peninsula is huge for them. And so far with 3 people still up in an early fight, that's worth it. I mean, if they get down to 2 people, maybe it's questionable because 2 people obviously play this game a lot differently than a whole 3-man or 4-man, and unfortunately it looks like that might happen to them as Ragnar finds another knock onto one of the members. The other 2 snipers are still inside the compound. They need to start pushing soon if they're hoping to save their teammate.
I mean, Ragnar just playing this one absolutely phenomenally, just managing to sneak his way around and be a thorn in the side of the snipers. But of course now he needs to focus on getting into that zone. He can't hang around here forever as the damage, of course, incrementally gets higher and higher. But fortunately there is a buggy for Ragnar to make his grand escape in. So of course now we wait to see whether or not he's going to choose to disengage or potentially just hang on. We do have the smokes coming out, so Ragnar, yes, in fact, grabbing the buggy there, starts to move but doesn't commit to the rotation just yet. He spotted one of the players there from snipers. Amir now moving up, but let's see whether or not Ragnar will be able to pick that one up. Marco, of course, still over in it towards the dock, so definitely hoping to see Ragnar deciding to rather rotate out instead of trying to hang around. Of course, setting up those utils just to warn them off. But here we go. All right, he now commits to a potential rotation, but it is quite a bit of distance to cover to make it up into that zone successfully.
Yeah, so honestly, him being a solo, grabbing that vehicle and making out of there is going to be better for his team in the long run. And meanwhile, we were watching this earlier, Alpha encroaching up onto the position of Galaxy Racer, and it looks like they're able to actually go and start the fight. Right now, Galaxy Racer are just 2 members left, and we can see Oasis, trying to get the first knock, but he's able to go ahead and catch him out instead. So Alpha Legend so far successing on this fight.
Oh my goodness. Alpha just causing absolute chaos onto the side there of Galaxy Racer, sending them packing. But a beautiful play again now coming in there from Alpha. Really nice show of dominance as they just continue to push and push and push onto the side there of Galaxy, and of course, you know, eventually then picking up all those kills and sending the whole squad back. But now we jump over towards the players here from Zombies. Things looking a little bit quiet. They are fairly spread out, but of course now they are just patiently waiting to see where the remaining teams are going to try and rotate up into. But of course, now, speaking about rotations, we got the players here from RTG making their way on in, as well as they now start approaching up from the north, coming in from that northwestern island. And of course, this trifecta region could still be fairly, well, chaotic at times.
Oh, it definitely can. I mean, this position that Fate went on ahead and chose, I feel like it's specifically to hold out anybody coming from the northern side. Anybody that landed over to the east, making a rotation on the north, I mean, Fate is hoping to capitalize off of. So RTG is actually, unfortunately, that team already grabbing a vehicle. I wonder if they're just going to try driving across the bridge. And if Fate moves fast enough, they might be able to catch them out in this situation. And we can see even Reefy's up on top of the hill to watch it as well. So RTG, I mean, they need to be a bit careful coming further inside of the zone. Right now, it seems like maybe they're being a bit patient because the zone, once again, about to pop. They could go ahead and choose their rotation path based off of this new zone shortly.
And again, this is one of those positions where positioning is going to be absolutely crucial, absolutely key. And of course, that zone moving in once again, just shrinking in on itself. So it's going to force the hand of the teams that we have on the outlying regions. But I mean, the players like the Zombies, for instance, or NASR, or even RICO Infinity, Ragnar that we've got there, they are in a fairly decent positioning. And if they play those angles well, they can stay here for such a long time.
And even these other teams that are very much on the very edge of this zone, they're hoping to find a place to be able to backfill. But at this point, we already touched on it, Sanhok is so small, it might be difficult for them to be able to find an actual safe location. The majority of this zone is out in the open, on just rocks and hills. And while there is a lot of cover, it's kind of hard to spot each other out on this map. It's also out in the open at the same time. It's going to be easy to spot each other out and potentially have people sneaking up onto you. So,
but of course, this is Sanhok. We're expecting sneak. We're expecting the players to go into that COVID mode, you know, just trying to find their way on in. And of course, Fate, does exactly that, as we see how we get into the side there. Senke picks up the kill. Well done. But of course, there's 3 more to go. We got Lazy, we got Marshall, and El Chapo remaining for the side there of RTG. They've got a bit of work left to do.
They gotta go on ahead and finish up this fight with Fate, but it also looks like Alpha Legends coming in from the eastern side might distract Fate from entirely taking out RTG. It does look like Alpha Legends is trying to make a rotation down to the southern side, but Fate potentially are just like, uh-oh, we can't fully start this fight because there's the potential we get back pushed, and that is a dangerous thing to have happen. There we go. You can see Lath actually peeking on over and spotting some of the members of Alpha Legends, but they're focused on leaving.
Ooh, but sometimes that's not a bad call to make. I mean, sometimes you got to make that decision as to whether or not you should stay or whether you should go. And you can't really blame them for making that call. But now, I mean, look at El Chapo just welcoming the players there from Fade back into the zone as they try to find their way on in. But I mean, El Chapo seems so eager for this fight. He's pushing up so aggressively. But of course, fortunately, Reef manages to move out. El Chapo finding those heads though. And this is where we wait to see, the rest of the Fate team just using that opening being created by Reef to try and sneak up into zone. And of course now positioning themselves in the zone and having RTG now try to move up to them. That was a very clever rotation.
Yeah, I think maybe they would have been a little bit further out here already before Reef unfortunately got taken down if it wasn't for Alpha Legends distracting them a little bit. So that means they did in fact lose at least one person. But there we go, getting another knock on a Chapo. That means there's only 2 of them left. And at this point, they just have to be careful. I mean, they don't exactly know where Marshall is potentially. It does look like Marshall is prepping a nade. Lath trying to throw one back, or at least standing on that rock for now. But he heard the nade come through. He has a general idea, but Marshall, he might just be able to make a rotation off to the western side and completely get away from this fight.
Oh man, but I'm just loving the way that Fate was able to turn the tables there. Just an absolutely phenomenal shift. But now, of course, as you mentioned, Alpha right here behind them. We were waiting to see exactly what RTG is going to be doing. But Alpha, they also look pretty eager to cause a little bit of chaos here. I mean, coming in with a 3-man split right up ahead, having their 4th positioned up in towards zone. As you can see, SUDOR now just holding up that anchor point. But a nice gatekeep coming in here from Alpha. I'm hoping that it works out according to plan. But of course, we do have Fate here. We do have RTG. So things could still swing either which way. So it's going to be a pretty challenging one nonetheless. As we got RTG sitting on 3 players. Fate sitting on players. And Alpha sitting on 3.
It's a little bit of a waiting game. I mean, oh man. Fate Esports are completely aware that they're being held out by Alpha Legend at this point, hoping to potentially get a rotation around on top of them, but RTG Esports also making a rotation around. Potentially could spot one out, but instead it's going to be Alpha Legends, yeah, getting the first knock onto Fate. Ragnarok finding himself knocked.
Oh, nice positioning there from Jody. But of course, now we wait to see what Iwazi and the rest of the team from Fate are going to be doing. They've run out of time as the blue zone, of course, catches up with them. It's pushing forward. But Alpha, look at Chaos. I mean, he's so excited. He's just waiting for them. He's like, come on, please, 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 please. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I want to shoot. I want to shoot. You know, he's like just impatiently waiting. Also, at the same time, not disclosing his position just yet. But of course now, he decides to strike. As you can see him just quickly stepping out, finding a few shots up in towards Fate. Fortunately for Fate, Iwasi was hiding behind that rock. But the blue zone doesn't wait for anyone. It continues to push forward. And Alpha really playing this gatekeep really well.
I agree. I mean, they saw the positioning, they saw the opening, and they went on ahead and took it. And all 3 of them are still alive, and it looks like they have a vehicle as well in case the zone is going to go ahead and go a little bit further away from them. But luckily, zone shifted in their direction, so they don't have too far to go while they could potentially continue to pick up these points.
You know what I mean? Now looking down towards the south as well, we see the snipers here, we see the players from GUNZ as well as the team from HOTLINEs. Now HOTLINE trying to rotate up in towards the zone. As you can see, regardless of where they go, it is going to be a very challenging rotation nonetheless. But of course now HOTLINEs also facing a little bit of a challenge as they got the players there from NASR, but they're trying to squeeze in between NASR and GUNZ. This could be a very, very uncomfortable sandwich they could find themselves in. But of course NASR, they are aware of the rotations coming in that blue zone. Now we wait to see just whether or not they'll be able to strike them down, find those heads. Molto and Umar now just sneaking their way on up as we see Mumbai out in the blue zone, patiently waiting for that lobby to creep on in. And of course, the lobby comes running up with open hands. Mumbai goes down. Molto getting knocked as well. Nabo, though, getting knocked in turn. Miracle now also coming up, trying to see if they can find those heads. But Omar, the last hopeful now for the HOTLINE team.
Looks like he's just prone on now and hopefully waiting. Maybe NASR Esports will get into another fight and make them distract enough for him to sneak on in. But as of right now, the side of this hill is very much out in the open. We can see blue zone is closing very fast as well. And I mean, maybe Omar will be able to heal this off for a little bit and NASR Esports will forget. Or, as you can see, set their sights onto a different team like GUNZ. But it's just a little bit more of a waiting game at this position. And oh, and some nice shots coming in, actually. It was RT9 that went on ahead and got that knock, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Hassan just that trigger control, waiting for that opportune moment to strike. Oh, just chose the perfect opportunity there, finding that knock up in towards Lord. But of course now Freak just huddling up, trying to make a play from that angle. But Omar keeping a very watchful eye on them. As you can see, NASR also, I mean, Nabo now knows. Oh, wow! Jody running right into the face of that grenade.
Oh, no.
What a throw that was. Insane.
Oh, and it looks like that res is not going to happen either. It looks like, oh my goodness. At this point, RICO Infinity Team and Alpha Legends looks like they also got in a huge fight. There's only one of each left, slowly crawling towards each other. Who's going to spot each other out first kind of is the question. Is they're not too far away. Ragnar also, I think he might be able to hear a little bit of some crawling around in the next zone, actually shifting. They're pretty close to it, but everywhere else, the fighting is still popping off, actively shooting at each other. But this, it's a little bit suspenseful happening here. Who's going to see each other first?
It's not a little bit suspenseful. It is heavy on the suspense, as you can see. The players here from RICO Infinity finding those shots up in towards NASR. But of course, they also now still need to try and squeeze back up in towards the zone as they're running up from that southwest. The players here from GUNZ, of course, now getting caught on the wrong side of that zone as so many shots are flying up straight towards them. RTG getting eliminated in the meanwhile. But now, the players here from GUNZ, Lord, as you can see, taking aim up onto the hill. We've got iKURD also just hanging about in this southern section of the zone. Is going to be absolutely brutal. We've got so many players still trying to push on up in towards the zone, but GUNZ steps on in. iKURD helm end, laying down the fire, and of course with that sending the players from GUNZ right back into the lobby. Absolutely beautiful play there from iKURD, and of course S-Rod just sealing the deal. But another shot now finding its way on over as NASR gets eliminated as well. Omar trying to get ahead of the blue, but the damage is just too much. Down he goes. 3 teams left to fight it out now.
Yeah, this zone shift, this hard zone shift ended up hurting a lot of these teams in this situation. Now with 3 up, we can see 3 up for iKURD, 2 up for SUDOR, and just a solo up for RICO Infinity Team. At this point, it looks like they're all kind of set up. 2 of the teams kind of crawling on in to get this next zone. It's iKURD that has to make the biggest move. And where they rotate to, they could rotate towards the duo of SUDOR, which is obviously going to be really hurtful for them if they find themselves in that situation. Or even the solo has a lot of power in this situation. Ragnar, he's holding this part of the zone, and there we go, already being active, taking shots at each other. This is not looking good for iKURD. Both these teams taking shots towards them.
Oh man, but no surprise to see SUDOR and RICO Infinity in this late phase of the game. But of course now iKURD just up ahead, feeling that pressure as the hurt keeps on coming. Kalaga now also coming to the zone, but here we go. Hidan tries to pick off a quick shot over towards Ragnar. He's probably spotted a little bit of movement behind that tree. As you can see, S-Rod also now just trying to hold on up. Kalaga getting picked on up, back into the lobby. You go, good sir. But now, Hidan cooking up that nade, getting ready to send it right into the hands of Ragnar. Off it goes. Will it be the one? Oh, he doesn't even look at the damage. The confidence coming in from Hidan. But now, SUDOR, they are looking to clean up the zone, sending out those nades over towards Esrod. As you can see, he's now just huddling up there. Esrod trying to stay ahead of the damage, but of course, they are just outside the zone. No one wants to venture in just yet, but SUDOR, trying to move on up. They're trying to lure him out. Esrod now making quick run for it. Head on, keeping a watchful eye. Oh, down they go. What a play that was. Absolutely phenomenal performance from SUDOR once again.
I do not disagree. That was a nice hold coming into that zone and a perfectly placed nade. We'll be able to see all of the match's points after a very short break. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back. Span this second super weekend, day 3. I mean, it is just absolutely insane. We saw the first map looking absolutely crazy with that Dory finish, that Atlantis match we had. Of course, that going over towards a real Tiger 9. The second one we moved in, we saw the players, of course, from RICO Infinity picking up Miramar. But now, in the third game on Sanhok. Oh, man, what a play. What a confident performance we saw coming in from SUDOR in this last match. Just beautiful.
That was really nicely played. I mean, unfortunately, honestly, for iKURD, they had 3 up there, and they were trying to push into zone, but they were on the fast-moving side of zone, and they already had 3 people inside that were just watching them as they made their rotate, so they obviously got picked off until last 1 member left, they able to stay alive and grab that second-place position for themselves. And I mean, you even called it, SUDOR, they were able to spot them out, took 2 of them down, spotted out the solo as well. Really, the wild card in that situation was the solo, but they were able to just toss a single nade and take them out. So they were able to succeed on that northern side, where as we were watching, there's a lot of people up there. So that was really nicely played, being able to get that position, keep 2 up, and then hold their spot inside of the zone.
But I mean, I gotta say, I just loved the confidence in which, you know, that nade was thrown into the side of RICO Infinity. That was just magnificent fashion. Just a throw, don't even look. I know it's gonna do the job, and poof, you know, that confidence, that was insane. But now, let's have a look quick at the stats from the last match. And of course, here we are, the players from SUDOR coming in up in pole position, 22 points, picking up 7 kills. We got iKURD finishing in 2nd place with 18 total, 6 kills picked up. RICO Infinity finishing in 3rd place on 15 points with 5 kills. Alpha Legends, though, also looking really strong. 4th place, 13 points in total, 7 kills. Then, of course, we got a HOTLINE in 5th on 9. We got NASR in 6th on 9. We got the Real Tiger in 7th, also on 9. And the Zombies over in 8th on 5 points. But Real Tiger finding those 7 kills, that is what really helped them to secure that angle.
Meanwhile, GUNZ Esports now in 9th place from that game, 4 total points. It looks like they also have a big tie. Snipers also with 4, Fate with 4, and Galaxy Racer coming in 12th with 4 total points, all from kill points there. RTG Esports now in 13th place with 2 points. Fanatic Zombies grabbed 14th with 1, and then SCYTES and YaLLa Esports grabbing our 15th and 16th position. I mean, as we know, YaLLa Esports, they ended up being taken down by Galaxy Racer, and then Alpha Legends pushed in on a Galaxy Racer and took them out too. So that was actually a lot of really early fighting happening inside of boot camp. And taking a look at our highlights, I'm sure that's the first thing we're gonna see. Ooh. That was some really nice push coming through from Galaxy Racer into this position. They were able to just death ball all of YaLLa in that situation. And then even Alpha Legends coming in for the 3rd party a little bit late, but completely unaware. But Galaxy Racer, especially with that pause, did not expect it to happen. As you can see, some really nicely placed nades as well. And then they just had to push into zone, where, as we can see, a lot more other teams ended up running into each other and getting into fights too.
I mean, the utilization of the nades, I just gotta say again, beautiful. But Lord, stopping Amir right on the bike, that was an absolutely insane play. But of course, Hassan with that beautiful spray up into the side there of GUNZ, just picking up 1 knock, picking up another confirm. Oh, not even missing a single breath in that one. But now, this is where things started to get a little bit hot, a little bit heated, as the teams were all congested down over in towards the southwestern section, trying to make that dash up in towards zone. But of course, now, oh man, these plays, the final showdown, SUDOR, and of course, iKURD, as well as the players coming in there from RICO Infinity. There's that nade. Oh, look at that. Ragnar getting blown up and hit on, just doing so in absolutely beautiful fashion. That was a really, really confident showing there from RICO Infinity. But I have to say, I'm really impressed with the showing that we're having today from RICO Infinity, SUDOR, as well as Real Tiger 9. That is absolutely beautiful gameplay. It's almost textbook play that we see coming in from these teams here today.
Basically, yeah, I agree. I mean, at this point, they realize, oh, we need to go ahead and start doing well. Let's go ahead and make this really nice, easy push. Oh, they're fighting over there. Let's go over there, grab this nice position up on top of the hill. I mean, putting themselves in some really good positions, getting in some really nice fights, grabbing those points, and that's exactly what they need to be doing. Those are the few teams that, you know, we kept saying, like, at this point, people all the way at the top, they don't even need more points. They need to have everybody else go ahead and start stepping up. And let's go ahead and take a look at a little bit of a versus between iKURD Esports and RICO Infinity team. It looks like iKURD Esports has the majority, the higher stats in this situation, right, DK?
Yeah, well, RICO Infinity, close to the damage being done there by iKURD. iKURD sitting on 1100, RICO sitting on 900, but then we go into the health recovered, of course. Also, RICO Infinity recovering less health, but iKURD picking up more kills. RICO Infinity picking up more knocks, but of course iKURD just outlasting them there on the survival time. So it's definitely interesting to see where they finished up in that one. Of course, you know, as we know, RICO Infinity got, iKURD got that second place, and of course did so in beautiful fashion, picking up 6 kills. So some really strong performances that we had across the board. But also, if we look at the standings just for today in the 3 games that we've already seen, right? We see the players from RICO Infinity sitting right at the top, right there head to head with the players from SUDOR. But of course, followed closely behind them is Real Tiger 9 and iKURD. So again, no surprise, those 4 teams alternating between the performances and finishing up in those late circles. So really strong plays coming in from all 4 of those teams there. So I'm quite excited to see what is going to be happening when we move up in towards Miramar. Will we see one of those 4 teams, you know, RICO Infinity, SUDOR, Real Tiger 9 or iKURD, stepping up and giving us an absolutely boss level play once again?
Potentially, I'm looking forward to it. You know, I mean, it seems like our first few games also had really difficult zone placement. I mean, obviously, we already went on ahead and pointed out the water one. Even the first one on Miramar was put in a really awkward situation on the side of a mountain. And then that Sanhok one was that one was fine. But now we're going back into Miramar and Erangel. The first few zones happening on it for today were a little bit crazy. So maybe these next few will be a bit normal. But at this point, we've seen some different teams be able to go ahead and succeed on those crazy zones. Maybe that's the little key, you know? Maybe all those crazy zones is really creating kind of like an unknown on what's happening. Maybe that's where they shine with that little bit more pressure.
It could be, but I mean, on the one side, I'm really pleased with that first initial insane zone that we had on Erangel. And of course, a fairly aggressive shift on Miramar. I think it kind of got the teams ready and prepped and excited. You know, like if there was any doubts they had coming into today, I'm pretty sure most of those were already alleviated. Now as we get ready to move in to our final 2 matches, of course, as you mentioned, back into Miramar and Erangel once again, I'm expecting to see these teams now step it up even more because, I mean, we were just watching Sanhok. That was an absolutely insane match. Once again, quite aggressive. A lot of beautiful plays coming in. So I'm expecting that to roll over on towards Miramar. I'm expecting the teams to continue with that momentum and just keep on building that snowball as big as they can. And who knows? I mean, we might even see a humongous change or, just a, disruption coming in on that overall leaderboard.
And let's go ahead and take a look. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at that overall leaderboard after our first 3 games of today. I mean, Zombies Esports still holding on to first, still being able to pick up a lot of kills with 337. GUNZ Esports actually closing the gap a little bit, I believe, with 312. SUDOR Esports in the third with 245, not too far behind Alpha Legends with some nice holds in that last game, 234. RTG Esports as well, 5th now, 216. RICO Infinity Team and NASR Esports actually jumping over Falcon Esports as well now in 6th and 7th with 210 and 197 respectively. Falcon Esports still holding on to the top 8 as well.
Yeah, it's definitely starting to get pretty tough on that first page. But now looking at the second page, we see the players from iKURD up in 9th place on 184. The SCYTES in 10th on 175. We've got a HOTLINE in 11th on 166. YaLLa in 12th there on 149. We've got Galaxy Racers still in 13th on 141. Real Tiger 9 coming in as well in 14th now on 141 points. Raad and Flair Loyal still holding on to their 15th and 16th places, of course, on 104 and 89 points. And then the last page.
FaZe Esports in 17th with 73, Snipers with 55, GSG still fighting themselves in 19th place, and then of course our 20th place team is Fanatic Zombies. I mean, they're slowly getting closer to that little break off. At this point, I think FaZe Esports, they're around a little less than 20 points behind getting inside of that 16th place. And as we already know, Flair Loyal team isn't inside of it. So they could potentially jump them within these next 2 games. Let's go ahead and take a look at another graphic though. And that is currently the chickens that all these teams have so far gained throughout the games of Super Weekend.
And of course, GUNZ and Zombies still sitting quite comfortable up at the top there, but now we see that nice increase coming in from the players from RICO Infinity. That the chicken dinners, as we know, those are absolutely essential. And of course, you know, RICO Infinity sitting on 3 chickens so far. I mean, yeah, they're still making their way up that leaderboard, but they're really coming in so strong in today's matches. So definitely going to be looking forward to seeing how they will be performing on that Miramar map for the second time around here today. Whether or not they will come in with yet another chicken dinner, because they finished off so strongly, so aggressively on the first Miramar showing. So I mean, what's going to stop them from pulling a second one of those, you know? So yeah, I'm quite excited to get into Miramar to see exactly what these teams are going to be doing.
I'm excited as well. I mean, there's always such interesting terrain play happening on Miramar. That's definitely the highlight of Miramar. And I mean, even in terms of what we watched our last Miramar game and somebody lost their vehicle immediately because of some ridges. I mean, you can't always expect what's going to go on ahead and happen to you, especially even the end zone as well, half up on top of the mountain, half right below. So going into this next Miramar game, you really don't know what to expect. It really is down to the players and their IGL to be playing out of any tough situation. And honestly, I think this next one might be the one I'm looking forward to the most because of that. I mean, Miramar definitely makes a lot of teams think, in my opinion, compared to the other maps.
But what I'm really liking is just the way the teams are performing. And I mean, Miramar is the one up next, so we're definitely going to be keeping a very, very watchful eye on them. But for me, what's so interesting to notice as well is just how the leaderboard and the standings continuously keep on changing. We're not seeing any one particular team coming in and absolutely dominating the leaderboard. You know, there's so much competition, a constant back and forth between the teams. The one day, one team is performing exceptionally well. The next day, another team comes in and just wipes them off of the map early on in the game. You know, so, but of course, let's jump into Miramar to see what that flight path is going to be doing and exactly who is going to be swiping who off of what as we now come on in from this western side of the zone, making our way over in towards, well, potentially the east. Yes, indeed it is. Well, the southeastern corner there. Really interesting flight path.
It's so far down inside of this corner that honestly everybody is going to be jumping really close to each other. Once again, I mean, I kind of cast or cursed it the first time with the zone going super far to the side for our first match. It could potentially happen again in this one now that I've actually pointed it out. But, you know, it just creates, once again, some interesting decisions coming out of the teams. If this goes on ahead and pulls towards them around Monty once again, I mean, hopefully all these teams are a little bit warmed up to that area. Not too many of them are going to have to make a move, but even if the hardship's away, that could give everybody a chance to make it equally inside the zone, even though it will be some sort of a mad dash. But definitely not my favorite playing path, but of course that is what we were given, so we're about to see the phase also pop shortly.
Yeah, and it's a nice little bit of a change up from what we had in our first Miramar visit. So definitely looking to see how the teams are going to cope with that. And of course, up comes the zone, popping straight in towards the southeastern side there. Potentially even, well, it's almost east, but it's not quite southeast. So let's call it the east-southeast as it moves on in. And of course, already we have a knock on the map.
Wow. Map and out, it seems like. Looks like some people are fighting for a vehicle, and that is going to be the demise of Chaos from Alpha Legends. Looks like GUNZ went on ahead, won the vehicle, dropped, and just ran him over.
I mean, why would you need to use ammo if you've got a vehicle? I mean, you know, save the ammo for those crazy fights a little bit later on in the game. You know, might as well just use the vehicle, put it to some good use before starting to explore a little bit further onwards. But now, of course, this is where we wait to see what the teams are going to be doing. Everyone is in their looting phase, going about trying to find a secure position to set themselves up beautifully for the coming few zones, also potentially even for those rotations into this phase. But look, west, especially over towards that southwestern side, it is looking pretty congested.
Yeah, that's where the plane path, made everybody go. So it's really up to them to be able to grab vehicles and make some rotations away from each other to be able to loot peacefully, and then eventually make it inside the zone. Since the zone actually is so far off to the eastern side, nobody really should be inside of it at this point. So if people decide to leave early, they could actually go and grab center zone for themselves. Nobody at this point has a huge prio into the zone. It just is up to these teams to make a drive on over there. And one of those teams actually is Real Tiger 9. They decided to drive all the way over here into Puerto, and it looks like Eagle is doing a little bit of parkour on a truck there while everybody else is still currently looting on up.
So, I mean, it's always interesting to watch the teams as they go about their business up in the early game. Just going around, grabbing whatever they need. Sometimes we see some interesting vehicles getting stuck in some strange places. But of course, now we see the players here from SCYTES going about their business over in towards Valdelmar. So it's quite a long rotation for them back up in towards zone. As you can see already, they're 1.6 kilometers away. So to a certain extent, I'm hoping they get a little bit of an earlier rotation in instead of waiting all the way until that blue zone actually catches up with them. But also then taking into account, we have a few other teams that could have a very similar kind of approach, already moving up, trying to secure their angle in the zone before that blue zone actually starts closing in.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, it's really up to these teams. I mean, there's really two sides of the coin, right? You could go on ahead and stay outside where the plane path took you, finish looting on up, get really good loot, and end up rotating in kind of late, potentially be able to third-party things while you have full armor, full util the guns you exactly want, and fight your way onto the edge. Or on the other side, since this zone went so far away from the plane path, you could just decide to go on ahead and rotate in immediately and get your loot in from something that you grab over there. But oh my goodness, I love this replay. Oh no, it looks like, yep, Chaos ended up losing that car spot, and he tried yoinking that vehicle, but unfortunately it was punched out. That is amazing.
Yeah, Freak was a freak with that punch. That was such a beautiful, beautifully timed shot right then and there. Insane stuff, but of course now we wait to see what other insanities we'll be having in this match as the players still make their rotations, make their way around, and of course try to find a decent position in the coming phase.
Yeah, it looks like Fanatic Zombies already making a little bit of a move towards Minas. Again, it looks like they went ahead and decided to go for a little bit more of an early rotation, all with just level 1 gear so far. But now that they're a little bit further inside zone, hopefully they'll be able to upgrade what they currently have and not having to worry about anybody else near them, potentially getting some really good loot. And oh no, Kelbush almost went ahead and flipped over his buggy there, but the rest of the snipers are happily inside of Power Grid, also deciding to get their loot on up.
I mean, those buggies are always an interesting thing, particularly on a map like Miramar. I mean, sometimes there's bugs where if the buggy goes upside down and explodes, you know. Fortunately, those all get patched, but definitely, you know, things are quite interesting, especially on Miramar. There's so many different little nuances that come in, you know, that just the little extra thing that makes Miramar so special. I mean, always enjoy watching the players and the teams go at it on Miramar.
Oh, I definitely agree. It's always interesting to see what happens with the terrain and the vehicles and just the sight lines. I always go on ahead and like spectating people on Miramar when they're playing because there's just so many sight lines that you could go on ahead and grab. But yeah, at this point, we already said that it seems like some of these teams are still continuing with their slow looting. They're just on the edge, so they're going to be coming in late. Meanwhile, other people, they're starting to venture on out. They know that they need to get inside sooner rather than later. And one of them actually is Galaxy Racer, as we're spectating them right now, trying to drive over a bunch of this really rough terrain, getting closer and closer to that eastern zone shift.
Yeah, and that of course makes for some interesting maneuvers. And it's sometimes quite challenging to get across the terrain. I mean, even just in comparison to what you normally see on, let's say, for instance, Erangel. I mean, coming into Sanhok, it is such a trick, especially with the vehicles they have in here. I mean, that we saw one of the teams, of course, in the first Miramar game coming in with a bus there as it got stuck in that ditch. You don't really see that much on the other maps.
Very true. I mean, anything can happen, and it's honestly, it's entertaining to go on ahead and see how these teams go on ahead and deal with, honestly, some, first of all, running into each other and their interactions with enemies and themselves, and there's just the interaction of the game itself. I mean, there is stuff that's out of them control, like vehicles getting stuck or flipping and stuff like that, but then they have to go on ahead and figure out what else to do in that situation.
Yep, and that makes for a really, really interesting play across the board. But of course, now this is where things are going to get pretty tough. You can see the zombies. They've spotted the players there from RICO Infinity. But of course, now we see Galaxy Racer also up against the side of SUDOR. So we've seen a really strong showing from SUDOR before. But will Galaxy Racer now use this opportunity and try to make their comeback from this? As you can see them now moving up on towards Hidan. He is alone in the compound for the moment, but the rest of his team is fortunately starting to move in just to try and fortify the hold that they've got here. But let's see now, will they get it? Oh, beautiful Nate getting sent on over. We got a Waze also now just getting rest up by MG down below. Oh, there we go. Max gets knocked. Ultron gets knocked. Come on. Come on, Hidan. Are you going to get it? Are you going to pick it up? Oh, they're going to try. You can see Safe now. Saif looking for that angle just down below. Trying to figure out exactly where these players went. But of course, you can see, you know, Oasis and MJ just holding up the angle. Track 2 comes crashing on in. Oh, Escaton strikes down. MJ cooking up a nade. Are they going to get it? Come on. MJ so close. Lets it fly. Will it do the job? No, it misses. But that, of course, now gives them a pretty good idea of where to expect MJ to be. As you can see, track 2 now stepping up as well. Just staying ahead. So close.
Yeah, that one seemed to be cooked a little bit too long, but they still can't figure out where he is. I mean, just a bunch of nades jumping on down, but fortunately for MJ, not spotting him out. So that is his home for now on the side of that really small half wall. He's just going to try and watch his tracks. And unfortunately, SUDOR Esports, they did that correctly. Feidan was pushed up on the rest of his team, able to come on with a re-crash onto that to take the fight. And MJ, he might be able to take out 1 or 2 in this situation as a solo if they're not expecting him to be here. And honestly, I'm surprised they didn't go on ahead and continue to clear out this location, because they should have been able to realize, hey, we only have 3 kills. Where is the 4th one?
Yeah, so we'll see whether or not they were paying close attention to that kill feed. But of course, this is where it could really turn in favor of MJ. If MJ is able to isolate the players here from SUDOR, it can really turn the tables and cause quite a bit of a disruption to the side of SUDOR. But here we go. This is going to be a very surgical maneuver. MJ, that is what we're going to need to be seeing there. But of course, now MJ, ventures out. First shots fly in, picks up 1. But Hidan swoops in to find the confirm. And of course, right off they go back into the lobby. But now we move over in towards iKURD and the players here from SCYTES. And a little bit of a ranged exchange there from them, but nothing too crazy just yet.
Racer, because they ended up being taken out the second team in our last game, and it looks like they're taken out at first in this game. So definitely not the way that they want to go on ahead and end off so far. Hopefully they'll be able to bring it back for our last game on Erangel. But now we are officially down to 15 teams, and as you mentioned, it looks like SCYTES has spotted out iKURD, potentially just exchanging some shots, but still far enough away that either one of these teams could just go ahead and disengage from this. But of course, they don't want to entirely just yet. They want to go on ahead and look towards each other and try and pester each other right now in phase 1, going into 2.
Yeah, the opportunity is there. They are currently in zone, so there's no apparent need for them to start rotating up just yet. They can sit here and fight at their leisure. But of course now, depending on where the next phase goes, that would determine for how much longer they can stay here and try to exchange these shots and potentially try to pick up some of those additional points. But we also have a little bit of a creep coming in there from Ghost. He's just creeping a little bit closer onto the side there of iKURD, trying to see if he can find that line of sight on towards them. But of course now Azza just warns him, puts a beautiful one across. And Helma and Kalaga, they just holding their front. They kind of the reinforcements. Just in case they need it, they'll move up and strike.
Yeah, so far fine though. Not too much movement or fight should start right now because the zone is about to pop, and if it goes a hard shift away, they want to be able to get ready for that shift. And it looks like, I mean, not entirely centered, but just off to the center on that northwestern side. It's going to center around just below Bandita. So a lot of the teams actually already found themselves in there, while everybody else already grabbed their vehicles or making their first rotation to get inside this.
And this is going to be a super interesting zone, especially with that road again now cutting through the middle of it. We got that interesting terrain up in the north there, close to La Bendita, and of course we got the outer city limits there down to the south, with Los Leones being in place. So definitely looking to see how these teams are going to try and rotate up and position themselves in the zone. As once again, positioning is going to be absolutely crucial in this zone with so many players and teams still alive. I mean, the better position you can find, I think, honestly, the better you'll do.
I agree. I'm interested to see if any fight breaks up on top of here on Bandita as well. As you can see, HOTLINE Esports up on the northern side, and El Chapo from RTG Esports kind of being in charge of watching this hill, while the rest of his team are currently below him inside of the compound. Up on top of this ridge is really difficult fight to go on ahead and take. So RTG and HOTLINE could go on ahead and be in for a little bit of a wild ride if they continue to make a rotation this way and actually run into each other. But it looks like HOTLINE back inside their vehicle. El Chapo definitely heard the movement of that car. But it looks like they could potentially just be making a rotation away or just patiently waiting as of right now.
But I mean, RTG, HOTLINE, they're not looking too bad today. I mean, HOTLINE not having the base day, they've only been able to pick up 2 kills so far today, right? But on the other hand, we've got the players there from RTG. They've been able to pick up 17 kills. So definitely going to be keeping an eye on RTG to see whether or not they're going to strike fear into the side here of HOTLINE. Because, you know, just based on the kill stats that we've got, definitely think that RTG has a slight bit of an advantage there. But of course now, as we move up in towards the players here from the snipers, you can see their vehicle not getting blown up. RICO Infinity keeping a very watchful eye on them, not letting them venture too far away, but also still just showing their presence in the vicinity as Marco now sends those shots across. Just trying to remind them, like, yes, you might have blown up a few things, but we're going to be keeping an eye on you.
Yeah, these are the compounds that are just off the center. We ended up being able to watch our last Miramar games 2 days ago. One of them ended up in that warehouse where RICO Infinity team are, and the other one ended down here where snipers are. So teams setting up in both of these locations definitely isn't a bad idea, and I'm interested to see if maybe this zone is going to go to one of those places once again. But as for everybody else, the zone's about to pop once again, and of course everybody trying to start off with a really quick rotation means NASR Esports is going to spot out some members of SCYTES. Meanwhile, you see the SUDOR even was making a rotation in that same spot. So it just seems like a lot of these teams are starting to run into each other in the next zone pop, and it's going to continue to make people do that.
Yes, and pop it shall, as we can see the players here now from Alpha keeping a very watchful eye just in all around them. We've got NASA, we've got RTG, and well, so many other more teams moving into position, trying to secure the angle in the zone. But I'm quite interested to see how NASA is going to try and play this one. I mean, they are fairly spread out for the moment, but of course, will we see them start to condense a little bit more and, you know, just get those angles all lined up so they can fight as one, you know, send all those shots up simultaneously. But of course now RTG is starting to move on in. We see NASA now just trying to fend off a few nades coming in there from Sniper. Nabo just managing to evade the damage for the time being, but of course Amir now being the last player remaining for the side of the snipers, going head to head with NASA, and of course, well, down they go as Hassan finds the shots and sends him backing.
And Real Tiger now is now completely aware of where NASR team is. As you can see, they're now on the very southern side of this new zone that could potentially be a fight that they want to take. Unfortunately, there's only one enemy there that they had to get rid of, so there's no third party that's going to happen coming from that. But even behind them, another team is making a rotation by there. So it looks like there's a lot of opportunity of some third-party fights happening on the very southern side of the zone. And it's actually iKURD. It looks like NASR actually spotting out the other member of SCYTES as well. It's just so much fighting is about to pop off on the very southern side of this, and there's nowhere else for them really to go because the majority of the zone is completely in the center of a field.
Yeah, it is going to be quite the challenging zone for these teams to rotate on through. But of course, now you can see iKURD keeping a very watchful eye there on the players from Real Tiger 9, just waiting for that opening, that little bit of a vantage point in to the side of them. But of course, now it seems like iKURD might try. Oh, never mind. Ezrod finds a quick, sneaky angle there, just having a little bit of a bag to shoot at, and takes the opportunity with both hands, open scopes. But of course, now this is where things get tough as the players from iKURD try to push further up in towards their zone, trying to pull off that rotation. But they're trying to rotate away from Real Tiger 9, but they've got SUDOR and NASR just up ahead of them. So it's going to be pretty tough one for them. But of course, we see the players from GUNZ now getting eliminated at the hand there of YaLLa. But here we go, Real Tiger 9 now focusing all their efforts onto the players there from iKURD. And iKURD currently very split up.
Ooh. Yeah, they're very split up, and it looks like one of them at least is able to find themselves a little bit of a bowl inside of this field. So he's the one furthest inside, trying to take shots at the other people around them, but instantly Real Tiger 9 Jigsaw is shooting them in the back at that little hay hut. So it's going to be hard for them to get those reses before RT9 now grabbing vehicles. The zone is upon them, so they also have to go ahead and make a little bit of a move.
Oh, I mean, now jumping up in towards Zombies. We see them all the way down in the southern reach of the zone. Real Tiger 9, of course, still just up ahead of them. But it's going to be an interesting position. We've got the players from NASR just up into the north. So Zombies need to be super careful with their push on towards the players here from Real Tiger, as they can really expose themselves. But here we go. Nice quick shots coming up in towards Surprise Humam, finding head after head now. But everything now riding on Mr. Ramp here, our aquatic master. But down he goes. Humam comes up to off goes Real Tiger 9 right back up into the lobby. But of course, now there's here from YaLLa all the way up in the northwest, getting ready to rotate back in towards the zone. But Fanatic Zombies trying to find an angle. They can hear the vehicles moving. They don't have a clear line of sight just yet, but they're definitely going to keep on looking for them. You can see Amaz now just up ahead of Chills. Chills having to fight with this ballista in the way. Oh man, who puts the stuff there? I mean, you want to take a shot.
The smoke also probably cutting off a little bit of eyesight. Yeah, there's always those issues with some of the items inside of the buildings being a little bit of a nuisance. But, I mean, in that situation, even if they got the knock, maybe you wouldn't have been able to get the flush just because of those sight lines there. And the zone, once again, moving over to the eastern side. At this point, everybody is having to force themselves in the field. And even, a lot of these teams are finding themselves in the open and getting some knocks onto them.
Oh, we saw those shots there from Fate, of course, over towards NASR, but Alpha now just a little bit further away. Zombies now getting cornered out in the open field right on the edge of that zone as SUDOR starts pushing up in towards them, causing a little bit of damage. Hamco getting knocked out by the vehicle explosion, but SUDOR now relentless in their efforts as they continue to push on in, finding a bit of damage into the side of Break. But Humam and Break now left to fend. Let's see if they'll be able to pull off that res on towards Hamco. Oh, SK now tries to step on in. Gets knocked out, Molly in a hand, but here we go. Now, oh, SUDOR, track 2 gets knocked out there as Humam, no, sorry, that was Break, stepping out right into that one. 2 of his teammates, of course, they're from the Zombies, still bleeding out very slowly. So quite a bit of pressure now on the shoulders here of Break as, oh, Hamco gets taken down. Humam and now the last remaining player for them there. But let's see now. Safe moving up here from the SUDOR side. Sends those utils up. It's going to be a close one. Will they find the point? Not yet. Finds a bit of damage into his own teammate though. A little bit unfortunate. But now as you can see, SUDOR's players also now starting to drop one by one. Hidden. Still keeping that angle up in the north. Break getting hit from up top as the players from NASR come swooping in. Here we go, Zombies now having those mollies flying up in their direction. Saif not just patiently waiting for that smoke to clear so you can see exactly where they're at. But of course, he doesn't want to stay around too much longer as that zone is going to start shifting up once again. And he needs to consider getting into zone once again. But let's see. Will he be able to pull it off? As we wait now, that zone shifting up once again, just a little bit further up in towards the south in favor of the team there from NASR. But Saif gets spotted out. You can see the players there from RTG trying to make a play, but YaLLa also now starting to push up on towards RTG, but NASR holding on so strongly to the south of the zone as we see the players there from, SUDOR now stepping on up, but Alpha Legends running up into the side there of Fate, picking up those points and of course putting them on a very comfortable 4 kills so far. RICO Infinity still trying to find their own way up in towards the zone as they're now caught on this western front. We got YaLLa and the players from Alpha just up ahead of them. It's going to be a really tricky rotation for them to pull on off, but up comes Ragnar, tempting Fate as he pushes further forward. You can see Alpha now, of course, also following suit, creeping closer and closer to the edge of that zone. RTG now coming up from the north, closing up towards the players here from SUDOR, but of course SUDOR also not just yet in that zone. YaLLa making quick rotation. El Chapo tries to welcome Powerful in, but of course not finding any of the necessary shots just yet. Of course puts in a second attempt, finds a bit of damage, but now, Alpha still facing quite a bit of a challenge to get in. They're only sitting on a 3-man team. Will they be able to pull it off? YaLLa now getting caught out in the smokes as they push on in, and El Chapo causing absolute chaos on the side there of YaLLa.
Yeah, in a zone like this with the field so completely out in the open, you kind of do have to be patient to get into a zone like this. So they tried to go for a little bit of a crash, YaLLa did, and instantly everybody else that was inside of this zone tried turning towards them and punishing them. I mean, they had a little bit of a ridge to be able to play out of, but RTG being able to take advantage of that and did a bunch of damage, and now they're on the move to try and find a place inside of zone. Alpha Legends now coming in too. They need to be careful because, oh no, a lot of damage being thrown their way. This is the exact chaos that usually happens in a field ending. We can even see their Alpha Legends, they had all 3 members up and they actually just got eliminated trying to come in on that western side.
I mean, 6 teams scattered throughout the edge of the zone. You can see NASR, of course, already sitting on 9 kills, already doing a considerable amount of damage. But will they now be able to continue with that trend as they have a really strong position up in the south there? But it is also a little bit of a height advantage. All the rest of the teams just scattered below them. So, of course, now we wait to see how NASR is going to try and play this angle. They have got a little bit of hard cover, but, of course, they can also still get shot from below the vehicle. As you see, the shots now flying up there into the side of SUDOR. The players here from, RTG keeping those angles. RICO Infinity also trying to make the play, but NASR, I mean, just again having that zone in. YaLLa now trying to strike those hits in towards SUDOR. Picks up 1 or 2. Senke gets picked up by Ida. Beautiful play.
And it looks like zone once again popping down to the southern side. NASR is so happy with this once again. They don't have to move too much, and even then they can move really late. So everybody else more on this northwestern side of the zone has to move first. They can just sit back and wait for them to start making this move. So NASR could potentially pick up even more points in this situation and even win the game. Yeah, there we go. And YaLLa once again moving a little bit too early. SCYTES is just gonna go punish it out. Powerful now, the last one up.
Some crazy plays coming in. Hassan going at it once again. And NASR still sitting on 4 players alive. YaLLa down to 3. RICO on 2. And SCYTES on only 1. But of course now we're looking to see whether or not RICO will be able to pull off that res. Get their numbers back up. But Razur now making the dash here for SCYTES. Trying to find that angle up in towards the zone. Creeping up but gets spotted out by Ragnar. Down goes Ragnar to the blue zone. Oh man, 2 teams remain. It is now YaLLa up against NASR, a 4v3. YaLLa's health looking very low as they've only got 1 player left to fight. Powerful as the last hopeful tries to make a little bit of an improvement of his position in that zone, but he still needs to get on in. NASR focusing all their efforts right up in towards him. Will they be able to pick that one up? As you can see, Miracle now coming in, looking so aggressive, so confident in that rotation. Of course, all those utils getting sent on up. Quick smoke getting sent in as well, but here we go. Miracle, look at the bounce. That was so close. Miracle comes rushing in, jump shot to seal the deal. What a play. NASR picks up a chicken dinner, and it was about time.
I mean, they're so strong week 1 of league play. So here we go, going on ahead and winning a game for themselves in the Super Weekend. That's points that they went ahead. They needed those. They wanted to go on ahead and show us up a little bit, and we'll be able to see how that's going to go on ahead and help them out on the leaderboard after a short break. Be right back.
Hello and welcome back. Wow, Span Miramar Game 4 absolutely fire once again. And after a long wait, we see the players from NASR step up and claim a chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, we knew they had it in them, and unfortunately, it just kept going a little bit downhill for them throughout all of this. But here we go, grabbing a bag, going ahead and take a look at their total points. There we go, NASR Esports grabbing that first place, 15 placement points, 11 kills, gives them a total of 26 points. YaLLa Esports now in second from that game with 17, and RICO Infinity team with how many kills they got actually tied that with 17. SUDOR Esports grabbing 4th with 13 points, RTG then 5th with 12, SCYTES in 6th with 11, Zombies Esports coming in 7th with 7, and Alpha Legends in 8th with 6.
Some beautiful plays that we've had in this last one. But I mean, again, SUDOR looking super strong there on 9 kills. It's good to see that consistent killing coming in, those consistent points. It is absolutely phenomenal stuff. And of course, as we've seen now time and time again, bringing in a consistent amount of kills really assists. And I mean, that is kind of the strategy we see coming in there from the Zombies. But as we move in to the second page, we see the players there from Fate sitting up in 9th place on 4 points. We got iKURD in 10th on 2. Then, of course, we got the Fanatic Zombies, the players from Real Tiger 9, as well as GUNZ Esports, each sitting on 1 point apiece. But HOTLINE, the players there from the Snipers, as well as Galaxy Racer, not being able to find any points just yet. But now looking at the damage, the total damage being brought in, SUDOR's just going absolutely insane with 2k damage. Of course, NASR sitting on 1600, RICO Infinity on 1300, but NASR being able to convert a lot of that damage into kills.
Yeah, and I mean, I just have to go on ahead and shout out the spot that they were able to have. They had that compound kind of on the side of the hill for a while, and there were a few teams to the southern side of them that I'm just like, oh, are they going to potentially go on ahead and crash NASR, take their spot from them, take that fight because it's a really good location to be taken? No, nobody went on ahead and crashed onto them. Let's go ahead and take a look at some highlights as I go on ahead and continue to talk about their spot. So they were able to go on ahead and continue into the very southern side of this zone. Nobody really contesting them, but they're still able, taking so many shots to the people around them, picked up so many kills, and then of course, as we already know, the chicken.
Yeah, that was just absolutely crazy positioning from the players there from NASR. So beautifully done, but of course, our road to that chicken dinner also brought quite a few interesting plays. As you saw, MJ just putting in a beautiful hit there, but of course getting taken out fairly shortly after that. But now, as we continue in, here is some of those plays from NASR just putting in some phenomenal plays. Nubble, I mean, that guy was crazy.
Crazy, he really was. And here's that fight that really kind of changed it for both RT9 and Zombies Esports. These were both the teams that I expected to go ahead and push up on the NASR, but really they just did so much damage to each other, and even Zombies having to fight SUDOR in the field. NASR was just there to go ahead and clean that all up, and then the southern side was just really all theirs. And there's even some moments I feel like in this zone where a couple of teams might have crashed a little bit too early, and that just resulted in a lot of knocks and people being able to spot them out, unfortunately for them. But because of those early crashes, it really gave the people that were already closer to the zone the ability to be taking them out. And of course, NASR, with the zone shifts towards them, they're able to capitalize on all those fights that were happening.
Yeah, but I mean, that final play there from Razur was also a really well executed one, you know, just shooting from out of that. But now up comes Miracle to clutch it out, jump shot to seal the deal, steal that chicken dinner win. Look at that as well. They did 1600 damage, recovered 736 health, of course finishing off on 26 points, but also bringing in 11 kills. So again, a really nice and strong performance coming in at the hand of NASR.
And I'm glad we were able to see that come out of them. I mean, at the very beginning of league play, we were basically shouting them out at every moment. I mean, they were able to finish the first week of league play with 120 points, like far ahead from the people behind. And then honestly, they were kind of okay coming into the first super weekend. And then even this league play, they didn't do too well, but we're still able to make it. And so now with that win, I mean, it will go on ahead and do wonders for them, honestly, once we take a look at our main board. But of course, we're going to go ahead and take a look at our top players now that we're done with those 4 games. This is the players for this match. We have Fightin from SUDOR actually with 1025 damage, 6 kills, and Humam from Zombies there in second with 764 damage himself. Miracle and Nabo, both from NASR Esports for this match, picking up a lot of damage, but even more so the survive kills and the assists at the bottom there. So they were able to be involved in a lot of fights from the position that they held.
Yeah, and it's good to see the players from NASR finding their rhythm once again, coming in with such great placements in that zone, and the zone just being in their favor time after time, phase after phase, shift after shift, and they just beautifully capitalize on that. But of course, speaking about beautiful shifts and zones and things, you know, we're going to be moving in towards Erangel, which we know can be pretty erratic at times, as we saw in our first match of the day.
What are the odds we get another water?
I don't know. I don't even want to think about it, right? But I can tell you one thing: this final match is gonna be crazy. All right, just looking at the pace the teams have been coming in just today alone. Yes, the first match was weird, but I mean the second one, really strong pacing. Third one, even more so. Fourth one, we just had even crazier pacement. Now we're heading into the fifth one. I'm really looking forward again to see the pace, just the speed, how these players move around, how they execute those maneuvers, and of course where they position themselves, because we've seen it now. The team that finds themselves set up beautifully in the zone, especially those later phases, if they have that, they almost certainly have the chicken.
I mean, especially because so far all of the zones that we actually got so far seem to be pretty out in the open. So anybody that really was able to grab the hardcover or the really nice position with the zone shifting towards them, they were really just able to continue to hold that and then get a lot of kills and then go ahead and win the game. What would be a little bit different coming into our last game is if we got more of a city ending, potentially. Definitely less out in the open, away from any of those field endings, definitely away from any water endings. and I mean, that's a challenge in itself. So, I mean, I'm not saying I'm hoping for a city ending, but I'm definitely saying that that's something that we haven't yet seen today, at least.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of like you said, those open field endings. But well, I don't really think water counts as an open field, but yes, it is open. But I mean, just to emphasize the point of, you know, that positioning within the zone. If we start looking at that first match, right? Real Tiger 9 positioned themselves so phenomenally well in that final few zones where they were just able to cause absolute chaos to the players in the water, picking up so many kills, and of course having the opportunity to heal up before they've pushed on in. And of course, let's have a quick look at the overall, and then we can, you know, continue on with that explanation. But here you can see, of course, the players from Zombies Esports sitting up in pole position on 344 points. GUNZ Esports sitting in second on 313. SUDOR up in third there on 258. We got Alpha Legend in fourth on 240. RTG over in fifth on 228. RICO Infinity up in sixth there on 227. NASR in seventh on 223, and then of course Falcons still clinging on to that 8th place with their 169. But I mean,
आखिरी मैच इस सुपर वीकेंड के अंतिम क्षणों से पहले देखते हैं यहाँ पे देवी और सज्जनों, फिलहाल आपका स्वागत है अभी के लिए। यू आर वाचिंग द पबजी मोबाइल प्रो लीग द अरेबियन रीजन, ऑफ कोर्स ब्रॉट टू यू बाय ओप्पो रेनो 5। आखिरी मैप इरांगल का ओशन। मैच से पहले जाने के लिए आई थिंक प्लेयर्स डू नीड समथिंग।
एग्जैक्टली उनको अपना गेमर मोड ऑन करना पड़ेगा विद दैट बॉर्न टू विन एटीट्यूड व्हिच दे गेट फ्रॉम द ओपन इन 5 सीरीज बिकॉज दे नीड टू डोमिनेट दीज बैटल ग्राउंड्स विद द अमेजिंग गेम प्ले एंड दैट बॉर्न टू विन एटीट्यूड दैट दे ऑब्वियसली आर हैविंग। बट देखते हैं कि क्या इस बार सर्कल साथ देता है। यानी ये रैंगल का मैच है। लेट्स जस्ट डाइव इनटू द मैच। वी सॉ द फ्लाइट पाथ लिपोवका वाली साइड से था, तो इस बार जोन विल जस्ट सी द जोन के क्या जोन होता है। जोन के बारे में कुछ बोला जाए ना बोला जाए तो वो ऑब्वियसली गेम में ही पता चलेगा। बट उसके साथ साथ बात ये भी आती है कि प्लेयर्स किस हिसाब से खेलना चाहेंगे इस वाले रैंगल को। आखिरी गेम है इस सुपर वीकेंड का, इसके बाद एक सुपर वीकेंड बचेगा। अगर इन टीमों में से कोई टीम क्वालिफाई नहीं हो पाई अगले हफ्ते के लिए, तो खराब चीज उनके लिए हो जाएगी कि उनको ये जो उनके पॉइंट्स है ये लास्ट टाइम के लिए पॉइंट्स उनके बन जाएंगे। तो अच्छा तो करना ही पड़ेगा।
जी हाँ, आई थिंक क्योंकि जैसे हमने लास्ट सुपर वीकेंड पे भी यही स्टोरी लाइन रखी थी कि ये जो सुपर वीकेंड रहने वाला है वो कुछ टीमों के लिए मे बी आखिरी सुपर वीकेंड रह सकता है, मे बी नेक्स्ट सुपर वीकेंड में ना ही दिखे। बट फिलहाल यहाँ पे आई थिंक चलिए पहले वेरीफाई कर लेते हैं, ये सर्कल पानी में खत्म तो नहीं होना चाहिए। क्योंकि
नहीं
लास्ट टाइम भी कुछ ऐसे ही सर्कल दिखा था बट पानी में खत्म हुआ था।
नहीं नहीं, वो इतना इतना अलग जोन तो नहीं था। ठीक है, ये सर्कल यासना के नीचे की तरफ को जो रहता है कि यासना के नीचे और हल्का सा लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पर जो एरियाज रहते हैं वहां के आसपास जा सकता है। तो उधर का सर्कल हमें कहीं ना कहीं देखने को मिल सकता है। तो इकर्त के प्लेयर्स को एक अच्छा एरिया यहाँ पर खेलने लायक मिल सकता है मेरे ख्याल से।
जी हाँ, आई थिंक जरूर उनको मिलेगा। इनफैक्ट यहाँ पे अल्फा लेजेंड्स को काफी ज्यादा सहायता होने वाली है जिस तरीके से सर्कल बना है, और आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा। इनफैक्ट अल्फा लेजेंड्स के जो साउथ वेस्टर्न साइड पे जो एरिया है, जो एनएसआर के बिल्कुल नॉर्दर्न साइड पे जो एरिया है, वहां पे हम लोग को देखने को मिल सकता है सर्कल चाहते हुए। हमने काफी बार देखा भी है। साथ ही साथ एक हाइब्रिड सर्कल बनने का भी एक संभावना है। तो देखते हैं यहाँ पे जोन किस तरीके से बनता है। फिलहाल फनाटिक ज़ॉम्बीज के प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं अपना रोटेशन निभाते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। चिल्स ऑलरेडी आगे बढ़ते हुए। आई थिंक कहीं ना कहीं फनाटिक ज़ॉम्बीज और टीम स्नाइपर्स इस सुपर विकेट में कुछ और बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन दिखा सकते हैं।
बिल्कुल, वो कंपैरेटिवली अच्छा कर सकते थे, लेकिन अभी के लिए यही बात हम बोलेंगे कि जोन ने क्या ऑब्वियसली अपना 100% तो दिया ही है। सो इट्स अ रियली रियली गुड थिंग। कोई भी टीम ऑब्वियसली यहाँ तक आकर के ये तो नहीं चाहेगी कि यहाँ से हल्का सा उनको दिक्कत हो, क्योंकि पॉइंट्स एक एक गेम के, एक एक सर्कल के, एक एक सेकंड के इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाते हैं। सो या एक एक फाइट यहाँ पर मैटर करती है, और थोड़ी देर में हमारे पास पहला सर्कल भी बनना शुरू हो जाएगा। सो उसके साथ साथ टीम्स को, प्लेयर्स को रोटेट यहाँ पर आराम से अपने करना पड़ेगा। बट अब ये चीज देखिए, एक गाड़ी में थे प्लेयर्स, ठीक है मानते हैं, बट एक घर को लूटने के लिए 3 प्लेयर्स आएंगे तो सबको अपनी लूट कैसे मिलेगी?
और वो भी इतने छोटे घर की तरफ आए। बट एनीवेज आई मीन इकत की अगर बात करें इस बार ये हफ्ता उनके लिए भी एक हमने एक डाउनफॉल देखा है। कहीं ना कहीं आज का दिन सो एंड सो रहा है, एवरेज मैं कहूंगा। बहुत बेहतरीन नहीं कि इतना खराब भी नहीं। कंपैरेटिवली फर्स्ट और सेकंड डे से आई थिंक थर्ड डे उनका सबसे अच्छा गया है अभी तक। टीम फेट की बात करें तो फेट का भी वही मीडियोकर परफॉर्मेंस, नथिंग रियली आउट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड अभी तक देखने को मिला। अभी इस स्क्वाड से काफी सारी प्रोमिसेस मैं कहूंगा मुझे देखने को मिली। आई रियली वांट कि इनसे मैं नेक्स्ट सुपर वीकेंड में और अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस देखना चाहूँ। बट उससे पहले ऑफ कोर्स आपको क्वालिफाई करना पड़ेगा, जो कि इतना आसान नहीं होने वाला है। रिको इन्फिनिटी की स्क्वाड फिर से मिरामार में महारत हासिल करते हुए उनका बहुत ही बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन जाता है। आज देखते हैं एरांगल में क्या करिश्मा दिखाते हैं।
बिल्कुल 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 बिल्कुल, लेकिन यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं हॉटलाइन के प्लेयर्स भी जस्ट अपने हिसाब से मूव कर रहे हैं। उनको भी एक डिसेंट एरिया सा अभी के लिए मिल रखा है। सर्कल ज़्यादा दूर नहीं है, तो कोई दिक्कत वाली बात तो नहीं ही होनी चाहिए उनके लिए। बट देखते हैं कि जब बाद में जोन के एरियाज होल्ड करने की कोशिश करें तो किस हिसाब से कर पाते हैं। और मॉल्टो के हाथ में आपने देखा यहाँ पर ऑब्वियसली मोस्टली हम प्लेयर्स के हाथ में पैन देखते हैं। अगर पैन नहीं मिलता तो प्लेयर्स कुछ और उठाते भी नहीं है, बट मॉल्टो के पास था। सो लाइक ऑब्वियसली जो भी मिले, सारी यूटिलिटीज, हर एक चीज यहाँ पर इंपॉर्टेंट उनको पता है कि रहती है।
आई थिंक हमने एक एक अवसर पे ये देखा था कि एक प्लेयर ने सिकल फेंका था। तो
जी।
प्लेयर्स आजकल काफी क्राफ्टी बन रहे हैं, काफी इनोवेटिव बन रहे हैं। अभी तक मुझे एक्चुअली तलाश है वो जो पैन फेंक के मारा एंड नॉक हुआ उसकी। हमने देखा है बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स पैन तो फेंकते जरूर है, अभी तक कनेक्ट नहीं हो पाए। इनफैक्ट ऑफिशियल जितने भी अभी तक टूर्नामेंट्स हुए हैं, अब तक आई डोंट थिंक इट हैज हैपेंड येट। क्या आपने कहीं पे देखा है?
हाँ, मैंने देखा है एक्चुअली। मेरे पास एक आई वुडंट से कि ऐसे था, बट मैंने इंस्टाग्राम पे एक क्लिप देखा था एंड वो था किसी
ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट्स।
हाँ, वो कुछ ऐसे स्क्रिप्टेड नहीं था, बट था एक कस्टम रूम में, बट ऐसा एक टूर्नामेंट टाइप ही था।
हाँ
ऑफिशियल
बट
नहीं
हम
था, बट
हाँ,
लाइक उतना
चलिए ठीक है,
ऑफिशियल
मान
नहीं था,
लेते,
बट
देख लिया। उतना ऑफिशियल क्या होता है क्वेश्चन, इधर आर या पार। बट एक्चुअली मैं बिल्कुल देखना चाहूंगा एक दिन, कोई ऑफिशियल इवेंट
मैं
पे
मैं
कि कोई
आपको
पैन फेंक के
मैं आपको
मारना गॉट रियल।
मैं आपको क्लिप भेज दूंगा। आप खुद डिसाइड कर लीजिएगा।
ओह माय गॉड। बट यू नो मजा आता है, वी काइंड ऑफ लाइक टू लिव फॉर दोज मोमेंट्स कि कुछ एक इनोवेटिव सा प्ले हम लोग को देखने को मिले। बट इधर वेज यहाँ पे ये खूंखार टीम, यहाँ पे zombies की स्क्वाड हमको नजर आती हुई देखते हैं। यहाँ पे उनके नेक्स्ट शिकार कौन बनते हैं। जिस तरीके से ये लोग शॉट्स लेते हैं ना, उसे डर लग जाता है। थैंक गॉड हम लोग कॉम्पिटिटिव नहीं खेल रहे, हमने अच्छा खासा रिटायरमेंट ले लिया है। और क्योंकि अगर ऐसे टीम्स का सामना करना पड़ा जो ऐसे मतलब टॉमी गन से जिस तरीके से जो सटीकता ये लोग मेंटेन करते हैं, वो काफी
जी।
तारीफनीय है। इनफैक्ट
जी,
अविश्वसनीय
बिल्कुल।
है।
ओके, चलिए, जैसे कि आपने यहाँ पर बात बोली कि रिटायरमेंट ले लिया। आपने एक टाइम पर ज़रूर ये प्रेशर झेला है जो प्लेयर्स को रहता है। तो मेरा आपसे एक सवाल रहेगा, तब से अब तक का आपके आपके अकॉर्डिंग, जैसे कि कंपटीशन की अगर हम बात करें ऑल अराउंड द ग्लोब, किस तरीके से एवोल्यूशन हुआ है कंपटीशन का? व्हाट्स योर टेक ऑन द एवोल्यूशन फॉर द कंपटीशन, नॉट जस्ट टीम्स वगैरह, बट प्लेयर्स की इंडिविजुअल मेंटालिटी में?
आई थिंक बहुत ज्यादा चेंजेस हम लोग को देखने को मिली है। एवरी सीजन, एवरी टूर्नामेंट कुछ अलग देखने को मिलता है। एंड सबसे बेहतरीन चीज होती है जो नए टीम्स आते हैं, क्योंकि वो एक एक्स फैक्टर बन के आते हैं टूर्नामेंट्स के अंदर। एंड हमेशा काइंड ऑफ गेट यू इनटू थिंकिंग कि इस बार नया क्या देखने को मिलेगा। एंड आई थिंक वही दैट सॉर्ट ऑफ प्रोटेक्ट्स द सैंक्टिटी ऑफ द गेम। क्योंकि अगर हर टाइम आप सेम ही चीज देखने को मिलता है, अगर सेम ही यही 16 टीम्स रहेंगी, हर दिन यही 16 टीम्स एक दूसरे के अगेंस्ट फाइट कर रही होंगी, आप हर दिन अगर बिरयानी खाओ तो एक पॉइंट पे बिरयानी उतनी ज्यादा टेस्टी नहीं लगती जो कि लाइक 2-3 महीने बाद खाने का जो
इसीलिए
फील आता है। सो एक हर
इसीलिए
हर हर टाइम
इसीलिए
एक अलग फ्लेवर, एक अलग मजा आना चाहिए। बट कैरिंग फॉरवर्ड, अगर बात करें यहाँ पे रीजन्स की, तो सबसे बेहतरीन चीज सारी अलग रीजन्स की, हर रीजन का एक अलग ही फ्लेवर है, राइट। हर रीजन का
जी।
एक अलग अप्रोच रहता है गेम की तरफ। और सबसे सरप्राइजिंग, इनफैक्ट मैं कहूंगा, अगर पिछले एक साल की अगर बात करूं, सबसे ज्यादा इंप्रूवमेंट मुझे मिडल ईस्ट वाले रीजन से लगी है, जो ईएमईए वाली जो रीजन होती है, सीआईएस रीजन से हम लोग को देखने को मिली, एंड एनए रीजन से देखने को मिली। साउथ एशियन टीम्स बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं, नो डाउट। नेपाली टीम्स बहुत बेहतरीन खेल रहे हैं। पाकिस्तानी और बांग्लादेशी टीम्स अभी भी उभरते हुए आ रहे हैं, कुछ कुछ टीम्स अच्छा खेल रही है। जैसे हमने देखा था स्टालवर्ट फ्लेक्स को, इनफैक्ट इकलौती जो पाकिस्तानी टीम मुझे काफी इंप्रेस करी थी। एंड F4 इज स्टिल मेकिंग इट ओवर देयर। बबलू कहीं ना कहीं डाइल्यूट हो चुकी है। बांग्लादेश की बात करें, हम देख रहे थे एक पॉइंट पे A1 esports काफी अच्छा खेल रही थी, फिर हम लोग को एक डिप देखने को मिला, फिर उसके बाद इन्होंने रिकवर भी करा। तो इधर वेज 1952 एक नई स्क्वाड बन के गई है अभी चैंपियनशिप फाइनल्स के लिए, वो
जी।
हमने ट्रांजिशन होते हुए देखा, एंड दैट इज फॉर द ग्रेटर गुड।
बिल्कुल, 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 बिल्कुल। लेकिन अब जो सर्कल है हमारा, सर्कल शिफ्ट लेना शुरू कर चुका है, और यास्नाया को कहीं न कहीं अपना सेंटर मान के सर्कल ने शिफ्ट लिया। हमने देखा अगर यास्नाया में ज़ोन खत्म होता है, गेम खत्म होता है, तो एक चीज़ कहीं न कहीं खराब रहती है, और वो ये है कि हमें फाइट से ज़्यादा हील्स देखने को मिलते हैं। बिकॉज़ एरांगल का ये चीज़ रहता है, अगर घर हैं आस-पास और टीम्स फाइट्स उस टाइम पर उनको पता है कि बाहर निकलेंगे तो ऑब्वियसली वो टेक डाउन हो जाएँगे, तो प्लेयर्स हील करने के ऊपर ही कहीं न कहीं ज़ोर रखते हैं। डिपेंड करता है कैसे आपका पोजीशनिंग है वगैरह। मीनवाइल आप वर्टिकल मैप पे देखिए, गैलेक्सी रेसर्स का स्क्वाड सीधा मूवमेंट कर रहा है। एंड आई वुड से वो जो 3 बिल्डिंग्स रहती हैं उसके आसपास कहीं ना कहीं अगर ये जाकर के रुकते हैं, काफी अच्छे इनको एरिया मिल सकती है। अल्फा का जो स्क्वाड है वो आर्टिजन के काफी करीब है और ये उनका घर है, तो देखते हैं यहाँ पर वो कैसे फाइट लेते हैं। लेकिन शतूर को यहाँ पर टेक डाउन किया जा चुका है, मतलब है कि बैकएंड से अगर कोई स्क्वाड आपको देख रहे हैं, रिको इन्फिनिटी के प्लेयर्स हैं, वो जरूर आपको टेक डाउन करेंगे।
जी हाँ, आई थिंक रिको इन्फिनिटी के प्लेयर्स की अगर जैसे बात करें तो आई थिंक मिरामार में बहुत अच्छा खेलते हुए आए हैं, जैसे हमने बार बार ये चीज बोला हुआ है। देखते हैं इरांगल में अपने आप को कहीं ना कहीं अभी भी ढूंढ रहे हैं, मैं कहूंगा नॉर्दर्न साइड पे उतरते सिवर्नी की तरफ, वहां से रोटेट करते, तो ये जो रोटेशन का जो सिलसिला रहा है इस पर्टिकुलर गेम में काफी बेहतरीन देखने को मिला है उनकी तरफ से। अल्फा लेजेंड्स के आई थिंक शतूर जैसा आपने बोला ऑलरेडी बाहर हो चुके हैं, अभी फिलहाल एज लाइंस पे खेल रहे हैं छोटे से लेक की तरफ से। देखते हैं यहाँ पे क्या यहाँ पे अल्फा लेजेंड जीत हासिल करती है या फिर इसका भी रिको इन्फिनिटी। बट आप देख सकते हैं ऑलरेडी रियल टाइगर्स के प्लेयर्स आ चुके हैं, इकर्ज के प्लेयर्स आ चुके हैं। व्हाट आर द चांसेस ओशन कि हम लोग को एक हार्डकोर यस्नाया अर्बन वॉरफेयर सर्कल देखने को मिले?
आई वुड से a bit लेस दो, क्योंकि हमने मोस्टली देखा है, लेकिन वही है कि एग्जैक्ट वहां पर मिले उसके कम चांसेस। थोड़ा सा ऐसा हो सकता है कि 2-4 बिल्डिंग्स रह जाएं, बाकी सर्कल ओपन में रहे। ऐसे अगर सर्कल्स होते हैं तो जरूर कहीं ना कहीं प्लेयर्स को, टीम्स को हल्की फुल्की दिक्कत हो सकती है, क्योंकि जिन टीम्स ने उस टाइम पर घर ले लिया उनके पास अच्छा एरिया आ गया, लेकिन जिन टीम्स के पास ओपन एरिया रहा उनके पास कवर्स बनाने के लिए या तो कहीं ना कहीं खराब चीज हो जाएगी, या फिर उनके ऑपरेंट्स घरों के पे ऐसे रहता है अगर कोई छत पर है, लाइक ऐसा कोई घर है जैसे वो 3 बिल्डिंग्स रहती हैं यासना में, वहां पर अगर कोई छत पे है तो वो ऊपर से, चाहे आपके पास गाड़ी हुआ जितना मर्जी कवर हो, हायर ग्राउंड लोअर ग्राउंड की जो फाइट रहती है उसमें ऑब्वियसली हायर ग्राउंड वाले के पास एक वो हल्का सा एडवांटेज रहता है कि वो आपको टेक डाउन कर सकते हैं। मीनवाइल जो सर्कल है, कुछ टीमें हैं यासना में, बट बाकी टीम्स अलग स्कर्मिश यासना के ऊपर और स्टालबर के नीचे के एरियाज पर भी वहां पर एक तरीके से टीम्स जाती नजर आ रही है।
जी हाँ, आई थिंक ऑब्वियसली टीम्स वो सब करना जरूर चाहेंगे जहां पे इनको एक सेफ हेवन मिल जाती है, वहां पे अपना कवर बना लेती है। फिलहाल यहाँ पे अल्फा लेजेंड्स की ऑलरेडी फाइट हम लोग को चिढ़ते हुए नजर आ रही है। इकर्थ के प्लेयर्स ऑलरेडी चार्जिंग करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं प्लेयर्स की तरफ। ऑलरेडी यहाँ पे एक किल तो हासिल कर लिया, दूसरा किल भी इनको बहुत जल्दी मिल जाने वाला है। और इकर्थ के प्लेयर्स एक दूसरे पे ही नेट बरसा रहे हैं, ऐसा क्यों?
एग्जैक्टली ऐसा तो नहीं ही होना चाहिए, पर खैर सर्कल में देखिए। ऑलराइट, सो दिस इज अ डिफरेंट वन, दिस इज ऑल टुगेदर अ डिफरेंट वन। आज एरांगल के जोन्स का कर्व बॉल काफी ही ज्यादा अलग है।
एंड आई थिंक यहाँ पे खुद के प्लेयर्स एक मोमेंट के लिए विभीषण बने फिर रहे थे, अपने टीममेट्स के ऊपर नेट्स डाल रहे थे, बट कहीं ना कहीं उन्होंने आई थिंक गलत मेजरमेंट्स करी थी। उनको लगा कि शायद काइतो उस कॉम्पाउंड पे होंगे। फिलहाल काइतो यहाँ पे अपने मूवमेंट्स लेते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। तो ये वाला सर्कल हमने बहुत बार देखा है, राइट? यस्नाया से दूर जाता हुआ सर्कल जहाँ पे रियल टाइगर्स के प्लेयर्स ने एक बहुत अर्ली रोटेशन लिया है। आई थिंक उधर के तरफ सर्कल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल जा सकता है।
हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। अगर उस डायरेक्शन, लाइक अगर उधर की तरफ को सर्कल जाता है तो टीम्स की रोटेशंस हम लोग जरूर देखना चाहेंगे कैसे बनती हैं, क्योंकि जैसे हम रोटेशन की बात करें, गैलेक्सी रेसर ऑलरेडी रोटेट करना शुरू कर चुकी थी और सुदूर के प्लेयर्स उनके काफी करीब थे, लेकिन गैलेक्सी रेसर्स वर्सेस इज इट गोइंग टू बी ज़ॉम्बीज या फिर RT9 या फिर सुदूर, क्योंकि ये सब टीमें एक दूसरे के आसपास हैं, स्पॉट कर रहे हैं, शॉट्स लेने की कोशिश है, लेकिन एक अच्छा एरिया ढूंढना इंपॉर्टेंट है। आप देख सकते हैं काइंड ऑफ, नॉट एक्जैक्टली बट काइंड ऑफ एक दूसरे के करीब दोनों टीमें हैं। ज़ॉम्बीज का स्क्वाड दूसरी तरफ लाइक हमें दिख रहा था, सुदूर से तो आगे निकल चुके हमारे पास ये स्क्वाड, लेकिन 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 ये चीज अब 3-0 हो चुकी थी। क्या ये हमें 3-1 होती नजर आएगी या नहीं? एक ग्रेनेड भी आगे की तरफ को गया है, बट वो हल्का सा दूसरी डायरेक्शन में चल जाएगा। अब प्लेयर्स आगे मूव कर रहे हैं। What's gonna happen? Break has been taken down. Galaxy Racer अब शुरुआत कर रहे हैं, इस बार कोई गलती गुंजाइश नहीं रहेगी और ज्यादा एग्रेस नहीं करना है। उनको पता चल चुका है शायद अब ज्यादा एग्रेस ना करें यहाँ पर, क्योंकि खुद को हील करना है, अच्छे एरियाज निकालने हैं, सब चीजें यहाँ पर इंपॉर्टेंट। और हमको को देखिए एक ग्रेनेड उनकी तरफ से भी जा रहा है। ये जो ब्रीदिंग स्पेस वाली बात होती है वो बहुत कम मिलती है अगर आप ज़ॉम्बीज के अगेंस्ट फाइट ले रहे हैं। लाइक गैलेक्सी रेसर को देखिए, प्लेयर्स उन्होंने भी डाउन किए हैं, बट अभी भी वो प्रॉपर कंफर्मेशन इस 4v4 फाइट में प्रॉपर कंफर्मेशन अभी तक नहीं देखने को मिला। और ज़ॉम्बीज के प्लेयर्स, व्हाट इज गोइंग ऑन इन देयर माइंड्स? क्या वो कोई और प्लान यहां पर करना चाहते हैं एग्जीक्यूट?
आई थिंक zombies की एक चीज मैं जरूर पॉइंट आउट करना चाहूंगा, इनके प्रिसीजन ऑफ ग्रेनेड्स। इस तरीके से यहाँ पे अभी जो दूसरा फॉलो अप नेड गया था ओवेस की तरफ, वो अगर थोड़ा लेट यहाँ पे फटता तो आई थिंक ओवेस वहां पे डाउन हो जाते। कहीं ना कहीं उनकी जो सटीकता है वो बहुत ही अविश्वसनीय है। फिलहाल zombies के प्लेयर सली यहाँ पे फनाटिक zombies को स्पॉट आउट करते हुए, इनफैक्ट चिल्स देखते हैं यहाँ पे मोहसिन नगाट के द्वारा क्या कमाल दिखा पाते हैं। ओवेस को जरूर स्पॉट किया, क्या एक हेडशॉट ले सकते हैं? फिलहाल ओवेस के ऊपर एक क्लियर एम था, चिल्स का शॉट लिया जरूर था, बट ओवेस सही टाइम चलते नीचे आ गए। गैलेक्सी रेसेस अभी तो जीवित है, अभी तक कोई मेजर कैजुअलिटी यहाँ पे नहीं हुई है। एमजे को भी उन्होंने सही टाइम पे रिवाइव कर दिया, तो surviving by
that could potentially be pushing onto them isn't over yet. As we take a look at the majority of this zone, we can still see a lot of teams down on that southeastern side, and even more so now that this zone actually went on ahead and centered around Fanatic Zombies and the Zombies. That's even more of an incentive for everybody else on that southeastern side to push straight in, because obviously that's the direction they have to go. So anybody now outside completely in the open, it's dangerous. And I mean, luckily, Galaxy Racer and Zombies aren't actively fighting anymore. The rest of Zombies end up pulling a little bit away, so there's a potential that these teams will be able to stay up by themselves and not get super involved until more teams get involved in the circle.
But it's definitely going to be an interesting zone, especially a little bit further up in towards the north. Seeing that we're starting to move up this hill, I mean, there's so many positions that are going to get opened up just based on the positioning of these teams. But now we can see the Zombies still just trying to hold on to the compound, still looking over towards the players there from Galaxy Racers. But you can feel that anticipation now starting to build as we see the players from GUNZ eliminating the team there from Alpha Legends. Back they go. Now 15 teams remain. And we are in the fourth phase, moving up in towards the fifth one. And we still have that wave of players trying to find a secure angle in towards the zone. SUDOR, of course, down in towards the south. Snipers even further south from that. But the sites also now venturing up a little bit further. But of course, Chills with the Mosin. He is not chilling just yet. He is trying to cause as much damage as he can, and he's going to be relentless in his efforts. As you can see, Break now taking aim over towards the players here from sites, and GUNZ, of course, now also just moving up there right alongside the site. So definitely Zombies and Fanatic Zombies are going to start feeling the pressure with all these teams starting to move closer and closer. But here we go. Humam sends one off. Fate now comes pushing in onto the side of Galaxy Racer, Max and MJ. Oh, ooh. Down goes MJ. Down goes Latho. Away's now just trying to hold up the defensive line as Reef pushes closer and closer. Aways gets knocked, and it is now up to Ultron, who's trying to quickly pick up that res on towards Max. But of course, Reef is right in front of him. NASR gets eliminated. What's going on? The zone is getting chaotic once again. iKURD also gets sent on off. But here we go. Fate now continuing their efforts. But oh, Max finds a beautiful shot right there. And let's see, will they be able to pull this one off as the YC just got knocked out. Reef now waiting. Ragnarok flanking on in. Comes in on the trenches. Finds a beautiful entry point. But of course now Ultron just up ahead. Let's see whether or not they'll be able to pull this one off. Oh, Ragnarok comes jumping off of the top to seal it up. And of course, off they go. YaLLa also now facing a little bit of a challenge here. As you can see, RICO Infinity taking aim over towards Bandar. Khalid also now trying to lay that down. But Yamaz puts a beautiful shot in as well. Beautiful retaliation there. But let's see now. Will they be able to continue as Prestige just got knocked out? And there's a very fair exchange between both these teams.
It looks like Yamaz is just going to go on ahead and back up out of there. I mean, his teammate Bandar is so far away that they want to just get into a better position. Vehicle moving as well. Seems like some of these teams are still deciding to make some of these moves. The majority of the teams are inside of this new zone, though. Definitely big enough for everybody to fit, but that's because 12 teams are the only ones surviving, and the fighting not even over. Bandar ends up finding himself knocked as well. Everybody on the northern side seems to be pretty active and taking shots towards each other, and that's because the zone once again shifting towards zombies. A lot of these teams on the northern side cannot continue to exist. There's really only one location that people can play up on this northern side, so they're all going to be fighting for it, and it starts off with snipers being the next team eliminated.
I can see so many teams just getting caught in that crossfire, but of course the players from SUDOR all the way down in the south. The only team positioned this far south, of course, they're right there behind the players from the sites, as well as GUNZ. But of course, now we look to see whether or not they'll be able to find those angles, because this is actually a beautiful position to be in. As you can see, Hidan sending that one straight on up. Oh, absolutely insane. Razur, of course, getting knocked out, but Faith picks up the confirm on that one. Sneaky, sneaky plays as YaLLa now gets eliminated. GUNZ now turning their attentions once again over towards the players there from SUDOR, who's trying to make their play for the south. They're trying to push up in towards zone, but it's going to be such a difficult one, as we got the players from GUNZ lined up on that southern end, as well as the players from SCYTES, who are now pretty aware of the potential angle of SUDOR. So they're keeping a very, very watchful eye, not letting their guard down on that angle. But of course, as we move over towards the western side, Real Tiger 9 and the players here from RICO Infinity now getting caught in a bit of an exchange as well. But of course, now they need to be careful. They can't overextend themselves, because there's so many teams in the vicinity. As you can see, this is going to be pretty tough. Ragnar just managing to evade the damage coming in. But of course, now it is not over by any stretch of the imagination, as we got players from Fanatic Zombies positioned up in the north, but RICO Infinity and the players from Real Tiger still just battling it out, sending out their barrages of utils back and forth. GUNZ now striking into the side of SCYTES. Oh, Ghost not in the best spot, and of course Hamodi capitalizing on that. Downer they go, and SCYTES gets sent back into the lobby.
This is really nice to see coming out of them, honestly, because GUNZ, they've been eliminated pretty early on the last 2 games, so them being able to take control of the entire southern side is absolutely huge. Meanwhile, on the complete opposite side, all the way up on the northern side, we can see that the fighting are continuing. RTG, one of the teams we've been keeping an eye on, now getting into a fight. There's just fighting all up on the side of this mountain right here.
Man, NASR, that nade was insane. A double whammy, picks up 2 knocks in the process, putting the players there from a Real Tiger 9 down to only 1 Eagle, the last hopeful. But of course, their heads aren't going to stop anytime soon, as RTG swoops on through. Wow. We see SUDOR now also trying to make their play down in the south, as the zone has shifted south once again. NASR now trying to set himself up in the south here as well, waiting on the front line right there alongside the players from SUDOR. But of course, now SUDOR, they are pretty aware, as you can see, keeping a very watchful eye on the players from GUNZ just up ahead of them. But here we go, Khalid now tries to step on in, tries to find that angle up on towards Eagle, but Eagle, he's got his eyes fixed, his eyes are open, he's paying lots of attention. And it's going to be a pretty tough one, but either way, RICO Infinity now starting to circle on in, and down he goes. Eagle gets eliminated. 7 teams remain, and this zone is looking pretty thin with all these players spread throughout, and it's going to be such a difficult one. Just the complexity of the terrain alone makes it so difficult.
You know, GUNZ Esports clearly in one of the best positions in this situation. I'm interested to see if anyone's going to try and try to take that from them, basically, if any crashes are going to come into play, because otherwise everybody needs to start filling up on this northern side where there's already multiple teams. And here we go, Fate, they decide to go ahead and roll on up directly above GUNZ Esports. I mean, they're kind of playing a little bit of a dip, and hopefully they're okay, but I mean, there's not inside of zone. So would you rather go ahead and start a little bit slow, now being rained down upon by util, and make the full crash? More fighting actually happening to the even further to the north side of Fate as well.
I mean, GUNZ controlling the whole southern side of the zone. Beautiful ridgeline control that we see coming in, but of course Fate, as you mentioned, moving in, challenging them for that. You can see that absolute barrage of utils getting sent out one after the other. But of course now Hamodi sends one up of his own, finds a knock in towards Fate, but of course this is where it gets super tough for the players from Fate, as we see Freak now starting to just rotate up. Oh, beautiful positioning, finds the hits, picks up one. Will they get the last? Oh, it's gonna be close, come on. Right there now as they venture out, picks up the confirm. Down goes Fate. GUNZ move up onto 7 kills. And of course now GUNZ are looking to retain their control of the south. That ridgeline working beautifully in their favor. But of course now RICO Infinity taking aim onto the side there of RTGs. You can see Marshall trying to get ahead of the bullets, but her mum says no. Down you shall go. Zombies now moving up as they are also positioned up in the north. RICO Infinity right there alongside them. GUNZ looking quite comfortable down in the south. But of course, now we look to see where the next zone shift is going to take us. And of course, Zombies and RICO Infinity not going to be stopping anytime soon, as we have NASR now rushing on up. But SUDOR, they are trying to hold on to the edge of their zone. And here we go. Those utils again sending their way on through, as we see the players from RICO Infinity moving up quickly, trying to secure their numbers back again, trying to get those reses up. But of course, this is going to be a super challenging zone, as GUNZ are now forced out of their vantage point, and they now need to consider moving back up in towards the zone.
I was going to say Fate crashing onto GUNZ there. That really could have gone ahead and changed the entire gameplay, but Fate was the one eliminated. But this next zone shift is definitely making GUNZ fight for it at this point. And SUDOR holding this little ridge, and as you can see, a little bit of trees as well, is definitely going to put them to the test. We can see already trying to toss out some sort of util and spot them out, but unfortunately a little bit too far away. They can't really venture any closer because it's completely out in the open. And there we go. SUDOR Esports, as K-Ton starting their spray in, is going to get a knock on to Lord. The rest of GUNZ need to figure this out. And I mean, they have vehicles to provide themselves some sort of cover, but right now, zone is still far away. They could go on ahead and wait a tiny bit longer. But everybody else on the northern side, this might be another win for SUDOR if they're able to take out GUNZ.
I mean, it is going to be an absolute close call for them. As you can see, the players there from SUDOR just trying to play that western edge. Of course, now Ragnar still alive there for RICO Infinity. GUNZ looking phenomenally strong in this round. Will they be able to follow through all the way? Already sitting on 9 kills. You can see the players here from SUDOR sitting on 3. GUNZ now makes it 10 as they pick up yet another one. SUDOR getting taken down to only 1 remaining player. That, of course, being a Track 2. Now, you can see Track 2 just lying in the bush, waiting patiently to see what GUNZ are going to be doing. But of course, now the Zombies also up in the north. RICO, oh, Infinity, Ragnar finding a few more hits in. But of course, oh, SUDOR get eliminated. Beautifully played, but now GUNZ holding strong in the southern position. Ragnar causing absolute mayhem with his AWAM as he hits that shot straight into the side of Freak. That was a freak shot. What a beautiful one done there by Ragnar. But of course, now we wait to see if GUNZ will be able to recoup their numbers. They still have 4 players in this match. Will they be able to get all those reses down? As Ragnar is perched up at the top. The solo remaining player for his team finds a quick few shots in towards Hamco. But now he is completely isolated and in quite a bit of danger as he now quickly tries to recover that health. GUNZ now using his opportunity to get themselves all mened back up. And now they start pushing closer towards the Zombies. As you can see those utils flying on in, and Ragnar trying relentlessly to find the shots on towards Hamco, completely ignoring the fact that we see the GUNZ just off to the side, but yet again puts the shot in towards Freak. Hamco now, gets knocked. Break just trying to creep his way on through. Break now taking aim over towards GUNZ. You can see Lord, Hamodi, and Raouf now pushing on in, but Raouf seals it up, closes it in. Ragnar steals the kill though. Down goes Break, and the nade comes in to close it up. What a play that was. Absolutely insane. GUNZ, I mean, what?
A really strong position on the southern side the entire time. The only team that could have gone on ahead and potentially taken that away was SUDOR, but they were able to play that really, really well in that position, honestly.
That was an absolutely phenomenal play. Just like, that was insanely executed. But of course, we're going to be heading into a quick break. So we'll come right back after the break, and then we'll get into the insanity of Erangel, which we just saw. So see you guys after the break. Hello and welcome back. We just saw the end of our 5th match, the final match for day 3 of our 2nd Super Weekend of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. And it has been an absolutely insane finish to the day. What a great way to wrap things up.
I do not disagree, and I mean, a little bit different, I guess, in terms of terrain. We're kind of talking about it, but we'll touch on that right after we take a look at the match stats that go ahead and explain it as well. We can see that in first, GUNZ Esports were able to go ahead and win that game, 15 kills as well, with a total of 30 total points. In second, RICO Infinity team grabbing second place, 11 kills as well, 23 total points. Ended up having a solo up until the very end game. Zombies Esports, on the other hand, third place, 5 kills, 15 total points. Fade Esports in 4th with 12, SUDOR Esports in 5th with 11, and RTG Esports in 6th with 10. Real Tiger 9 and the Snipers are both going to come in on 7th and 8th, both with 4 kill points and 5 total points as well for this match on Erangel.
It was an absolute slaughterfest all the way through, but absolutely fantastic way to end off the day. And of course, as we move into that second page, the players there from HOTLINE Esports finishing up in 9th place on 3 points, YaLLa in 10th on 3, Fanatic Zombies in 11th on 2. We got the iKURD finishing in 12th place, also then on 2, the SCYTES in 13th on 1. And then, of course, the players there from Galaxy Racer, the team from NASR, and, of course, Alpha Legends not being able to pick up any points. But now looking at that damage, absolute brutality, as you can see. GUNZ going at it 2600, RICO Infinity 2400, and, of course, some really strong conversion rates coming in from both these teams.
Both of them being able to pick up 15 and 11 kills, that's definitely impressive for them. I mean, GUNZ the entire time, they were playing on the very southern side of that zone, and I mean, they did have some people try to contest them for that spot, but otherwise they had a really strong position playing inside that little bowl on the southern side of that road. Really, the tides could have changed if SUDOR was able to go ahead and pull something out of that fight, but really, I mean, I think that they were able to identify just how important it was to keep that location safe, so they ended up winning that fight against SUDOR and Fate when they came towards them. And there we go, GUNZ Esport. We can see all of the teammates' stats coming in from now. Hamity with 1050, 4 damage, 7 kills, and 4 assists in total. And then Lord coming in with the most amount of time, 2605. Freak and Rauf, of course, also being their really strong team play, honestly, coming into this last game. All 4 of them were able to stay alive the entire time until the win.
Yeah, that was just such a beautiful play coming in from GUNZ. So, again, no surprise to see that kind of performance from GUNZ. I was just very relieved to see it at least once today. I mean, really strong way to finish it off, claiming yet another chicken dinner. And that was their 4th chicken dinner for this Super Weekend. That puts them on, what, like 6, I think, in total? That's insane.
Yeah, and I was actually kind of worried for them because I feel like in the past few games they really weren't doing the best performance possible. Even though they are the team in 2nd place so far, I feel like at first they're kind of catching up to Zombies, but then really in the last 2 games they weren't able to gain too many points and the people behind them were potentially catching up. So being able for them to go and win this next map as well is definitely helping out with that main leaderboard. And let's also go take a look at their map stats for RICO as well.
Well, yes, here we go. You could definitely see Miramar was their stronger map in line of damage, doing a 1928 damage on Miramar, but of course Erangel, they picked up the most kills, putting themselves on 5.5 average per showing on Erangel, but of course Miramar also a longer survival time there for the players from RICO Infinity, and definitely not surprised by that, as we did see them finish on really strong in this last match. And of course then for today's performances as well, you know, RICO Infinity sitting right at the top. They were the strongest performing team with regards to kills, with regards to placement points, and of course overall points just in today's performance. So really good to see that kind of play style coming in from RICO and them being so aggressive we knew they could do it, and finally they proved it to everyone else. Like, showed them, you know, like, here we are, this is who we are, and this is the kind of play that you can expect. But of course, another team that also was really impressive today was the players from SUDOR. So we're going to be popping over into their stats just to see a nice breakdown there as well. Again, for them also, Miramar was again also their damage heavy map, but Sanhok, no surprise there, super aggressive, coming in with a 7 kill in that one. But of course, Erangel being the map on which they survived the longest. So good to see a decent spread throughout that, and also good to see that there's not one particular map in which, you know, which kind of favors them the most. It's a nice decent spread for the team there from GUNZ across the board, and essentially that is what you want to see. You want to see the teams being pretty competent on all the maps.
Because that's really where the difference lies, you know, like some teams go on ahead and say, oh, we're a Miramar team and stuff like that. We do really well on this one map, but really at this level you have to go on ahead and be able to know how to perform in all of them. And let's go actually take a look at another graphic. We have some team player versus other player. We can see that it is Ragnar from RICO Infinity versus FiDon. So just taking a look at their main stats, we can see 35-57 in terms of better stats for FiDon versus 30-63 for Ragnar, even in terms of their kills and the damage as well, the assists.
Yeah, I mean, Ragnar coming in with a nice consistent, you know, knock and kill count there. So pretty much every knock he's put in, he's converted to a kill. But as we saw there for FiDon, coming in on 22 kills, but 18 knocks coming into that. So yeah, some of those were kills that he picked up kind of free of charge, you know, it's like stealing the kill away from someone. But either way, point is...
चलिए हम you know हमारी लव स्टोरीज के बारे में बिल्कुल बात नहीं करेंगे, वो किसी और दिन बट एनीवेज इस हफ्ते के सारे मैचेस इसी नोट पे खत्म हो चुके हैं. एंड इनफैक्ट आज के मैचेस काफी इंटरेस्टिंग थे, काफी अलग थे. बट फिर से अभी आपसे फिर से मैं याद दिला दूं कि अब हम जाएंगे एक दिन के ब्रेक की तरफ, क्योंकि एक दिन के बाद फिर से शुरू होगा हमारा थर्ड लीग डेज, जब फिर से हम लोग को देखने को मिलेगी टीम्स विल बी कंपीटिंग ओवर द नेक्स्ट 2 days टू गेट दैट टॉप 16 स्पॉट टू क्वालिफाई. तो इसी नोट पे मैं और ओशन आपसे लेंगे अलविदा. हम आपसे मिलेंगे परसों at the same time, same place. So you don't forget to tune in that day. Take care. Bye bye. Love you all.
3 apiece for Arab and the Fanatic Zombies. And Arab's GSG also getting moved down slowly but surely. So definitely it's going to be quite the challenge in the third Super Weekend. If they do not step it up in the league play days that we've got coming up in the next week, it's going to be really hard for them to make any progress through onto that finals, and could then potentially maybe not see that happening. So definitely looking forward to the league days that we've got coming up, just to see how the teams are going to approach that, how they're going to try and work out those strats to find themselves back again in the final Super Weekend. So really an interesting week that I think we've got ahead of us.
I think now that, we finished week 1, we're just now finishing week 2, there's only 1 week left before we get to finals. This is the time where if you're not already far into that top 16 spot, that's really what it comes down to. You need to go on ahead and qualify for this next Super Weekend, because otherwise you're not going to qualify for finals, and that's what everybody here is playing for. Honestly, everybody at the bottom is probably hoping to go on ahead and qualify for Super Weekend with people from the top, so that all those people in the center spot can't play and stuff like that. That way they'll just be able to feed points to the top, potentially gain their own and make it up to the top. But we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what to expect coming into the next week, the last week of league play. Let's also take a look at our MVP player as well, though, to potentially give us some sort of a hint.
There we go. Mr. Hidan takes it away from Saleh. Well done, well played. Really strong average damage, strong average kills, strong survival time. Well-deserved MVP coming in there from SUDOR. Hidan, fantastic job. And of course, we've seen those plays coming in from Hidan today. So yeah, big ups. Well done. Really much deserved MVP slot there. And I mean, and I'm pretty sure it was a really tough call to make, just looking at how close all those top players' stats were. I mean, we saw the top 5 players today. Oh man, it is so tough to see that.
Yeah, all of the MVPs that have been chosen so far, I am interested to keep an eye on. Because as we know, going into this last week, there's still a chance for some of these teams to go on ahead and make it into finals. There's the top few slots probably secured to make it into finals, but that MVP, we've been talking about the chicken success for every Super Weekend. You could go on ahead and get an extra prize, but there's a whole other prize going into finals specifically for the MVP of finals. So us keeping track of the MVPs is kind of giving a little bit of a teaser, making us guess who is going to go on ahead and achieve that going into finals.
And I mean, there's so many players in the running to win that award of the of the MVP of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. And this is season 1. I mean, and it's off to such a strong, tough start between all these teams. So, yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing how it will progress. And of course, I'm really excited to see what our next 2 days of league days or league plays are going to be bringing, as it will be that final attempt, that final chance for the teams to get themselves into that final Super Weekend. So a lot of excitement awaits us back again on Monday. So on that, we're going to wrap it up this evening. Thank you so much for watching. A big up to the teams for participating. And of course, we'll be leaving you in the very capable hands of Professor Tarzan and Highland Wolf back again on Monday. Stay safe and have a fantastic evening.